Hill for our annual celebration of all things two-wheel drive rallycross, a combination of the Five Nations British Rallycross Championship and the BTRDA Club Superprix. Set for a jam-packed day of action at the home of the sport, and we've got more than 80 cars in a packed paddock. A lot of races to get through, 3 qualifiers, semi-finals and finals, and we're going to start the day with the BTRDA Junior class. This always produces good, close racing, and we're going to kick-start our two-wheel drive Superprix event with the youngest drivers in the paddock. On pole position for race 1, number 42, Oscar Cooper, Aston Brown alongside in number 57. Championship leader Elliot Fuster in 707 on the outside of row 1. And we do see variety in the BTRDA Juniors, because it's not just the Suzuki Swifts. We have a Nissan Micra on row 2. That's in the hands of Jimmy Jeekins with Hayden Harris alongside. And on the back row, the returning Superprix Juniors will kick-start race number 1 here. Two-wheel drive Superprix. We green and go. First race of the day, and is championship leader Elliot Fuster from the outside line, who gets the best jump. He's going to try and lead them down into the Chestnut Drift Talladega sequence for the first time, and it is Elliot Fuster then who gets the lead away from the chasing pack. Hayden Harris has made a good drive up from the further back on the grid. The Reading youngster, 17 years of age, is now onto the tail of Fuster as they go into the Devil's Elbow for the first time. 707 with the early advantage. The Nissan Micra of Jimmy Jeekins adding variety to this two-wheel drive Superprix Junior field, but it is the man who's at the head of the standings is now at the head of the field. It's Fuster from Hayden Harris. We'll see Hayden's farther out in the production competition later in the day. The fight for third is heating up though. Aston Brown in number 57 coming under pressure from that Nissan Micra of Jeekins, and Jimmy's the first of our drivers this weekend to go into the longer route. All of the drivers need to disappear into the Joker Lap section through the course of the race, come back out onto the circuit down the Canterbury Straight, and that's brought out Jimmy Jeekins into the mid-pack. He's now challenging with the number 42 car of Oscar Cooper, a newcomer to the series this year, just 13 years of age. But back out front is Elliot Fuster, still with that advantage in the 707. Hayden Harris in 999, keeping him honest out front. The two leaders in the championship have had good results already so far this season. 3 wins on the bounce for Fuster in 707. As they go into North Bend Hairpin, it's Fuster from Harris. Into third spot still is Aston Brown in the 57. There's a good fight further back for fourth between Jeekins and Oscar Cooper in 42. But the leaders go Joker and they follow each other into the longer route. Fuster ahead of Harris. They flick through the chicane, back down onto the Canterbury Straight, and it's Fuster from the second spot of Harris in second at the minute. Third spot still for Aston Brown then, and then we see this fight for fourth. Jeekins still on the tail of Oscar Cooper in number 42. Oscar only 13 years of age. It's easy to forget how young these drivers are. They are brand new to the sport, aged just between 13 and 17. And third spot still Aston Brown having a decent run. Behind him, fourth and fifth, Jimmy Jeekins and Oscar Cooper. But our race leader, with that Joker Lap ticked off, he's got that longer route completed. It's still Elliot Fuster in 707, the 999 behind. And Aston Brown's having a decent run as well, because the number 57 entry at the back of that train, the leading 3 cars, Aston goes into that longer route this time through, but it's Elliot Fuster then in the 707 car, beginning their final lap. All of these qualifiers over 4 laps. We've got dramas in the Joker Lap. One driver disappeared into the gravel through the longer route, but that's not troubling the leaders. It's Oscar Cooper, sadly, the 13-year-old from Lincolnshire, who's found the gravel on his first start here at Lydden. He'll be picking himself up and getting back out on track later on, that's for sure, because that's what all this junior rallycross is about. It's a great learning ground for these teenage drivers. So many top competitors have come through the junior rallycross route, be that the BTRDA or in the Five Nations. And yes, they'll make mistakes, they'll have dramas through the course of the season, but that's all about seat time, getting experience behind the wheel of these 1.3 litre Suzuki Swifts. And it's Elliot Fuster who's going to come down into paddock for the final time with this lead over Hayden Harris. The treble 9 car of Harris shadows Fuster, but our first win of the day then is Elliot Fuster. He's delighted with that, punches the air as he goes across the line. It's only Q1 but he starts as he means to go on. Great stuff from Elliott. He takes the win. The championship leader is on top form already. They come past the checkered flag to complete race 1. Phoebe Cake at the rear of the pack. Great to see Phoebe back in junior competition at Lydden. She hasn't been in the car since April, so she's getting back into two-wheel drive competition, having raced in the Rally X Nordic Series for the majority of the season. That completes race 1. We'll have the Irish Junior Championship out on track next. The first time we have seen that category here at Lydden for a one-off outing, a non-championship round. We've seen the BTRDA juniors, but it will be the Irish competitors out next, and the BMW Minis from Mondello Park will be coming to Lydden for the first time. So we look forward to seeing them in a few moments. So Irish Juniors will be our next track action in a few moments. First time we've seen this category at Lydden Hill, and we look forward to seeing how they get on once Oscar Cooper's car has been recovered from the Joker Lap section. Now Oscar in the purple Suzuki Swift will be back for more later on, but the first time we've seen the Irish one make series for Mini Coopers 1.6 litre. They are open to Ford Fiestas as well in Ireland, but we've just got the Minis here this weekend, and we look forward to seeing the Irish contingent out on circuit. Q1 continues then with the Irish Mini Championship, and first out on track is number 130, Cody Mahone. He's the runner-up in last year's Irish Junior Championship, so we look forward to seeing what Cody can do from pole position. 119 will be alongside, that's Mark Keegan in the yellow colours in the middle of row 1. On the outside of row 1 we'll find the number 11, that's of Ailish Sexton. All of these drivers aged between 13 and 17 years of age, as we've seen in the BTRDA juniors. Row 2, 199 is Leah McManus, and the number 53 of Dean Deasy. And on the back row, we find a driver we should keep an eye on, the number 22, Hugo Thomas Lunam, and the number 6 is Logan Hoy. And Logan is a double champion in this category and competes in BMW Minis in Ireland in circuit racing as well. So Logan in the red FPS stickered number 6 entry is one we should watch. But these drivers have only had a 3 laps of practice at Lydden Hill this morning. They were the first cars out on track at 9 a.m. They've got 3 miles under their belts. This is the shortest circuit racing wise in the UK. It's short rallycross layout as well, but one of the best for spectating around, and we'll see how the field get going once they are let loose at Lydden for the first time, the IRX Junior Minis. This is Q1. We'll have Q2 for every class once Q1 is complete. We then should be breaking for lunch before Q3 this afternoon, and then we move into the finals. But for the first time then, the Irish Rallycross Championship Junior category is ready to race at Lydden. 1.6 litre BMW Minis. A green and go, and it's a great start from the outside of row 1 by Ailish Sexton. Sexton gets a brilliant start in number 11. She charges across the front of the pack down into the Talladega turn for the first time. Then it's Sexton with the lead. A fight for second between 130 of Cody Mahone, who came second in the championship this year, and behind him the Mark Keegan in 119. So good close racing already from the BMW Minis of the Irish Junior Championship. Do keep an eye on for Logan Hoy at the back of the train at the minute in the number 6. He already made up a couple of places actually, and he's now on the train of the top 5 cars as they climb up into the North Bend hairpin for the first time. It's our early leader being Cody Mahone in the Ailish Sexton in the fast starting blue Mini from the outside of row 1, but there's a good fight brewing for third spot as they charge down into paddock. We've already got a couple of drivers going into that longer route, getting their joker laps ticked off, but the 130 of Cody Mahone onto the tail now of Ailish Sexton in number 11 as they come across down into Talladega for the second time. They're learning every time they're out on circuit, all of these drivers from the Irish series, and it's a really growing category into the mid-teens. I think they had 15 cars at a previous round at Mondello Park. We might have a change for second. Nearly showing his nose up the inside was McManus in 119 through the Devil's Elbow, but holding on to second place is still Cody Mahone as they climb up into North Bend hairpin for the second time. Mahone goes defensive in 130. A little tap on the tail from the 139 car of McManus into the North Bend hairpin. They're coming tumbling down Hairy Hill. Now, have we got any drivers going joker? Yes, we have, because Cody Mahone goes into that longer route in the 130. That frees up the 199 car of Leia McManus to try and chase down Ailish Sexton here. So it's our 2 female racers out front, and they're putting on a great show, showing these young 13 to 17-year-olds their first time at Lydden, and you wouldn't know it because there's now an 8-wheeled Mini for the lead into the Devil's Elbow, and a defensive line from the number 11 then of Ailish Sexton. She's led since the start, but both of these two are yet to joker, and they do not want to start squabbling, because if they begin to fight, the pack behind them is going to be chasing them down. And these 2 youngsters from across the Irish Sea want to try and work together, but they are really starting to squabble now through the North Bend hairpin, and that may begin to hold them up, because we've got some of the leading lights from the championship behind, and Ailish Sexton this time goes joker. Where will she filter back in? She's got to be careful through the bollards. You don't want to hit those because you'll pick up a 5-second penalty if you do, and she may now fall behind Cody Mahone on the exit of the joker. We're on to the final lap. Mahone then is now up into second spot. Sexton drops down into 4th, because up into 3rd now has come Logan Hoy in the number 6. We've still got race leader being McManus in 199, got to do that longer route, but it's the 2 championship contenders from the main IRX championship. It's Cody Mahone in 130 and Logan Hoy in number 6, who are really going at it here in this Q1 race for the Irish Juniors. They're climbing up into North Bend hairpin. Our race leader still McManus in 199, but behind them Logan Hoy is trying a wide line to get a slingshot down Hairy Hill for the final time. This is the last lap. The checker flag is being made ready, and we're set for a grandstand finish, because into the joker goes Leah McManus in 199. She keeps her foot to the floor though. She's going to come out and beats the leading lights in the championship. It's a win then for Leah McManus. Second spot for Cody Mahone in 130. 3rd is Logan Hoy. Dropping down to 4th on that last lap was Ailish Sexton in the number 11 car after her brilliant start. Sexton was 4th. 5th spot in the end was the number 22 entry of Lunam. Deasy in 53 was 6th, and our final finisher was the number 119 of Mark Keegan. But welcome to Lydden Hill for the IRX Juniors. Really good to have them here at the home of the sport. Their first visit to the circuit. The championship runs through the winter in Ireland, so they don't have any rallycross to worry about in the summer. It's a winter-based championship for the juniors from across the Irish Sea, and they'll be very welcome back here at Lydden Hill again if race 1 is anything to go by. Plenty more action to come from them later on today. We're moving quickly on though, because the cross cars have got the biggest entry ever here at Lydden today. We've got 17 in the cross car field. That includes an RX 150 buggy as well. But our first starter is the pole sitter, number 71. That is the orange entry of Connor McCarthy in his speed car Wonder. Number 54 in the middle of row 1 will be one of the Life Live entries. Just trying to see on our entry, the number 54 car isn't showing, so we'll wait for the timing screen to update. On the outside, 581 David Kane. Now David is rapid, another from Ireland in a new speed car Wonder. Row 2, we have 420 Kevin Sharkey, yet again another speed car Wonder for him. Number 3 is Matt Cake on the outside of row 2, the Canterbury racer. Another Kent local on row 3 is Will Ovenden from Addisham in his Diggersim stickered car. Number 26 alongside that row, very outside, we have number 61. Cross cars and RX 150s, and it's David Kane who blasts away from the start with the initial blast into Talladega. Great start from Kane. He won at Pembrey at the last round in South Wales, so we know that David Kane has the speed. He is quick, and this is a brand new chassis to him, the speed car Wonder for these Yamaha powered motorbike engine buggies. We have dramas behind. Number 61 has a spin coming into the Devil's Elbow for the first time. Brad Turner strikes the tyre stack. It was a brilliant start from Brad. The Yeovil racer had an excellent getaway, but dramas going into the Devil's Elbow. Good fighting further down the order though. These motorbike engine pocket rockets always put on a show at Lydden, and we have the biggest field we've ever seen here at the home of the sport. Good action with Will Ovenden coming up the inside, but Brad Turner's car is broadside across the circuit on the approach to the Devil's Elbow. So we'll wait to see what the officials decide, and we do have a red flag. So red flags fly on our opening race of the day for the BTRDA and Motorsport UK Cross Car Championship. It's David Kane who was the pace setter before the red flags flew, but with Brad Turner's car broadside across the circuit, the officials had no choice. It's James Black in second spot. So it's TBC on our entry list. No number for James before this weekend. James Black is in second in 54. He is a top circuit racer from the Mini Challenge, and the Kent-based racer is making his rallycross debut here this weekend. So we'll see what James Black can do in the 54 car. He's joined on circuit by Will Ovenden in the Diggersim number 3. Roberts Vittles is a welcome returnee to Lydden in 126 as well. The Latvian star, a star of supercar competition here at the circuit. We'll see how Roberts gets on. Such a packed field. We've got a big contingent from Ireland in their speed car Wonders. That includes Conor McCarthy in 71, the 420 of Kevin Sharkey. Matt Cake making his first start, but he's gone missing on that opening lap, so we'll see where Matt has ended. And Brad Turner, who needs recovery. The field comes back though down onto the Canterbury Straight, and this BTRDA Championship, the Clubman's Series, brought in crosscar a few years ago. We only had 2, 3, 4 cars in that opening weekend here at Lydden in the first season of the crosscar category, but it's booming in Europe. It has done for years, and it's now really growing here in Britain and in Ireland. So brilliant to see such a healthy field. but we are going to have to get Bradley Turner's car recovered from the approach to the elbow before we are green and ready to go racing on the 2-wheel drive Superprix here at the home of Rallycross. So Brad Turner's car is being recovered from Devil's Elbow, and hopefully we'll see him back out in the later rounds. Brad's got a new TN11 Live cross car underneath him. It's a good machine, and I hope to see him out. But we are still left with a very healthy field of cross cars for Q1. 71 on pole position, Conor McCarthy, reigning Irish cross car champion in the bright orange. Alongside him, the number 54 of James Black in his Rallycross debut. 581 David Kane on the outside of row 1. 420 We're ready to go, and David Kane gets a brilliant start again from the outside of row number 1 then. The Irishman is going to lead them down into the Chesson sequence for the first time onto the Talladega banking. Will Ovenden's in the thick of it from the back row, and Will's making progress already. The youngster from Addisham flicks his Diggersim car up into the top 3. He's up past Roberts Vittles. He's past the number 54 of James Black as well. And so Will Ovenden's made some good ground already in the Diggersim entry. James Black at the back of the field at the minute with Kevin Sharkey, but it is David Kane then, fresh from winning the last round at Pembrey, his cross-car full Motorsport UK Championship for this season. It's been a brilliant addition to Rallycross paddocks. The racing's always close, as we see here with Roberts Vittles trying to make a move on the approach to a paddock bend, the young Latvian, as the field splits through the chicane. It's still the bright orange of Conor McCarthy coming under pressure though from Will Ovenden, and Will doesn't need the joker lap. He's pulled the move on the run down into Talladega. Great stuff from Will. Yes, he's got home advantage. He knows this circuit like the back of his hand, the former junior Rallycross front runner. But this is brilliant stuff then from the number 5 of Will Ovenden, now up into second spot. He is always very rapid indeed. His dad Tristan, a star of supercars in the British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy, and the Ovenden family such a good supporter of not just Rallycross here but the circuit as a whole. And now Will's up into second spot. Good action behind. Roberts Vittles coming out of North Bend Hairpin side by side with James Black in 54. James is a front wheel drive saloon car regular. He races in the Mini Challenge Trophy. He's not used to this Rallycross mixed surface stuff, but he's been thrown right into the deep end here, and he's really mixing it well with Roberts Vittles from Latvia, who's now closing in on the reigning Irish champion. And this is the bright orange day glow colours of Conor McCarthy. Conor's first time here at Lydden, and he's got Roberts Vittles behind him. Roberts nearly clips the tyres as they go into Devil's Elbow. You don't want to do that, because if you do so, you will pick up a 5-second penalty. But there's great action between the two of them as they go side by side into North Bend Hairpin, and sending it up the inside is Roberts Vittles. Vittles sends the car up the inside through North Bend, gets the move done, and that is now Conor McCarthy then dropped down into 4th spot. David Kane's done his joker lap this time through. Will Ovenden is going to follow him, doing exactly the same. So that brings 126 of Vittles up into third position. But we have more action on the merge of the Joker lap, because James Black is right in the thick of it with Kevin Sharkey and Colin McCarthy. James is mixing it with some of the best drivers from Ireland here at the home of Rallycross. And James is really finding his feet pretty quickly here. He's at the back of this train, but he is right on the pace as he nosedives over the jump into a Devil's Elbow, and the three at the back of the field having our closest fight out on circuit. This is the final lap. We're on lap 4 of 4, and David Kane has shown great speed out front since the get-go. Will Ovenden is your best placed challenger to him in second, but it will be a win then in the Motorsport UK cross car category for David Kane. Will Ovenden in number 5 is in second. Third will go the way of Roberts Vittel, so Roberts jumped up to third. 71 of Colin McCarthy is in fourth, with Kevin Sharkey and James Black final finishers. Great frantic stuff as ever from the Motorsport UK cross cars. This is the biggest grid we have seen to date in the ever-growing category. We've got drivers jumping out of junior classes into this step up to motorbike engine pocket rockets. These single-seat cross cars have been always good here at Lydden, and we look forward to another round of them in the next Q1 race, because we've got such a big field. Another group of cross cars coming out onto the circuit. David Kane trundles back to the paddock, having completed his first Q run successfully. Will Ovenden with a good result under his belt as well. But race number 2 is already building up onto the grid, and it's former junior star Ben Bartlett in number 44, who starts on pole position. Alongside him in a car owned by Sittingbourne racer Darren Scott. This is Paddock Wood's Carl Jarvis, usually seen in Super National competition, but Carl making his first start in the cross car category. We have the number 29 on the outside. That's Liam McMullen, one of the stars from the Irish scene. Teddy McPherson, another junior graduate, is on row 2 in the 119 car. And then we find the man to beat. This is the championship leader, Max Weatherly, in number 7. Max is always quick, and the Faversham racer should go well here at his home circuit. On the back row will be number 19, our only RX150 entry. That's Stephen Jones in the khaki colours. 32 is alongside Stephen Burke. He's the only driver here this weekend in a Suzuki-powered cross car. All the others are Yamaha 850cc's. On the back row will be James Constantine from North Yorkshire in his live entry. We are ready to go outside of row 1. That seems to be the place to get the best blast down the Canterbury Straight. It's Liam McMullen, but there's contact behind, because Max Weatherly and Carl Jarvis, the two Kent racers, are really hard at it through the right-hander of Talladega. Weatherly out wide. He's lost a lot of ground there with the contact with Carl Jarvis, but he comes back in about 6th or so positions. Not the best start then from the championship leader, who's done all of the winning nearly so far this year. He's won many events. Other drivers have been on the top step, but Weatherly's the man to watch. 119 of Teddy McPherson having a good run. He is still our third place runner at the minute, and a little bit more contact through North Bend Hairpin, and that involves Max Weatherly as well. James Constantine and Stephen Jones are on his tail as they come down Hairy Hill into Paddock Bend for the first time. It's McMillan with the lead. Max Weatherly, fed up with the contact on the opening lap, has gone into the Joker to try and find some clear air. He's now come out behind Stephen Jones in the RX 150, but it's Weatherly who's not had a very clean opening lap there. The leaders, though, are locked together, and it's Liam McMullen with the lead ahead of Ben Bartlett. Bartlett's the driver here with the most experience of the Lydden Hill circuit. Liam from Ireland knows Mondello Park very well, but hasn't raced too many times here at Lydden. So we'll see how Liam goes here on the two-wheel drive Superprix weekend. Ben Bartlett behind. He's been a rapid karter. He's been fast in junior competition, and he is showing great speed again on his first season in cross cars this year. He goes into the Joker, flicks the machine from left to right, comes back out behind, ahead of 119, Teddy McPherson, another driver to have stepped up through juniors. So Teddy is on his own in third, a spin behind though. Stephen Jones in the only RX 150. That's a 1000cc motorbike engine buggy. Now he's dropped down the order, so it's a rare spin for Stephen. Usually super clean, super fast. But Teddy McPherson still holding his own in third, chasing his former junior rival Ben Bartlett up into North Bend Hairpin. It's McMullen with the early advantage. Remember, Bartlett behind has taken the joker. So will McMullen try and respond by doing it this time? No, he sticks to the normal line. So McMullen's confident that he's got the pace to try and keep Bartlett at bay, but I wouldn't be so sure because we're on to this final lap. And Ben Bartlett is the fastest driver on circuit. A 46.1 then from Ben Bartlett in 44. He has set the timing screens purple. He's the fastest driver on track, and you can see the lead gap is coming down and down again. It's McMullen, the leader, but he needs to go into that longer route. So Ben Bartlett in 44 is beginning to look very likely to be the winner here. How will the times compare though? We'll see as McMullen goes up into North Bend Hairpin for what is the final time. It's Ben Bartlett behind in 44 as they come down into paddock. McMullen's going to have to exit stage left. He goes into the joker. That leaves Ben Bartlett then as your race winner in race number 2 for lacrosse cars. Bartlett wins in 3 minutes 14. McMullen is second. Third for championship leader Max Wedley in number 7. Teddy McPherson drops to 4th. We lost Kyle Jarvis. He had a moment at the Devil's Elbow and is just returning to the circuit now. So the Dayglow Yellow Darren Scott-owned cross car of Kyle Jarvis drops down the order, but no such troubles for Ben Bartlett. I can't compare his time at the minute as it's dropped off the timing screen, but Ben Bartlett's a 3 minutes 14. So we will look to see once the times are confirmed as to how that compares with our first Q1 race for lacrosse cars. But that's a very strong display from the number 44. Ben Bartlett takes the Q1 Heat 2 for the BTRDA and FIA Motorsport UK cross car category. Great stuff from the class, and Ben trundles back to the paddock with the victory to his name. Retro Rallycross is out on circuit next. Our first time we've seen the pre-1991 category. Retro Rallycross on track for the first time, and it is the very experienced Ray Morgan in his ex-Mark Lloyd Ford Escort who comes down onto a pole position. Ray hasn't had much luck this season. He's finished only one final as the long-time Lydden regular. Ray and his leaders of Hastings sticker car. He was hoping for a good run here on home turf. Alongside him is our oldest driver in the field, 80-year-old Steve Pascoe in his Ford Sierra. Andy Grant is on the outside of row 1, the Devon garage owner, a long-time rallycross campaigner as well. This brings out so many top drivers, the retro category. Have some great machinery and some top drivers as well. So Morgan, Pascoe and Grant is your first row. Now a number of these drivers will be competing in the retro championship in the British season throughout the 2025 campaign, but they're being thrown in with the pre-95 classics as well. Steve Cousins starts on row 2 at the top stop. Steve Gaunt on row 3 with Nigel Davey and Vince Bristow. And on the back row is Steve Wood, the former champion in the class in Mark 2 Escort. No joke for that. 4 laps. Ray Morgan doesn't get a good start. He's left on the line. Steve Gaunt had to take avoiding action, and it's Steve Cousins in the ex-Phil Collard Renault 5 who's come up into top spot then. So it's Cousins with the early advantage. Bristow into second spot in the tail-happy BMW, and watch for Lee Wood because Lee in the treble 3 car is charging up the order. He has made a very good getaway from the back row, and with no joker lap, the drivers have to make their moves on circuit. Now, the organisers have thrown the pre-95 BTRDA Classics and the Super Retros together. So we've got a real mix and variety of cars out on track. That's the only time here at Lydden this season that we see that, and it's produced a very varied field, with Bristow, second place runner, ahead of Andy Grant in the Mark II Escort. Alan Tapscott behind. It's 3 Ford Escorts in a row. We have Grant, Tapscott and Lee Wood. Ford Sierra behind of Pascoe, but Andy Grant's leading Ford Escort campaigner in this early stage, as Vince Bristow, though, challenging for the lead through Talladega. He gets the move done on the loose section, and Vince Bristow then in the BMW up over the jump. Big landing for Vince, but he's got the lead away from Cousins, the Hastings racer, in his rear-wheel drive, his tail-happy BMW, with the advantage then onto that second lap. And Lee Wood trying to charge around the outside of Alan Tapscott, which he does so successfully. So it's Bristow in 97, who is your now new race leader, with Cousins in second, Grant, Wood and Tapscott first, second, third, fourth and fifth. Then we have a gap back to Pascoe, Morgan, Davey and our final runner Steve Gaunt. This long train of retro machines. The retro class runs to pre-1991 spec, and the BTRDA Classic allows slightly more modern cars. So that's why we're seeing the pre-95 Vauxhall Corsa out on track, but there's more good action, and it's a real fight between the Fords, because Andy Grant, Alan Tapscott, and in the middle of them both is Lee Wood, the former champion in this category. Wood in the treble 3, a top oval racer before he switched across to Rallycross a few seasons ago. Nigel Davey and Steve Gaunt at the back of that train at the minute, but it's been a good squabble in the middle pack between Grant, who's had a good drive so far in that Ford Escort Mark II, a car which Lee Wood knows very well, because the Ford Escort Andy Grant is driving is Lee Wood's ex-title winning machine. It's been rebuilt and he's got it to how he likes, and it's currently leading its former owner, and Lee Wood won't like that, and he's going to try and take the spot away, and he's going to try around the outside. It's a proper oval style move from Lee Wood then. He's gone high and wide, kicking up the dirt through the old Chesson sequence, the Talladega turn, but that hasn't worked at all, because Lee Wood, instead of challenging Andy Grant, has lost 2 spots. Alan Tapscott and Ray Morgan, again in Ford Escorts, but the Mark III version for Ray Morgan have now come up past the former champion. We're on to the final lap. Vince Bristow is looking pretty out front. He's a long way clear of Steve Cousins and the rest, but this fight between the Ford Escorts has really held our attention in this one. Ray Morgan challenging Alan Tapscott as they come down Hairy Hill, but there's been no such dramas behind for Vince Bristow. The 97 car of Vince, he takes the win, a 3 minutes 28 for Bristow, and that train of Fords behind. Just ahead of them is Steve Cousins in his Renault 5 Turbo, but best of the Ford Escorts is Andy Grant. He'll be delighted with that. He didn't have much luck here at Lydden earlier in the season. We barely saw him. So the former supercar regular Andy Grant will be chuffed with that. And how many years of Rallycross experience between that group, because we have Grant, Tapscott and Morgan 3rd, 4th and 5th. Lee Wood 6th. Nigel Davey was 7th. And dropping down the order, we had Gaunt and Pascoe. But Vince Bristow, a very good clean run then from the BMW 3 Series number 97, a 3 minutes 28.2. That's the early benchmark, and we'll see if that will be beaten, because we have, like the cross cars, a very strong field of retro and classic cars this weekend, and our next group is already coming out onto circuit, and we will see some turbo power here, because we have the Zack Speed Escort of circuit owner Pat Duran in number 46 coming up to the line, the duo stickered car for the circuit owner, the multiple British Rallycross champion, Grand Prix winner as well. See how Pat can go from pole on home turf. He will have his work cut out though, because in this part of the retro division we'll be seeing some of the leading lights from the overall points in the championship, and none more so than the man who will sit alongside him, Alan Crockett, in the 779 Opel Kadett GTE car we saw at Lydden Legends. It starred in the Retro Championship this season, and we'll see how Alan goes in the Opel. On the outside of row 1, former Super National champion Stuart Emery, who switched from a front-wheel drive Peugeot 206 to this rear-wheel drive Volvo 242 in its Petter Solberg tribute livery. Thomas Edmonds in 24 starts on row 2 in the Vauxhall Corsa. John Cross in 99 in the Volkswagen-powered Lancia Stratos is on row 2 alongside. Mezzy Evans starts on row 3 in his Peugeot 205. Alongside him, Dave Ewan, the Cumbria farmer, in his ex-Jamie Lee Ford Fiesta. Always good to see Dave out on track. And then we find our reigning champion, Charlie French, in number 42. Should be a front runner in this. And a newcomer to the category, number 122, Paul Quinnell, in his Peugeot 205 GTI. Big field of cars. Time's the one to beat, but Stuart Emery's the one who gets the best start. Pat Duran's left on the line, but Charlie French comes through the order at quite a rate of knots, up into top spot in the Tuesday night Rallycross Club prepared Martin Skanker tribute livery Ford Escort. Good stuff then from French early on. John Cross has had a pretty wild ride through the first corner. He's gone out very wide indeed, but it is Charlie French then who with the early advantage ahead of Stuart Emery. Now Stuart hasn't got a turbo in his Volvo 242, so he will lack power in a straight line compared to French in the SR1, the stickered reigning champion in the Super Retro division. And French up ahead of Emery and Alan Crockett as it stands. This is good stuff from Stuart in these early stages. He's been getting quicker and quicker in the Volvo over the past couple of seasons in the Petter Solberg tribute colours. And we'll see how Stuart goes here on his home turf. Keeping with Charlie French and Alan Crockett for now. Sadly, Mezzy Evans on his first start at Lydden has ended prematurely on the run down Hairy Hill, but Alan Crockett into third spot with the Opel Kadett GTE is trying to keep with Stuart Emery, who's been an early surprise package then, right at the front end here in the Super Retro division. The speed is definitely there for Stuart. He wasn't used to rear-wheel drive competition when he first stepped into this car, but he's been getting his head around it in the last couple of years, and he's right in the thick of it here with the two championship leaders, Crockett and French. But still, Charlie French then from Heathfield and East Sussex, who leads them across the timing line. We hit half distance, 2 laps left to go, and Alan Crockett will want to try and make a move on this Volvo 242 up ahead, a car that is popular in Belgium. We've seen many Volvos here at Lydden in previous years from the Belgian Championship, but not many in British competition. And Stuart Emery is really going nicely. So much so, he's not too bothered about the Opel Kadett behind him. He's more interested in the rear wing of that Ford Escort ahead, because Stuart is really showing strongly here in this opening race. He's in a sandwich between the two stars of the series. Crockett on the inside. He tries to make a move though. There's no joker laps. He's going to have to make the move on circuit, and Alan Crockett gets it done. 7.79 then of Alan Crockett. The RXNI racer comes up into second spot. Stuart will try and fight back. This is a great duel between the Kadett and the 242 into the loose section of Talladega. Still further back we have Edmonds in the Corsa ahead of Ewan in 5th, John Cross 6th, Pat Duran struggling at the rear of the field sadly after his slow start. But it is Charlie French still with that lead, which he grabbed at the very start. The fastest driver on circuit though is Alan Crockett. So the Northern Irishman in 7.79 is finding his feet here. It was a pretty slow start from Crockett in the early stages. He stuck with Emery, and now he's the fastest driver on track, but he may have left it a little too late to challenge Charlie French as they go into paddock for the final time. French is going to take the win. Will he beat Bristow's time? We'll see. It's Charlie French then who wins. Alan Crockett is second. Third for Stuart Emery, and 4th across the line will be Thomas Edmonds in his Vauxhall Corsa. That's a good drive. He's the leading BTRDA Classic runner ahead of Dave Ewan. John Cross will be next up with Pat Duran, who's struggling with a 6-sounding Ford Escort Mark II. So hopefully Pat and the team at the Easterbrook squad can get the Escort working for Q2. Our final finisher on his Rallycross debut here at Lydden in the Peugeot 205 will be Paul Quinnell in his Peugeot 205. So great to see another new face to the retro scene. Paul running in the up to 1600cc division for the less powerful retros. But always great to have the retro series here, the Super Retro and the Retro division thrown in this weekend only, with the BTRDA Classic as well here at Lydden. The only time this season here at the home of the sport that we see a mixture of the classes. But Charlie French is your early pace setter, and 3:28 was the time to beat, and he went 10 seconds quicker than Vince Bristow. So Charlie French then wins Q1 for the Super Retros. Dan Swayland, the star of the Retro division, is leading our next batch of cars out. We have such a good entry from the older Retro division that we have 3 grids from the Retro Rallycross Championship this weekend, and that's very healthy indeed. It's Dan Swayland in 22 then who starts on pole, the Isle of Sheppey racer in his Ford Escort Mark 1. Alongside him, a newcomer to the Rallycross scene is Peter Christmas in his Toyota Corolla GTI, a former rally car he found in Wales that he's turned into this retro machine, and we look forward to seeing how the drag racer does when he has to go around some corners here today. Tony Lynch is on the outside in his Peugeot 205, his ex-stock hatch title-winning car which he bought back this year. Row 2, former champion in this division Simon Hart from Essex in his John Taylor Ford Escort Mark 1 replica. Ian Halfhide, into his mid-70s now is Ian, but showing no signs of slowing down. He's got back into Rallycross this season after decades away. Great to have Ian back on circuit. And on the back row is Joe Luke Eastwood in his Metro, a car previously owned by Terry Moore, who's sadly not here this weekend in his Mini. Terry, a star of a retro competition. He was busy driving at Loiac in France last weekend, so having a weekend off from Rallycross competition for Terry, but still a very healthy grid of retro cars. We need to get Mezzy Evans' Peugeot 205 removed from Paddock Bend after his car ground to a halt in the earlier race. His first start at Lydden for Mezzy in the Spark Developments built a Peugeot 205. Hopefully we'll see that out in the later races, but that's the beauty of the sport. If you have a drama, you can get back out and ready to go later in the day. We're getting the thumbs up though from the start line marshal, and less powerful up to 1600cc division for the retro class is about to go racing. We're joined by the BTRDA Classics. Good start again from the outside of row 1 by Tony Lynch in the Peugeot, but it is the Kent Movers Ford Escort Mark 1 of Dan Swayland which leads the way. The car has really improved, the driver has improved over recent seasons as well. Dan has got his head around the retro rallycross scene very well indeed, and the car has just been improved each time we've seen it out on circuit. Swayland's the early race leader then. Tony Lynch, the Wigan Rallycross regular, is into second spot. Third for Simon Hart, a spin the elbow for Joe Luke Eastwood, who's just recovering in his Metro through the tight left-hander at the bottom of the hill. So far from ideal start for Eastwood in the early stages of this one, but it's Dan Swayland then who has the early lead. Lynchy in second spot, up ahead of Simon Hart, as Swayland flicks the Escort through the right-hander at Paddock. Simon Hart challenging him in third spot, but hasn't got as developed car as Swayland, the race leader. Ian Halfhide and Peter Christmas having a good run, or are they? Spin for Halfhide in the Peugeot 205 on the run into the chicane. So Halfhide in the car previously owned by Nigel Davey has a drama on the run through the chicane. He's now facing the right direction and can continue on his way, but he's a long way adrift. And Dan Swayland's already up into North Bend Hairpin. This has been great stuff from the Ford Escort man so far in these early stages. Lynchy in the Peugeot 205 had hoped to be out in his Toyota MR2 this season, but had a nasty incident at Blyton at the first round of the BTRDA Clubman's Championship, so we have been unable to see the Toyota out at Lydden this year, but we have instead got the Peugeot 205, a car he owned in previous years. Simon Hart third, Joe-Luke Eastwood still fourth, but Lynchy in the Peugeot on his own in second spot, with Hart third. Peter Christmas at the back of the train, his Toyota having a decent run, but it's this man Dan Swayland in number 22 who is the real star of the retro scene. Lynchy in the Peugeot, still your second place runner, but Swayland out front is planning to upgrade to Super Retro Division maybe for next season. He's got bigger wheels on the car for this weekend, has done upgrades to pretty much everything apart from the engine, so he's planning an upgrade in power, wants to go into the more powerful division next year, but he's focusing on the 1600cc class this season, a category he's gone very well in previously. And Dan Swayland in number 22 comes into Talladega for the final time with a comfortable lead. He is a star here at Lydden in recent years on his home circuit. He competes in the rally sprints as well, gets as much seat time as he can, and Swayland is a long way clear now of Tony Lynch in the Peugeot. Lynchy up over the jump for the final time, chased on by Simon Hart, a Ford Escort Mark 1 that he has previously kept driving on the road. It's had an MOT and he's been driving on the road while in rallycross competition. Behind him, the newcomer to the rallycross scene is Joe-Luke Eastwood in his Metro. But up into North Bend for the final time. Swayland's already down at Paddock, he's that far clear. Lynchy, Hart and the rest go through North Bend. But what a great drive it's been so far from Dan Swayland in 22. He wins Q1 for the Retro Division. Second place will go the way of Tony Lynch in the Peugeot across the timing line in number 14. Simon Hart in 137. Joe-Luke Eastwood did close up after his spin through the Devil's Elbow in the Metro, but Simon Hart's your third place finisher. And this is good to see on his first start. This is really a test session for Peter Christmas in his Toyota Corolla GTI. His first rallycross start. He's been watching the sport for more than 40 years, wanted to get out in the category, and he's found and built up this Toyota into rallycross spec, and great to have him out on track. Ian Halfhide as well, another welcome new face in the Retro Division, finishes in 6th, but there was no one stopping Dan Swayland, fastest driver on track. He wins in 3 minutes 29, only a second slower than what Vince Bristow did in the more powerful Super Retro Division. So when Dan does step up to Super Retro, if that does occur next season, we should see a real star of the Super Retro Division. On to our next batch of classes, and it's the Super Modified Division which comes out onto track, and Irishman Kieran Curran, a former BTRDA overall champion, is on pole in his yellow Vauxhall Corsa. Alongside him, the Honda Civic of 201. That's a returning face to the category, the Honda Civic Avison. On the outside we find Rich Moore in his Mercedes SLK, Dale Ford in 704 in another Corsa, and Leanne Sedgwick powerful modified division, but it is that Mercedes SLK of Rich Moore which blasts away. The outside of row 1 has proven to be a very good grid slot so far this morning, and it's an excellent start already from Rich Moore in the Mercedes. His home-built Merc has been many years of development. Drama behind, the 201 of Avison going up the side of the jump, disappearing off the side of the ramp and coming back out on the other side. So drama's early on, but we've got a good field of super modified runners, and it's Rich Moore who's been plagued with mechanical issues in this home-built Mercedes over recent years. He's had an event win in the past, but great to see the Merc running really nicely at the front of the field, and the SLK comes down Hairy Hill for the first time. This super modified division really is full of variety. You can run anything as long as it's two-wheel drive, basically. That's the real spirit of rallycross. You can get out on circuit in a sports car or a front-wheel drive Corsa, as we see Dale Ford driving coming out of the Joker lap. It really is a real mixture of machinery. Rich Moore still out front, but Kieran Curran is closing in, and the former overall BTRDA champion from Ireland is now challenging Rich Moore on this second lap. That lightweight Corsa is always rapid whenever we see it here at Lydden, and Curran is closing in on the Mercedes out front. The SLK V8 with the advantage, but the lightweight Opel Corsa behind of Kieran Curran. We know it is a very good rallycross weapon. He has won the overall title more than a decade ago, but 10 years on, it's still a very potent machine. He goes Joker this time through, so Curran into the longer route, avoids the bollards through the Joker lap section. If you strike those, you'll be picking up a 5-second penalty. If you do it again, that'll be doubled to 10. So you really don't want to pick up a penalty through the Joker lap sequence. That's the same for the tyre stacks around Talladega and the Old Chestnut sequence. If you strike a tyre stack there, you'll be picking up a 5-second penalty as well. So the drivers have got to be careful. The Lydden Hill circuit, they can run out wide out of the Devil's Elbow. They're allowed to run wide onto the white hatchings on the outside. They can do that at the elbow. They can do that at North Bend Hairpin and on the run into Paddock Bend. What they can't do is put wheels on the grass. So the drivers are free to let their cars run out as wide as they can through the elbow and the hairpin, but do not go onto the grass. We have a Joker lap being played, and Rich Moore is going to lose the lead here. Moore drops down into second spot then. We're on to our final lap, and it is Kieran Curran from Ireland who takes the lead up then in 117. Curran with the advantage now through the Talladega sequence for the final time, up over the tabletop. Rich Moore, an early good start. We know rear-wheel drive cars are going to blast away well from the line, but the little Opel Corsa across a race distance has just had the legs on the Mercedes, the tail-happy Mercedes it seems, as it comes out of the Devil's Elbow and up into North Bend. Curran though, in this super lightweight, the Opel Corsa, a car we've seen the likes of Dave Ward and Gordon Rogers have such success in previous years in the super modified category. Brilliant to have yet another Corsa at the sharp end at Lydden, and it's going to be a win then for Kieran Curran from Ireland. He beats the English drivers in this one. Rich Moore is in second. James Avison will be third in his Honda Civic. 144 of Leanne Sedgwick is in fourth spot, and Dale Ford, your final finisher, in fifth. So the field was bookended by Corsas, but it's the bright yellow 117 entry of Kieran Curran who shows why he is a former overall champion in the BTRDA Clubman's Series. His name is on a very long list of accomplished rallycross drivers. The first BTRDA champion being Trevor Reeves back in the 70s. Curran won it in 2014. So many drivers in the years around that as well. We have many top drivers in two-wheel drive rallycross, and today is all about showcasing that here at Lydden. And we've got another good grid of super modifieds coming out onto circuit next. More super modified entries, and Paul Coney in his Vauxhall Corsa, the Harry Hockley Motorsport built Corsa, comes down onto pole position. A former minicross star, he's been a super modified regular for many seasons in a Vauxhall Nova, which was always rapid. Always been a fan of Vauxhalls in later years, has Paul, from the Nova Challenge through to the super modified car that we see in front of us today. Alongside him is Essex youngster Ty Ratton in Mike Howling's old Ford Escort Mark 6. Great to have this car back here at Lydden this weekend. And on the second row, we have two of the all-4 minis running in two-wheel drive spec rather than the four-wheel drive entries for this weekend. That's David Bell in 93 and the number 18 of Andy Hawks in his and go, and Paul Coney gets the best of the starts in his front-wheel drive Vauxhall Corsa. Coney leads them away. The Dartford resident, the Lydden local, knows this track very well indeed, and he's up ahead of the all-4 minis, which we did previously have a category for the all-4 minis in the British Championship, but they now have found a new home in two-wheel drive spec, running in the super modified divisions, and it's David Bell up ahead of Andy Hawks as it stands. David Bell, the second generation rallycrosser, having watched his dad Tony in supercar competition for many a season, as Paul Coney cocks that rear wheel through the right-hander of North Bend Hairpin. He's got the early lead over the 93 of David Bell. Andy Hawks is going to go joker this time through, so Hawks goes into that longer route straight away. The number 18 of Hawks into the longer run, and that leaves Ty Ratton in 4th place. Now, first time we've seen the car at Lydden for Ty, the former kart racer who's been in junior competition in recent seasons. He's put the Ford Fiesta into the same colours as we saw his Suzuki Swift a few years ago, and great to have another machine out in the super modified division. But it's Paul Coney who is continuing to lead this one in the early stages. We haven't got the Bleasdale brothers here this weekend. They've been competing in Europe mainly this season in the Rally X series. No Sladimir Volok or Fred Ling, who's out with mechanical issues this weekend, sadly, but still a solid field of modified runners. And when we get them thrown together for Q2 later on, we will see who will take the fight to Coney and the rest. But it's the all 4 minis which still settle into 2nd and 3rd spot. Bell up ahead of Hawks. They can't get near the number 20 of Coney as it stands. Through the Devil's Elbow, our race leader goes. He's the fastest driver on circuit with a 47-second lap time. The all 4 minis behind are only just getting into the 49. So Coney's pace is really, really strong. He's lapping 2 seconds quicker than the cars around him or a long way back from him, and he's going to go joker this time through and come out with a very healthy margin even after the mandatory longer route. Coney onto his final lap then in this very neatly turned out Vauxhall Corsa. Number 20 car into the loose section, chased on by David Bell, the former Minicross front runner. Andy Hawks behind, another one make mini regular. He's been a star of two-wheel drive 1.6, the front wheel drive mini division for many years, but now into the all 4 car for this season. And he turns through the Devil's Elbow on this final lap, trying to live with Coney and the rest out front. But Paul's already disappearing down Hairy Hill. Ty Ratton sadly retired in the Ford Fiesta, so we're not going to see the ex-Mike Howlin Ford get to the checker flag in this one. But Paul Coney wins, and he sets a time of 3 minutes 16, so 3:16.9 for Paul Coney. That is 6 seconds clear of David Bell. Andy Hawks is in 3rd spot, and sadly Ty Ratton is not going to get to the checker flag in his Ford Fiesta Mark 6. So Ty will be hoping for a better run in Q2. But Paul Coney then, one of the most experienced drivers in the Rallycross paddock here this weekend, he takes the early win in Q1 for the Super Modified Race 2 division. Next on track we'll have more one make action, and that will be the minis out for the first time this weekend. One make action on track next, and it's Wesley Wickens in number 51, the championship leader in these 1.6 supercharged BMW minis. Lynn Llewellyn is alongside in 611, the ex-Tom Constantine car. On the outside of row 1 we find Wesley's brother, and that is Russell Smith in number 27 on his Rallycross debut. So let's see how the brothers get on, sandwiching Lynn Llewellyn on this front row. Row 2, we find Lincolnshire racer Ryan Cooper making a welcome return to Lydden, and local man from Highway is Warren Salter. We get ready to go away. Very closely for grid, I'm sure, from the BMW Minis. We have 5 entries. They are always good, close racing from the supercharged entries, and Warren Salter has made a very good start. The car was on its roof at Pembrey a few weeks ago, so it's been reshelled. There's been a lot of work to get the car here this weekend, as Lydden Hill goes to a big jump over the tabletop for the first time, but it's Wesley Wickens who's his nearest challenger in this early stages. Russell Smith, Wesley's brother, at the back of the field, but it's Lydden Hill in 611 who has the early lead. Wesley Wickens in 51 trying to nip up the inside and might be able to make the move here, because there was a mistake from Lydden Hill. He ran deep into North Bend Hairpin, and Wesley Wickens is licking his lips here, trying to make a move down into paddock, but can't do it, and they both stick to the normal line, so they're going to go wheel to wheel for another lap of Lydden. It's Lydden Hill up ahead of Wesley Wickens. Warren Salter's third. Ryan Cooper goes joker this time through, but it's the race leaders who are having a good duel as they bounce their way through the Talladega turn on the old Cheshunt's Drift sequence up towards the tabletop. And Wesley Wickens, the fairly local to Lydden racer from Sussex, he's on the tail here of Lydden Hill in 611 through the Devil's Elbow. Warren Salter sticking with them in third spot, but the BMW Minis, which are running with the BTRDA Championship this season, are producing some good close action here, with Llewellyn early leader still, and he keeps it mistake free through the North Bend hairpin this time. He didn't run deep. He kept the car neat and tidy, and he's still got the advantage over Wickens, who opts for the joker. So Wesley into that longer route, the former eSports racer who's started out in Rallycross a good few seasons ago now. Every time we've seen him, he's been getting quicker and quicker. He's been making the car lighter, he's been improving his style, and Wesley Wickens is a real front runner in BMW Minis. Ryan Cooper now third, because Warren Salter had a drama coming out of North Bend Hairpin and he lost time. So Warren Salter's lost a spot. He's dropped down into fourth place. The lawyer from iWade is now into fourth position, and at the back is Russell Smith in the 27 car, but still Lydden Hill with that lead. But don't forget, he needs to go into the joker, so the bright yellow race leading Mini with the checker flag roof is going to have to go into the joker lap before the end of this one. He's got this lap or the next to do it, and he opts to do it on the penultimate tour. So Lydden Hill goes joker this time through. He's going to try and cover off Wesley Wickens, who's bouncing his way through the chicane, and they come out almost side by side. Wickens grabs the lead away. Lydden Hill then drops into second spot. Can he respond on this final mile of Lydden Hill circuit? It's Wesley Wickens with the lead. He's played it well here as Wes got that early joker done. Forced his hand, showed his hand, and that forced Llewellyn to respond. And once the joker was complete, we have a new race leader, because Wickens with that lead. Llewellyn runs wide, and you don't want to do that, because if you hit the grass on the exit of the elbow, you will be in danger of picking up a track limits penalty. The drivers are fine to run the cars out wide onto the white hatchings, but they don't want to touch the grass. The officials will be watching that. The marshals will be keeping a beady eye through the Devil's Elbow. But Wesley Wickens has played this race very well indeed. He comes up to the timing line in number 51. Wesley Wickens wins race 1 for the BMW Minis. Second spot for Lydden Hill. The Welshman finishes in second. Third is going to be Ryan Cooper, and at the line it's fourth switches around, because we have a new fourth place runner. That's Russell Smith with a flame pouring out the back of his Mini, and Warren Salter in the 777 car, not too surprisingly, has run into issues, because he said this morning how it's really is a test session for the car, having completed a big rebuild, a reshelling of the 777 car after a nasty roll at Pembrey in South Wales in the previous round. So Warren will fine-tune the car over the break between the races, I'm sure, and he'll be back out for more later on. But that is our first mini race complete, and we are moving very quickly on to the production division. The very tightly controlled, it's a good entry point into BTRDA Rallycross, and it's a varied field of production runners, the stock hatch style class of previous years, if you like, which brought so many drivers into the sport of Rallycross. This is the closest we get to that, and we have on pole position Finn Vore, the 19-year-old from Hampshire, onto pole in his Citroen Saxo, the bright orange machine. Got MOT tester, mechanic and garage owner Mark Henry alongside in his unique Alfa Romeo 147. Alex Fletcher in his Honda Civic, the reigning champion in number 1, the BTRDA champion of 2024, starts from the outside in his Honda. Row 2, we find Ted Shepherd from Tenham near Sittingbourne in his first season of rallycross competition in the SR Citroen C2. Alongside Ted have Andy Harris in 998, and it's a big grid. Row 3, Will Noon in his Renault Clio 182. Number 28 of Declan King, his first start in the Suzuki Swift. Neil Brooks from Ramsgate on the penultimate row, and on the very back row, a late addition to the production division is Charlie Maroney in the Citroen Saxo. Big field of production cars, and Alex Fletcher in the Honda blasts away with the early lead. Down into Talladega they come, and we will see the more powerful Honda should pull clear of the pack. But the 1600cc spec class is close behind. Ted Shepherd's had a drama going through Talladega. He's got all out of shape on the run through the loose and has dropped right to the back of the field. But it's the Honda Civic then of Alex Fletcher which has the early lead up ahead of Mark Henry in the Alpha. Up Hairy Hill they go. Finn Vors making an early move as well for second spot into North Bend. Vore up the inside of Henry, and Vors going to try and take second away from Mark, which he does so. A good neat move then from Finn. This is his first start at Lydden Hill this weekend. He brakes hard for Paddock, just the car wriggles around underneath him as he turns into Paddock for the first time. Mark Henry goes Joker, so too does Andy Harris in his Suzuki Swift. As Ted Shepherd is able to benefit from that and move up a couple of positions. And where's Charlie Maroney off to? He gets all out of shape through Talladega, flicks the car from left to right. He hasn't driven the Citroen Saxo for 4 years, and he has a big moment there on the opening, on the first race of the weekend for him. He was due to be out in a Ford Escort Mark II in the retro division this weekend, but a engine rebuild is taking longer than planned, so Maroney is stepping back into his Citroen Saxo. But it's the Loughborough College Weir Tool sponsored Honda Civic Type R of Alex Fletcher, our reigning BTRDA Rallycross champion, who leads the way at the minute. He's chased on by Finn Vore through Paddock, and Will Noon goes Joker this time through in the Renault Clio. That would allow the similar Renault of Neil Brooks to come up into third spot. So it's good stuff from Neil. He's up into third position now as our race leaders close up. Finn Vore and Alex Fletcher first and second. Noon is fourth place runner now behind Brooks as they climb up over the tabletop. Vore is really pushing on in the little Citroen Saxo. He is not letting the larger Honda Civic of Alex Fletcher up ahead of him to get away. And the Loughborough College prepared car, it's run by students. They look after the car, they get first-hand experience of the life in motorsport, a great entry point while they're studying at university and college to get out into the car and run it at events. The Loughborough College car is a very neatly turned out machine. As it turns into Paddock, it's been followed by the little Citroen Saxo. That Saxo is not getting out of the way. He is sticking with the Honda as they start their final lap. Neil Brooks now up into third spot ahead of Will Noon. The two Renault Clios are circulating pretty close together at the minute, but the fight is now really on for the race lead because Alex Fletcher is not able to shake off this little Citroen Saxo of Finn Vore in his new Saxo to him this year. Boot pops open on the Renault Clio of Neil Brooks. Now his son Tom is busy away commentating on the British Superbike Championship this weekend. Otherwise we'd see the father and son battling it out on circuit. Instead, Neil is left to fight it out with the similar Renault Clio of Will Noon, which is trying to make a move on this newly aero-developed Renault Clio of Neil Brooks coming down into Paddock for the final time. The checker flag is being made ready low, and Finn Vore's in a drama going through a chicane, goes all on the grass. He's going to miss the timing beam for the finish, so we'll have to see what the officials decide there, because Finn Vore has taken the checker flag of sorts. He was on the grass making his own line across the finish line, so Finn Vore isn't classified on the timing screen. He's dropped down to 8th place. So Finn, with that drama on the run through the chicane, he didn't actually break the timing beam. He was so far off the circuit the timing beam didn't pick him up, so we'll have to see what the officials decide on that one. But reigning champion in the BTRDA Championship, Alex Fletcher, shows his speed again, and the Honda Civic, the We're a Tool sponsored car, comes out on top. Neil Brooks and Will Noon had a good close duel in the similar Renault Clios. Great to have those two cars, the two 182s, out on circuit together. Neil will ensure the boot is nicely fixed for Q2. Mark Henry was classified in 5th, with Charlie Maroney 6th. Ted Shepherd, after that drama at Talladega, he got all out of shape on the opening lap and lost a lot of time. We know there's a lot more pace in that Citroen C2 from Ted, and he'll hope to show that in Q2. So that last production race has completed Q1. We are going to see the cars race all over again. Q2 will be our next track action, so the juniors will be out on track next for Q2. Once Q2 is complete, we'll be breaking for lunch here at Lydden before Q3 begins. Everyone will race in Q3 before the finals begin at about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Curfew is at 6, so we have a lot of races to get through before that point, and once the trophies are dished out at the end of the day. But Q1 is complete, good action from all of the categories. Q2 will follow once a bit of track maintenance is completed here at Lydden, and it'll be the juniors which are our first race of Q2. Q2 then is about to get underway, and once track maintenance is complete, it will be the BTRDA Juniors which kickstart our second bout of racing. It's Elliot Fewster in 707, the 17-year-old from Pontefract, who comes down onto pole in his Thompson & Son sponsored Suzuki Swift. Very neatly turned out indeed. Alongside him is another 17-year-old, Hayden Harris, in 999 from Reading. Hoping to get into the World Endurance Championship one day, is Hayden, he said this morning in the paddock. And it is really a great start to motorsport careers in junior rallycross competition. We've seen Andrew Jordan as the leading light of junior competition, but Liam Duran and so many other top drivers cut their teeth in junior rallycross racing while they were teenagers, and that sets the tone for the rest of their careers. Number 57 on the outside of row 1 is Aston Brown in his black Swift, and on row 2 Jimmy Jeekins in 754 in the only non-Swift on the entry. The BTRDA regs a bit more open than the Motorsport UK one, so we get a variety of cars, and it's Jeekins in the Nissan Micra who starts on row 2 with Phoebe Cake from Capel the Fern. Phoebe, who's been racing in the Rally X Supercar Lights Championship this year in four-wheel drive competition. She's finding her feet again in front-wheel drive junior racing. And on the back row, 13-year-old and one of the youngest drivers in the field, Oscar, probably the youngest driver in the field, Oscar Cooper, on his first full year. He is the son of Ryan Cooper, who we see out in the BTRDA Minis. So a good grid of juniors. We are waiting for one of the track vehicles to clear the circuit. Once that is complete, we'll be ready to go. The man to beat in the championship and after Q1 is that number 707 of Elliot Fewster, the pole sitting white and green entry. He's the driver to beat. He's won the last 3 events and he's got a 2-point lead in the championship. So Fewster's the man, but who will challenge in this one? On the line there, a big build up. Elliot Fewster may have caught the attention of the officials here, because the dreaded double joker lap board is being made ready, and start line marshal, one of the many hard-working marshals here at Lydden across the course of the rallycross season. Paul Fowler's going to push back Elliot Fewster. So Fewster push back into his grid slot, but he's got 2 joker laps to now contend with. So that's not a good start from the championship leader. That does open the door for Hayden Harris, the treble 9 car, middle of row 1. Outside of Aston Brown. Harris driving former Corey Paget car, and coaching from Mark Higgins. Rally and Rallycross now. Harris is handy. See how he goes here in Q2 for the juniors. The green this time. We go, and Jimmy Jeekins in the Micra gets the best of the starts from the row 2, but he's squeezed by the Swifts as they run down into Talladega for the first time. Fewster's got the early lead as they come into the Chesson sequence with the 999 car of Harris trying to go right around the outside of Fewster. He doesn't need to work too hard at trying to prise the door open here, does Harris, because he knows that his arch rival in the championship, the man he sits just 2 points behind in the BTRDA overall championship in the juniors, is got to serve 2 joker laps in this one. So the Harris can bide his time here. He can take it fairly smoothly, knowing that Fewster's got to disappear into that longer route. Elliot, meanwhile, is going to try and get his head down. He wants to build a lead, and he's already got a couple of car lengths over the treble 9 car. Jimmy Jeekins minus a wing mirror. He's there in a solid 3rd spot after his quick getaway, and Elliot's keeping the pack together for now then. He's not getting one of those jokers ticked off this time through. Elliot sticks to the normal line, and it's Fewster with the advantage still, but it's an artificial one because he will have to disappear into that longer route, not once but twice. Harris second still, Jeekins third as they pass the flags for the second time up over the tabletop. Fewster had a good result here at Lydden Hill last year, I remember, up on the podium. So he knows his way around the home of the sport here as Aston Brown in 57, the newcomer to Lydden Hill scene, runs out wide really on the edge of track limits there was Aston, but that's a decent line on that run out of the Devil's Elbow as they climb through North Bend Hairpin for the second time. The fight for second's the one to watch, and Jimmy Jeekins could do the race leader a favour here, because Jeekins, if he challenges the Harris machine, then that might help out Fuster, but Fuster's going to go joker this time and been chased by Harris. That gives us a new race leader. So the Nissan Micra then is leading the Swifts in this one. It's Jimmy Jeekins who's our new race leader. Jeekins out top, Fuster into second. Third is now Aston Brown in the black entry, and then the bright blue with the Dago flashes of Hayden Harris settling into fourth. But it's Jeekins with the lead. The Micra is up ahead of this train of Suzuki's behind, but he's still got to do that joker lap. So we'll wait to see where Jimmy drops down the order once the jokers are played out, because he hasn't got enough of a margin at the minute to keep the chasing pack at bay. There's good fighting behind with Phoebe Cake and the Oscar Cooper entry. They're battling over 5th and 6th positions. Great to see Oscar on his first start at Lydden having a decent run this time. Dramas in the joker though, because number 57 of Aston Brown has walloped the bollards through the chicane, and Aston, if you do that, you will be picking up a 5-second penalty. Fuster is now our race leader ahead of Harris and Jeekins as they climb out over the tabletop. Harris in the treble 9 car ahead of Jimmy Jeekins, who got that longer route done, and Jimmy's showing good speed here in the Micra. A pretty unlikely looking rallycross car, but it's a great training ground, and sadly Oscar Cooper's races come to a halt. The newcomer to the rallycross scene this season, Cooper off at Talladega banking, but still our race leader Elliot Fuster coming out of North Bend down Hairy Hill. He's got that longer joker to do, and will he now lose the lead? He's got to get this inch perfect through the bollards for the final time, and even with 2 jokers to his name, can Elliot Fuster get to the line? They're going to be very, very close indeed, but no, it's Hayden Harris who comes out on top then in the juniors. Harris wins it by 0.2 of a second from Fuster. It was that double joker lap, that jump start, which Fuster will be ruining after this one. Harris wins, Fuster second, Jeekins third, Brown dropped to fourth after his dramas through the joker, and he may be in danger of a 5-second penalty after hitting the bollards. Phoebe Cake fifth, and good to see Oscar Cooper gets to the line. The 13-year-old from Lincolnshire gets to the checkered in number 42. But Hayden Harris then wins Q2 for the juniors, and the treble 9 car is on top. They've got one more heat to come this afternoon before they build up for their big final towards the end of the day. Juniors are done, and we've got more junior action next, but that's from the IRX Championship. The Irish Minis will be our next track action. IRX Junior Minis, next track action. They are getting ready to go from the dummy grid, and our first time we've seen them at Lydden Hill. Great to have a one-off entry for the 13 to 17-year-olds. Grids at Mondello Park in Ireland have been very healthy indeed for the IRX Junior Championship in recent years, up to 15 cars. The new season due to start in October time for the Irish Championship. It runs through the winter, but are out on track here at Lydden for a one-off non-championship round, and they'll be out on circuit shortly. So we'll see the Irish Minis out next, then we'll run into the cross cars. We have 2 grids of those, 3 grids of retros. We have the super modifieds and the productions thrown in as well. So lots to get through before the lunch break, and we'll then be rejoining after lunch with the Q3 sessions before the finals later on. This is the penultimate rallycross event of the year here at Lydden, sadly, but the big one is yet to come. The Rallycross and Fireworks finale at Lydden on the 8th and 9th of November. That's the British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations finale. It's been a real mainstay of the championship, that event now in recent years. It's become very popular indeed. Lydden's biggest event of the season. Fireworks display on Saturday night. Once the floodlit rallycross is complete, there'll be daylight rallycross racing on the Sunday when the titles will be decided. So do have a look on the circuit website if you haven't already for the details of that event, because there'll be plenty to look forward to. The headline supercars will be back here that weekend as well. Today is a showcase of all things two-wheel drive from across the British Rallycross spectrum, from the BTRDA clubmans through to the 5 Nations competitors. But the 8th and 9th of November is the date for your diary of the British Rallycross finale. This week we did have the date announcement for the Lydden Legends Festival as well. That is coming back to the circuit on the 17th to the 19th of July 2026. So next summer we'll have rally cars and rallycross cars back here for a 3-day celebration of all things Group B and everything else in between as well, through to modern-ish supercars, because Andrew Jordan has just bought a Citroen C4 ready to get back out on track. He'll be here at Lydden next season, the former British Touring Car Champion. He's one of many drivers who are enjoying the revived rallycross scene in the historic classes, and the Legends categories are proving very popular indeed. Irish Minis will be our next track action though, and they'll be out on track to continue Q2 for the 2-wheel drive Superprix. IRX Junior Minis are let out of the dummy grid then, and we enjoyed a very good close race from Q1 encounter for the 13 to 17-year-olds, and on pole position will be Leah McManus in number 199, the Motorworks sponsored car, and look forward to seeing how she goes from the front row. 130 alongside Cody Mahone. He was second in the Irish Championship last season. Cody was very quick indeed, but the man to beat in the overall standings was the one sitting alongside him. That is Logan Hoy in number 6. Logan, a top circuit racer in minis and in rallycross. Row 2, a very colourful entry for the number 11 of Ailish Sexton. She made a very good start in race number 1, so we'll see how she goes in the Derek Tohill style colours of the number 11. We'll see how Ailish can go from row 2. Alongside is the number 22 of Hugo Thomas Lunham in the yellow entry, and on the back row, number 53, Dean Deasy, and our final starter is the 119. Irish Minis, race number 2 in go. He gets a slow start from the back row, but it's Hoy who gets a very good getaway from the outside of row 1, and the reigning champion from the Irish scene, the double series winner at Mondello Park, is our early race leader, and his second race at Lydden. He's at the top spot, into second spot now. Comes the 130 of Cody Mahone as they go into the Devil's Elbow for the first time, and Logan Hoy is showing some brilliant speed already. Dramas behind. We've had 2 cars in the barriers at the approach to the jump, so we may be getting a red flag in this one if they can't get moving, because we have cars off at the arm on the approach to the tabletop. That's the number 11 of Ailish Sexton and the 53 of Dean Deasy. They're trying to rejoin. Ailish has managed to. The officials might keep this race going because the car is off the racing line, but we'll wait to see what they decide. 1 lap's complete, and no, red flags do now fly, so the officials do bring this one to a halt. We've got with 2 cars, or 1 car now still off along the side of the Armco, it's in a pretty dangerous position by the flashing light box, which ensures the drivers are aware of any cars off at the side of the road on the approach to the jump. So this race is neutralised. Now the number 53 car of DZ is able to move, but it shouldn't take too long for us to get them re-gridded, and the Irish Minis will be back around on to the start line. But this category is for pretty standard BMW Minis, so the cost isn't too high. Motorsport is always going to be expensive one way or another, but they're a way of controlling costs, and the Irish Rallycross Junior Championship have found this good little class which is producing big grids and is really ensuring that the sport has a strong future in Ireland as well as over here in Britain, because the British Series runs with the Swifts. Instead, in Ireland, they use the Minis. They're the Mini Cooper, built between 2001 and 2006. They still look very modern though, don't they? The Mini design doesn't really go out of fashion. 1600cc standard spec. There are optional upgrades available for the cars, so the car the drivers can go to the organisers and upgrade their cars with shocks and springs and wheel rims, and they run to a minimum weight as well. So it's all closely controlled, and they produce what we have seen already today, decent action. But it's the number 53 car which is trundling back down to the paddock now. We'll see if they're able to all restart. Hopefully they can, as it's a non-championship point scoring event. No, we're going to lose one. So the number 53 of DZ is going to return to the paddock then after the dramas with the Armco, but still a healthy field of these IRX Junior Minis. Oh yeah, puncher. So the field is lining up, but we have just spotted the 199 entry sitting on pole position of Liam McManus. Has got a flat left front tyre, and the marshals have said it cannot race. So Leia is sadly going to have to head back to the paddock with the flat front left. So it does leave us down to the 4 starters. That's a shame for Leia, because she showed good speed in the early stages and sat on pole for that one. Unable to take the start. That leaves us then with the top 2 from the championship last season. Logan Hoy, the champion in number 6, and 130 of Cody Mahone alongside. Now, Leia's car has been pushed into the ambulance gate over at Chessons, so we are going to get the race going fairly shortly. I think the car will be recovered back to the paddock through the main field, so it won't be onto the circuit, but we are almost ready to go. The 2 yellow minis are the number 22 of Hugo Thomas Lunham, and the final starter, the 119 of Mark Keegan. 4 laps ahead of us for the IRX minis. Who will come out on top? The 2 top drivers from the championship in Ireland in the last season are ready to go door to door, then down to Talladega, ready to race, and we're green and go. And it's a very even start from the front row men as they go side by side down into the loose for the first time. Logan Hoy's going to try and do what he did before the red flags and get an early lead, and he's done just that, it seems. He bounces his way through the loose, runs out wide, and that's a good approach to the jump. That's a nice line from Logan Hoy. He went deep, carried the speed, and had a good slingshot effect up over the tabletop for the first time in this Parts for Cars sponsored series. It's Logan Hoy who's our early pace setter, but we know from previous events in Ireland that Cody Mahone will not let him get away without a fight, and Mahone's already showing his nose up through North Bend. Hoy has the early advantage, but behind him Mahone is right there as they climb down Hairy Hill for the first time. 4 laps ahead of us for the IRX minis. They run the Joker as they would in Mondello Park in Ireland as well, so they are running as they would just an away day for the series, and great to see the Mini being used. It was the car of choice when Junior Rallycross was first launched back in the early 2000s, the original Mini, before the Peter Gwynn team opted to upgrade the championship to the Swifts in Britain, but in Ireland this new mini class has proved successful in recent years, and great to get a taste of that and show what these drivers can do, because why wouldn't you want to race at Lydden, the home of the sport, soon be celebrating 60 years of rallycross in 2027. But it's the turn of the Irish juniors to take to the circuit today, forming a part of the 2-wheel drive Superprix, and Logan Hoy sticking to the normal line. He is really rapid, bouncing his way through the chicane for the second time in number 6. The number 22 goes Joker, that's Lunam, and he's going to lose a spot then to Mahone in the second place car. So the 130 up ahead of 22. It's still the Keegan entry, Mark Keegan in 119 at the back of the pack. These minis getting a little bit light as they go through the Talladega section. It's looking particularly bumpy on the run into the Talladega turn today. It's caught a couple of drivers out, I think, the bumps on the run through the loose, but Logan Hoy is having no dramas. He is already up into North Bend Hairpin, through the tight right turn, past the big Hollywood-style Lydden Hill sign at the top of the circuit, and out down Hairy Hill into one of the most challenging bends in rallycross, Paddock, which has got a different line for Logan Hoy this time, because he's gone Joker into the Joker and out the other side, minus he's lost a couple of car lengths, of course, taking the Joker there, but he's still a long way clear of Mahone in second spot. Flicks the car through the right-hander, and Logan Hoy is the fastest driver on circuit by quite some distance. He's the only driver into the 52s. So Logan a 52.5, Cody Mahone behind a 53.7 is his best race lap. So you can see how Logan Hoy is just edging further and further clear. A long way adrift now is Mahone in second spot. This has been good stuff from the FPS sponsored car of Logan Hoy, who's used to circuit racing as well as rallycross, so he's getting plenty of seat time. It'll be interesting to see which category he steps up into in the coming seasons. Come through Paddock for the final time then, across the bumps. Checker flag is ready on the Lydden Hill gantry, and across the timing line to win. It's victory for Logan Hoy. Mahone is second, third for Lunam, and fourth will be Mark Keegan in 119. So Keegan's in fourth. Sadly, we missed a couple of the starters there. We were 3 shy of our full grid for the IRX Junior Minis. Hopefully we'll see Ailish Sexton back out, and Leah McManus will be able to restart as well. But good performance again from Logan Hoy. He shows us why he is the reigning champion and a double series winner in the IRX Minis. Cross cars are our next action, and this category really has boomed in Britain this season. This is the biggest ever grid for the motorbike engine single seaters, and we are going to see Kevin Sharkey continuing the Irish theme coming up to the line. He starts on pole in 4-2-0. Kevin starts on the front row then, 32 alongside. And this big grid of cross-car machines. The 32 is Stephen Burke. He's the only driver running a Suzuki engine this weekend. He's in the BTRDA category, 650cc. The others are running 850s. 54, James Black, starts from the outside of row 1, his second rallycross race. And we'll see how the former Mini Challenge front runner can go. James Constantine and Stephen Jones make up row 2. James, a former junior rallycross front runner. His cousins Tom and Luke are into the world of rallying now. James sticking with rallycross. And Stephen Jones alongside, the only driver still in an RX 150 Rage buggy. Row 3, we find Carl Jarvis hoping to have a clean run in 644. Bradley Turner had a drama in race 1. And on the outside, Matt Cake, who failed to finish in number 3, the Super Swift dominator championship. A big grid of motorbike engine cross cars are about to be let loose in Lydden. Held on the line line a long time, but they're away now. And Bradley Turner, again in that TN11 new Live entry, gets a very good start. Brad in the white, orange and blue is going to go right around the outside. He kicks up the dust around Talladega. He's trying to make up for that spin in Q1, which put him out as dramas for James Black. He cuts across the grass on the run up to the tabletop, and that's our early race leader. Is now Kevin Sharkey then in 4.20. So Sharkey is your early pace setter in Q2 for the cross cars. He's chased by James Constantine and James Black up into North Bend Hairpin, but the 4.20 of Kevin Sharkey is your leading light in the cross car Q2. Down Harry Hill they come for the first time, a long train of cross cars with the interloping RX 150 of Stephen Jones. Through the loose section they come, 4.20 with the advantage. 3 laps to run, and Brad Turner's gone joker. So Bradley Turner's gone joker this time through to try and get some clear air. It hasn't really worked because he's come out with Stephen Jones and Matt Cake, but up over the tabletop the field charges, and there's a move being made by Stephen Burke on James Black. He tries to get up the inside into Devil's Elbow. Burke in number 32 trying to take third spot away from Black, who's becoming very, very quickly a rallycross driver here at Lydden. He is thrown right in at the deep end, but Black is showing good speed and he's holding third spot for now. The Kent racer on his home circuit, his first time racing in the split surface sport, and Stephen Burke goes joker this time through. So Burke goes into that longer route. He comes out with Stephen Jones and Brad Turner, and Brad, the oval racer, has already done the joker. So Brad's now behind Burke on circuit. They've both done their joker as James Constantine and James Black close up over the tabletop and into the Devil's Elbow for the second time. Through the right hander they go. They're through the left hander at the bottom of the hill. They climb up Hairy Hill, and Brad Turner's one to keep an eye on because he got that joker lap ticked off on that first time through. And Brad is always rapid, the former BMW mini racer, as James Constantine and James Black looks to be struggling with steering on his 54 car, actually crabbing slightly as it comes down the Hairy Hill section. I think James Black's definitely struggling with crabbing issue, and number 54 it's struggling across the timing line, and that's not going to help his pace at all. Black's now dropped down into 5th. He's behind Brad Turner and Stephen Burke. So James is struggling with a mechanical issue in the number 54 car, and that's going to hurt his pace as they come into a Devil's Elbow. This is the final time now. Onto the last lap, and Kevin Sharkey, the only Irishman in this field, is going to try and keep the English racers at bay. Matt Cakes had more issues, sadly, with his entry. He's pulled off out of sight, but Kevin Sharkey goes joker this time through. Stephen Burke's the fastest driver on circuit. He might be able to challenge, but there's a spin in the joker then for Sharkey. He's thrown it away in that longer route. Sharkey spins. It's going to be a win for Stephen Burke, the fastest driver on circuit at the end of that one. Burke wins. Turner is in second. Third for James Constantine. Fourth was Black. And right at the very end, Burke spins into the gravel and the joker. So Stephen Burke with dramas across the timing line. Brad Turner, after his disappointment in Q1, has now come back with a bang in race number 2. That will be a big confidence boost for Brad, who's had strong results already this season, and he'll be hoping to continue that here at Lydden. He's in a new Live TN11. It's built by Thierry Neuville's company. The World Rally Champion set up the Live company, and cross cars have grown and grown in those years, and Brad Turner, one of the many drivers enjoying the Live entry. We'll get Sharkey's car recovered from the gravel trap at Paddock, not how he wanted to end his Q2 race, and will be another batch of cross cars coming out on circuit for their second run of the day. Q2 is about to restart. Then the busy Lydden crews having to recover Matt Cake's car. Sadly, Matt has had a difficult start to the day. He's driving Brad Turner's old cross car this weekend, having hired it this week, and hasn't seen the finish yet. So hopefully we'll see Matt have better luck after lunch. David Kane, though, another of the rapid Irishmen here this weekend, starts on pole for race number 2 for the cross cars. 5.81 of David Kane. 44 of Ben Bartlett is alongside. The time they're looking to beat is a 3 minutes 19.3. 3 minutes 19 is the target set by Stephen Burke. David Kane starts on pole. Ben Bartlett in 44 alongside. Will Ovenden in the Digger Sim car alongside his former junior rival. Bartlett and Ovenden are always close on circuit, and we look forward to seeing how they get on in this one. The Digger Sim colours of Will Ovenden. Row 2, 29 of Liam McMullen in the red, alongside the multiple race winner this year, Max Weatherly in number 7. Row 3, do keep an eye on the black with the orange flashes, is Robert Svittel's 126. The similar colours, the grey with orange, is Teddy McPherson from Buckinghamshire in Circuit de Duke's sponsored car. He sits on the middle of row 3, and on the back row is the reigning Irish champion on his first visit to Lydden Hill, Conor McCarthy, in the bright orange number 71. This is a quality field again of cross cars. It's a record grid this weekend. Great to see the category booming, and we look forward to more of this in November, when we could get even more out for the season finale. But a very colourful field of motorbike engine pocket rockets around row 3, and let's see who comes out on top. We're green and go, and it's a great start from Will Ovenden. On his home circuit, Ovenden's blasted away from the outside of row 1. He's going to try and swoop across the front and grab the lead away. He can't do it there, but it's a brilliant start from the Digger Sim car. Ben Bartlett into second spot. It's David Kane, the early race leader, fresh from his victory at Pembrey in South Wales earlier in the season. This is a new speed car wonder chassis for the Irishman, and it's working very effectively indeed as it clambers up Hairy Hill for the first time. This train of cross cars into North Bend Hairpin. Kane, Bartlett, Ovenden, and look for Weatherly, because Max is a front runner, but there's a spin behind for McPherson. Teddy has a drama in the cross car, sadly. He had a roll at Blighton at the opening round, and he's had a spin up at the North Bend Hairpin on the opening lap of this one, but he'll be back for more, I'm sure. He's at the back of the pack in this one now, but it's still David Kane with the early lead. Bartlett second, Ovenden and Weatherly, the two Kent racers. Ovenden from Addisham, just up the A2. Max from Faversham on their home circuit. They both know it incredibly well. They are now onto circuit, locked together, and it's the bright yellow and red colours of Ovenden which is in third spot. A puff of smoke from the back of Ben Bartlett's car that time as it clambered up Hairy Hill, but he's still okay at the minute in second position, ahead of the third place car of Will Ovenden, the fourth of Weatherly. Any joker lap action from this group? Yes. Will Ovenden goes into the longer route, and he's chased by Max. So Max is happy to shadow Will, and he's going to do that as he check their mirrors, look right, and Liam McMullen's there, and there's a great scrap because Liam McMullen from Ireland is now in the middle of this battle between the Kentish racers. It's Ovenden and Weatherly. They are locked in a duel now with Liam McMullen, and Ovenden's going to try and go right around the outside. They come side by side up to the jump. Great action from the cross cars, and McMullen keeps ahead of Ovenden. Weatherly's right in the thick of it. Robert Spittles is there as well. This is great stuff from the cross cars. You could throw a blanket over 3-4 cars. Brilliant racing as David Kane escapes out front. The fight for the bottom positions is still on, and Will Ovenden goes up on two wheels, Marcus Gronholm style, and Max Weatherly's in the middle, and Ovenden has nowhere to go, and there's dramas through North Bend Hairpin. Vittles is the beneficiary. He comes out ahead, and now Max Weatherly spins. Oh, it's all unravelling in this cross car race. It's all kicking off in Q2. Ovenden and Weatherly both in strife, and it's now into the final lap, and so too's Conor McCarthy. He's found the gravel as well. You don't know where to look in this cross car Q2 race, but out front David Kane is enjoying a serene drive. He's now a long way clear of Ben Bartlett, with in second spot Bartlett second, third for Liam McMullen now. So Liam McMullen's made his way up into third position. Fourth is Roberts Vittles, but David Kane a long way clear of the pack. He is 45.6 second lap time, so he is lapping very quickly indeed. He doesn't need to do the joker, he's already got that done, so he comes up to the checker flag, and it will be a win then for 581 of David Kane. He takes this win. Ben Bartlett is second, third Liam McMullen, fourth is Roberts Vittles in 1-2-6. Vittles is going to finish in fourth, fifth for Will Ovendam, sixth will be Teddy McPherson in 119, and Max Wedderly. This isn't going Max's way today. He's the championship leader by quite a handsome margin. He's won multiple events this season, but he just hasn't had the luck so far today. Been quite a bit of contact for Max, and it's not been a great start to the two-wheel drive Superprix for the rally instructor on his home circuit. David Kane, though, is a real star this weekend so far. He has won again in the cross cars, and we'll see how they go in Q3. Finals to come, and it's a real scrap to get into the final. That's how strong the cross car competition is this season. Brilliant to see the category booming. It's been popular in Scandinavia, popular in Belgium, and now really growing here in Britain as well. Cross cars are complete then. They'll be back again after lunch. And next track action, once Colin McCarthy's car is recovered from the gravel trap at Paddock, will be the Super Retro and the BTRDA Classic division. A good field of Ford Escorts in the dummy grid, but sadly Colin McCarthy's buggy is well and truly beached at Paddock, and on his first visit to Lydden, the reigning Irish champion's car will need recovery from the gravel. The team are on site, and we shouldn't be too long before the Retros are out on circuit for their Q2 race. Okay, thank you. Q2 Heat 1 is our next track action for the Five Nations Super Retro and BTRDA Classic combined grids this weekend for the two-wheel drive Superprix, and it's Ray Morgan on pole position in 114. Alongside him, the Ford Escort Mark II of Lee Wood, the former oval racing champion in 333. Pat Duran, the circuit owner, four-time British Rallycross champion, hoping for a better run in this one because he struggled in Q1. Nigel Davies alongside in his V8 Triumph TR8. The Cornwall racer, the Directly Motorsport prepared Triumph. He's had an engine rebuild which has put him out for the most of the season. You haven't seen him at all this season, Nigel Davey, a former event winner in the class. And we'll see how Davey can go from row number 2. Steve Gaunt on the back row, the SG Haulage Limited Vauxhall Corsa. Paul Quinnell is alongside in the Peugeot 205. And the oldest driver in the field, the Diamond Bright car of Steve Pascoe, starts in the back row in number 180. Q2 for the Super Retro. It's a great start on the sports car of Nigel Davey then, trying to make up for missing most of the season. The V8 powered Triumph comes blasting away down into top spot ahead of Pat Duran. Duran in 46 into second spot. Ray Morgan, the pole sitter, who's had dramas throughout the season. He's only managed to finish one final so far this year, has Ray, the Hastings-based garage owner, in 114. He's ahead of Lee Wood, though, the former champion, both former champions in the Super Retro division. But it's Nigel Davey in the ex-John Sampson Triumph TR8 who leads the way through, and Duran spins on his home turf. Duran onto the grass, spins the Ford Escort around, and it's been a bad day for Pat so far. The Ford Escort duo sponsored car just hasn't had a happy day on home territory. Morgan up into second spot. Lee Wood now a third place driver. Fourth for Gaunt in the Opel Corsa, and then we find Steve Pascoe in the Ford Sierra, the Diamond Bright sponsored car. Morgan, though, with the new chrome light covers on the Ford Escort. Ray says he tries to change the livery on his car each season ever so slightly, so he knows which years the photos of the car were taken. So it's a slight little adjustment to the livery each season, and he's got chrome light covers now, has Ray, after a lot of work behind the scenes getting his ex-Mark Lloyd Ford Escort prepared for this weekend. He's had a lot of contact sadly this year, a big off at Lydden in the opening round of the season, down at the Devil's Elbow, as Lee Wood, the returning face to the category. He's building an MG Metro 6R4 for Super Retro, is Lee. We'll see that out on track hopefully next season, but he's with the Ford Escort for this weekend. And Lee, always rapid, the treble 3 former champion in the category, having a decent showing here as Ray Morgan does close up onto the rear of Nigel Davey. So the Cornwall racer in the Triumph coming under pressure now from Ray. No Joker lap to break the field up, so they are going to have to make their moves on circuit, and the three of them are now absolutely together. Davey still with the lead in this freshly new engine in the Triumph. It's doing well to keep Morgan and Wood at bay as Lee chucks the Escort through North Bend Hairpin. Very nice style indeed. And the Burton sticker car is now right on the tail of Morgan. Morgan is in the sandwich. He doesn't know if to look forwards or into the mirrors because he's got Davey just up ahead, and he might here be able to make a move. They come down into the Talladega sequence for the final time onto our last lap, and Morgan's coming under more pressure now from Wood, who's trying to sneak up the inside, and Lee Wood's going to go side by side with Morgan through the approach to the jump. Morgan says no, you're having none of that, keeps the position. Wood stops down into third spot for now, but again the three of them absolutely together as they climb up into North Bend Hairpin for what now is the final time. Wood again challenging on the inside, but Nigel Davey in the Triumph has just kept that little bit clear of Morgan and Wood in this one. It's been a good drive from Nigel, who's been a frustrated spectator throughout the majority of the season, but he's back with a bang here at Lydden. Davey wins Q2 race 1 for the Super Retros. Second spot for Ray Morgan, third Lee Wood, fourth will be Steve Gaunt in his Vauxhall Corsa. Steve Pascoe in 180 is in fifth spot in the Sierra. Pat Duran struggling in the Ford Escort Mark II again. And our newcomer to the retro rallycross scene, our final finisher, is Paul Quinnell in his Peugeot 205 GTI. Good racing again from the Super Retro and BTRDA Classics, a combination of the classes. And that will continue in our next race, because Charlie French is leading the next field out. They'll be out on track shortly as Nigel Davey takes the applause from the crowd in his triumph. Great drive from Nigel after that good start. He's had an event win at Pembrey in previous years, but it's a good outing here at Lydden in the sunshine at the two-wheel drive Superprix. Davey trundles back to the paddock with the win, and we have next on track the Martin Skanker Tribute Tuesday Night Rallycross Club prepared Ford Escort Mark II of Charlie French from Heathfield in East Sussex. Alongside him from Northern Ireland, it's Alan Crockett, a dentist by trade. He's absolutely rapid on the circuit here at the weekends, and we'll see how Alan Crockett goes from the middle of row one. Former Super National champion Stuart Emery then on the outside of row one. See his hand on the handbrake. He is ready to go in 71. The Volvo he bought in Belgium, and he's really improved over the last couple of seasons, become a big supporter of the retro rallycross scene. Vince Bristow is on row 2 in number 97 in his BMW 3 Series. Thomas Edmonds in the Spark stickered Vauxhall Corsa. Row 3, Dave Ewan in the ex-Jamie Lee Ford Fiesta, Steve Cousins in the Renault 5, Andy Grant in the former Leewood title-winning Ford Escort Mark II, and on the very back row, the barn-find Ford Escort Mark II of Alan Tapscott, right at the back. Watch what the Devon man can do from row. Good initial start in his non-turbo Volvo. He's got the Opel and the Ford alongside him, but it's Alan Crockett who gets the early lead away from Charlie French through the right-hander of Talladega they come. Emery with a very good initial reaction, but the turbocharged cars of French around him should be able to pull clear, particularly up the hills. We see French flick the car from right to left through the Devil's Elbow for the first time. Alan Tapscott's up onto the rear wing now of Andy Grant, but it's Alan Crockett who's trying to turn the tables here on Charlie French. French got the better of him in Q1, but the two championship rivals have put in a brilliant display so far this season. And Crockett goes deep through paddock. He's lost ground and he's got an issue. That's a real shame for Crockett. He missed a gear there. He went very deep and he's lost a lot of time. French didn't need asking twice. He swoops through. So French now up into top spot. That puts Crockett into the danger zone of Stuart Emery behind, because Stuart is really going along smartly in the Volvo. He locks the tyre into the Devil's Elbow, but he's right onto the rear boot lid now of the RXNI Opel Kadett GTE of Alan Crockett up ahead of him. The reigning Super Retro champion, still Charlie French, that has the advantage. Bristow's 4th, Dave Ewan 5th in the Ford Fiesta, Cousins 6th, Grant is 7th, Tapscott 8th, and our final runner, Edmonds in 9th. But Stuart Emery is not letting Alan Crockett out of his sights, and the leading trio across the line to start another tour, and Emery in the Volvo. The car is looking pretty good so far today. It's really getting on top of this Volvo each time we see it, and Crockett still second spot, but unable to live with French. I think Crockett must have an issue of some sort, because he had that drama going into the chicane, and he's now dropped further adrift of French in 42 through the right-hander of North Bend Hairpin they come, and Emery is just there with Crockett, but the Northern Irishman is edging little bit further away from the Faversham man through the right-hander of Paddock. They begin their final lap, and there's now a pretty equidistance between the top three contenders. 4th place still Vince Bristow with Dave Ewan behind, as Charlie French begins his final lap, flames spitting from the back of the Martin Skanker Tribute. A number of top drivers have donated parts to the car. The Tuesday Night Rallycross Club, a group of like-minded rallycross fans who built this car up over many seasons, and Charlie's come out as the fastest driver of them all, and it's been a good choice of driver because he's the reigning Super Retro Rallycross champion, and he's shown great speed last year. He debuted the car here at the World Rallycross event in 2023, and the title winner is coming through into the chicane for the final time. Of French this time doesn't have any real threat from Crockett. Crockett second, Emery third, and it'll be Vince Bristow who comes through fourth in the BMW. Dave Ewan is into fifth in the Fiesta, and best of the Ford Escort duel will be Addy Grant up ahead of Alan Tapscott. Steve Cousins in the Renault 5 and Thomas Edmonds, our final finishers in the Renault 5 and Vauxhall Corsa. But a more comfortable win if Charlie French's previous Lydden victories are anything to go by. He's usually really dueling it out with Crockett, but Alan seemed to have an issue in the latter part of that one. French just edging further clear in the SR1 stickered reigning champion with Martin Skanker tribute. As French heads back, we are getting another grid of retros out on circuit, and it will be the less powerful up to 1600cc group with Dan Swayland on pole position in 22. The Kent Movers sponsored entry. Tony Lynch alongside in his Peugeot 205, the number 14 car, with Simon Hart in 137. 57 of Joe Luke Eastwood in the Metro. And we see a newcomer to the Rallycross scene, Peter Christmas in his Toyota Corolla GTI, alongside Ian Halfhide in the Peugeot 205, our final starter. And it's a varied grid of rear-wheel drive or front-wheel drive up to 1600cc entries on to the line. Halfhide into position, and we are almost ready to go there. Retros will be our next race. Super Modifieds will follow. We've got the productions to come, and then it'll be breaking into lunch. So still a chunk of action to go before we break for lunch. Swayden, Lynch and Hart, your front row, ready to race. Swayden is the favourite here, but Simon Hart is who gets the best start. He launches off the line in 137, but then the power of the Escort of Swayden comes into its own, and Swayden is able to just edge clear of the rest down into Talladega for the first time. Good close action between Lynchy and Joe Luke Eastwood through the banking of the Talladega turn, but it's up over the tabletop for Dan Swayden with the early lead in the number 22 car. Swayden leads ahead of Lynch with Joe Luke Eastwood, Hart, Halfhide and Peter Christmas, our final runners in this early stage. But Peter's just treating this event as a glorified test session ahead of a full return in November and a full campaign next year. He's always wanted to get into Rallycross competition, and we're now seeing the Toyota out on track, but it's behind the Peugeot 205 of Tony Lynch in this early stage. Joe Luke Eastwood is bouncing his way along in the Metro, a car which has enjoyed great success in Rallycross competition for many a season. So Dave Ward drive one of these Metros of a similar ilk to very good success in previous years, and obviously the 6R4 and the more highly developed cars and the success we've seen from those as well. But Lynchy's got his work cut out here, because Joe Luke Eastwood, the newcomer to the Rallycross scene, is keeping the multiple British Rallycross class champion honest. Lynch has won Stock Hatch, he's won Super Modified, he's been a numerous title winner in the British Rallycross competition, but he's getting pressurised here by the newcomer to the scene, and that's Joe Luke Eastwood in the Metro. Lynch is not keeping second place his own at the minute. He's got it for now, but Luke Eastwood goes through and rolls, clips the bank, and that's a great shame for the newcomer. Joe Luke Eastwood clips the bank on the run through paddock, and that is over and out sadly for Joe. Damage to the right, and over it went, just hitting that bank, and there's only one way that's going to go sadly. Pressurising Lynchy, and the mistake came. Great shame for Joe. He's over and out in this one, as Halfhide and the rest will come back to the paddock. Red flags fly, and we'll get the Lydden medics and recovery crews to the scene very quickly indeed. And the retro field will reform on the circuit. But Joe Luke Eastwood onto his side, and the metro with its position at paddock, there's no choice for the officials but to red flag this one. We'll get the grid rejoined and we'll be back with you shortly. The Lydden recovery crews onto the scene rapidly as ever. Joe's out of the car, but there is a quite large oil spill down at paddock, so there will be quite a delay while we get the metro righted and the track clean and ready to go racing again. Real shame after great pace from Luke Eastwood in that early stages of race number 2. He's trundling, he's heading back to the paddock now. And Luke Eastwood, sadly, onto its side and over for the metro. But the track will be cleaned and cleared. The metro will be removed from paddock. We should get a rerun. The cars are being held on the circuit down Hairy Hills. There'll be a restart for the retro category. Once this is complete, we'll have the super modifieds out on circuit, followed by the BMW Minis and the production category. So this might eat into the lunch break slightly, but we will be restarting with the rerun retro race before we go into super modifieds, BMW Minis and the production runners. So Joe's out of the car, A-OK, but sadly the same can't be said for the metro, and with the oil to be cleaned, there will be a slight delay before we're restarting here at Lydden at the 2-wheel drive Superprix. So the grid is reforming here at Lydden with Q2 continuing. Sadly, Joe Luke Eastwood's car done for the day. Hopefully we'll get it repaired out for November's event here at the championship finale, but heavy damage to the right hand side of the Metro. So easily done here, sadly, at Lydden. Once clipping that bank on the inside, there's no real coming back from that. So the 57 Metro done for the day, but we still have a good grid of retro cars. Just a reminder that if you're here spectating at the circuit today, then there are no unauthorised drones to be flown. So we've got a drone being flown around Chessons, and the circuit have reminded everyone here that you cannot fly a drone without permission. So please take that drone down, don't fly it again today, and put it back into the car, and we don't want to see it up on over the circuit. So retros are our next action, and it'll be Dan Swayland who starts on pole in number 22. Tony Lynch alongside in the Peugeot 205, and we have still got our newcomer Peter Christmas in the Toyota. Very neatly turned out former rally car, and a welcome addition to the retro rallycross scene. Ian Halfhide is in another Peugeot 205, the ex-Nigel Davey owned car, number 226. But that was a swift repair and recovery from Lydden medics, marshals, and everyone involved, the track maintenance teams, and so much goes into running one of these events here at the home of Rallycross. And with that oil spill down at the paddock turn as well, it wasn't just the recovery that the marshals and everyone needed to get completed. So fine work by the team, and we are now shortly ready to go racing with Q2, the rerun for the up to 1600cc retro division. Swayland and Lynch start on the front row. Christmas and Halfhide join with them. This is the retros and the BTRDA Classics, ready to go racing again. But there is a delayed start, so the start line marshal heads back out onto track. Slight hold again for the retro division. Drivers hot now, I think, in the sunny conditions here for the 2WD Drive Superprix, and an ultimate rallycross event of the season here. It'll be a 2-day season finale in November when the fireworks are set off from Chessons. But that's to come in the winter. Still a full 2WD Drive Superprix programme to get through this afternoon. And Swayland in the 22 car has really developed this Escort well over the last few seasons. Julian Godfrey's been involved in finding more power from number 22. We'll see how Swayland gets on. Ian Halfhide is the driver and judge to have jumped at the start, and with no joker that for the retro and classic division, they are put into a drop back approach, basically. So drivers need to move back, further back down the order, and then penalty is starting closer to the paddock. So Ian Halfhide is pushed back a row, and Dan Swayland, Lynchy, and Peter Christmas has switched from drag racing to rallycross. See how he goes from row number 2 in the Toyota. Ready to race line is on this time then. We are ready to go. Wow. There might be a start here because someone has crept or there's an issue with me. But we are going to be held again for the retro division. No Terry Moore this weekend in the Mini. He's sitting out this one after racing at Loyac last weekend in France for the French Championship round, racing on the Legends of Rallycross support bill. So Swayland usually ends up fighting it out with the Mini. He hasn't got to worry about that this time, but Tony Lynch in the old stock hatch Peugeot 205 isn't one to discount. Swayland's certainly the favourite, but this retro grid is still pretty strong, even with more missing. Simon Hart as well, in the dramas of Joe Luke Eastwood dropping out in the Metro. We have lost Simon Hart, sadly, in the Escort. So we'll let the officials sort out the issues on the grid, and we'll be ready to go with Q2 for the retro up to 1600cc division. car ready to go, and it's Lynchy who gets the best of the starts initially in the front-wheel drive Peugeot, but Dan Swayland is away nicely in the Kent Movers car. He has moved off the line very smartly indeed, and Swayland, the Isle of Sheppey racer in the Ford Escort Mark 1, out of the Talladega turn up towards the jump with the lead, but he's slowing and Lynchy's coming through, and sadly the pre-event favourite Dan Swayland now looks to be with issues in the 22 car. It's a great shame for the young retro racer, probably the youngest driver in the retro field this weekend, and he's struggling for pace as they clamber up Hairy Hill for the first time. That's left Tony Lynch with the early advantage in 14, but Dan Swayland now seems to be coming back to full health. So Swayland is beginning to close in on Lynch, coming down into paddock. So the issue may have been rectified. Still the Lansale Motorsport sponsored car of Tony Lynch with the lead, but the Kent Movers machine of Swayland's the one to watch, because he is closing in on Lynchy into Talladega. Definitely seems to be down on power, but the 1.6 litre Peugeot of Tony Lynch up ahead is becoming closer. There's getting closer between the two. Swayland into second spot quite comfortably now, clear of Peter Christmas in the Toyota Corolla, and Swayland's now making his move. So Swayland then up alongside Lynchy, and the Escort's issue is definitely an intermittent one, because he's now up past Lynch, but he's gone wide through North Bend. Lynch holds that inside line, and the highly experienced Rallycross driver does lose out top spots. The top spot goes the way now of Dan Swayland. Then in 22, Swayland through the right-hander of paddock. This is all learning for him before stepping up into what he hopes to be will be the Super Retro division next season, and what a great addition to that class he will be. The Super Retro and Retro divisions have proven a real top watch in British Rallycross competition in the last few seasons, launched by Shirley Gibson and are still run by her now, and it's a category that has grown and grown, and there are more and more cars being built or that are in workshops that aren't out on circuit this weekend. Barry Stewart's Porsche being one of them. That had an engine blow up here in November, so that's a Super Retro car which isn't out on circuit, but the exhaust now coming loose on Swayland's car and into retirement. So it looks like Dan is going to retire, sadly, the number 22 car. The exhaust hanging down on the Ford Escort, and Dan is out. So it's now a two-horse race, and Tony Lynch is a long way clear of Christmas in the Toyota, and Lynch is about to start his final lap in number 14. He's a handsome margin ahead of Christmas. It's going to be well over 10 seconds by the time they come across the timing beam. The gap now 11.6 seconds, so the race has petered out somewhat, but Lynch is learning or relearning this Peugeot each time he's out on circuit, because he hasn't driven the car for years. He's brought it back this season after it came up for sale fairly locally, I think, to Lydden Hill, and Lynch has been able to get back behind the wheel of the old Peugeot and show good speed. His plans to upgrade his Toyota MR2 to Super Retro spec sadly were scuppered by a nasty accident at Blyton in Lincolnshire at the start of the season, but he's gone back to the Peugeot for 2025, and it's going to be a race win then. Following the issues for Dan Swayland and the rest, Lynch wins. Second spot will be Peter Christmas in what is a test session for him, this Toyota Corolla, the former rally car from Wales. Very smartly turned out indeed, and Christmas does get to the flag and what is a public test session for him in the brand new car to him for this weekend. But the Retro Rallycross heat is finally complete. It took a while with the red flags and the jump starts, but Lynchy wins it, and next track action will be the Super Modified division with Paul Coney and the BMW All 4 Minis coming out onto circuit. Coney has upgraded his Corsa from 1600 to 2 litre spec, and it really does work very neatly indeed around Lydden Hill circuit. David Bell will join them, but in this one we really will see a fight at the front, I think, because Coney in the Corsa has got the older spec Opel Corsa of Kieran Curran to contend with. The Irishman in 117 is a real leading light in BTRDA Rallycross competition. David Bell is sandwiching the Coursers, but do keep an eye on the bright yellow Opel Corsa of Kieran Curran. The super lightweight, super modified entry should go very neatly indeed. Andy Hawks on the second row in 18. He's joined by the V8 powered Mercedes SLK of Rich Moore. Rich, who's raced in BMW Minis for years and in RX on 50s, but he's built up this self-engineered Mercedes SLK. It made its debut in 2022. It was hit with issues, but he has had an event win in it, and it uses a supercharged BMW V8. It's a proper rallycross weapon, and we look forward to seeing what Rich Moore can do. He should get a fast start. The rear-wheel drive V8 Mercedes should power away off the line, but will it be able to keep at the sharp end across the full 4 laps? We'll find out shortly. Leanne Sedgwick starts on row 3 for James Avison alongside in 201. 704 for Dale Ford, and on the back row, Ty Ratton. First time we've seen that car in the X1 Howden Ford Fiesta. Ready to race, big British super modified. Good start from Rich Moore though in that Mercedes. The V8 power blasts off the line, and can he now keep the little Corsas at bay? David Bell up the inside of Kieran Curran through the Talladega turn, or at least he tried to, because Curran's now trying to make a move on Coney, and Curran does it. So Kieran Curran up into second spot ahead of Paul Coney in number 20. Curran into second position. Runs a bit deep through the elbow though, and Coney's going to try and get up alongside him, and Rich Moore is coming under pressure now from both of the Corsas. Coney up ahead of Moore, and through he goes. Coney and Curran blast through. 2 Vauxhall Corsas come out of nowhere. The Rich Moore Mercedes struggles on the grass, and a real change for the lead again, because Curran's now into top spot and Coney goes joker. Great drama from the first couple of corners of the super modified race. Curran drops down into second. David Bell's your new race leader. So Curran second, and Paul Coney, after that lap 1 joker, is now down into 4th place. Curran and Hawks are side by side. Curran's gone from the lead down into 3rd position. So Kieran Curran's got his work cut out in the Opel Corsa. James Avison's having a good run in 201. He's going smartly in the black and red Honda, and Kieran Curran gets all out of shape, and Paul Coney's coming back through. These Vauxhall Corsas are like a magnet between them. They can't be separated. They're locked together, and now Coney, who's the highest placed driver to have taken his joker lap, is challenging James Avison. So it's very good close action. They've merged the grids. We did have 2 super modified grids before this encounter, but the officials have decided to throw them all out together, and it's produced a very interesting first couple of laps. The Minis have the lead. They're running in 2-wheel drive spec rather than the 4-wheel drive we've seen in previous rounds, but it's David Bell with the advantage still over Andy Hawks. Kieran Curran is dropping down the order in the Opel Corsa. He's a long way adrift now of the race-leading duo of the Minis, but Coney's the one to watch because he's done the joker already. David Bell and Hawks are yet to do the longer route, and Paul Coney, the Dartford former Vauxhall Nova Challenge frontrunner, is definitely one to keep a close eye on. The bright yellow-white with the purple flashes, the purple wheels. You can't miss the Corsa, and it's really going along nicely behind the Minis. Coming up into second now because Andy Hawks goes joker through the flick left and right. Avison still 4th. Rich Moore, after his fast start, is down into 5th in the supercharged V8 Mercedes, and sadly Ty Ratton stops. Ratton off at the side of the road in the Ford Fiesta, but now the fight for the lead is really on because Coney is right on the tail of Bell into the Devil's Elbow. It's a yellow flag zone because Ratton is leaving his Fiesta at the side of the road, and Coney's now going to try and make a move for the lead up into North Bend Hairpin. Through the right-hander they turn. Bell's on that inside line. Coney's right with him through the right-hander, and down Harry Hill they come. The checker flag is being made ready, and David Bell is keeping hold of that top spot in 93. He just keeps Coney at bay. Half a second in it. Coney right on the tail, but can't get there. It just goes the way of David Bell. Bell in the Mini Countryman takes the flag by a 1/10 of a second. Coney in the Vauxhall Corsa C is in second spot. Andy Hawks 3rd. Avison will be in 4th. Rich Moore 5th. Kieran Curran dropped down the order, unfortunately, in 6th. Dale Ford will be 7th in his SG Haulage sponsored car. And we lost Leanne Sedgwick and Ty Ratton. So the Essex racer, sadly, doesn't get to the checker flag. But Coney and Bell, good close action from the super modified brigade. Look forward to more of that after lunch, as Ty Ratton, sadly, is unable to finish race number 2 in the Fiesta. The former junior front runner hoping for better luck this afternoon in a car they've been hard at work preparing for this weekend. BMW Minis are our next track action though, and they will be on circuit shortly, followed by the production class, which is always good close racing, and then we'll be breaking for lunch. Once I have the details of how long lunch break will be, I will let you know, but it is the BMW Minis which will be our next track action once Ty Ratton's car is recovered from Hairy Hill. BMW Minis are our penultimate race before the lunch break, and it's Wesley Wickens who comes down onto pole position. Championship leader by a very handsome margin. 136 points have been accumulated by Wes so far this season. His nearest challenger, Ryan Cooper, is on 97. So Wesley Wickens definitely in the prime position for a championship win this year. The BTRDA Clubman Series organising the BMW Minis this year, and it's Wesley Wickens who is a 3-time winner in the 2025 season who starts on pole, alongside Welshman Lynn Llewellyn in 611. Ryan Cooper in number 11 starts from the outside of row 1, and our final runner will be Warren Salter, the lawyer from Iwade, who first raced in Rallycross here at Lydden in 1989, had many years away, a 35-year gap before he came back to the sport a couple of seasons ago, and he's been a welcome returnee. Also owns a couple of other Rallycross cars. He's got Mark Finch's ex-Paul Gosling Ford Fiesta in his workshop back home. Hopefully we'll see him out in the retro division in future years. Yet another driver to have been attracted to the retro category as it continues to grow. But the Lydden rescue crews are making their way off the circuit. We shouldn't be too far away from our 4-car BMW Mini race, because sadly we've lost one of the starters. Was due to be running 2 cars this weekend, but my brother Russell Smith, number 27, is out of Q2. Ready to race lights on though, and we are set to go for the BMW Mini Q2. Good start from Ryan Cooper from the outside of row 1. Cooper gets a very good start. He's been a former British Drift Championship racer. He debuted in Rallycross about 5 seasons ago, but hasn't been to Lydden for a number of years, and he's now up ahead of Wesley Wickens. Wesley far more experienced in recent years around this Lydden Hill circuit. I don't think Ryan would have raced on the new Lydden layout before, the new jump and the Talladega banking, but he's leading Wesley Wickens, the championship frontrunner in this early stages. Sadly, Lynn Llewellyn's out. The ex-Tom Constantine cars come to a halt on the run into Talladega, but the leaders in the minis are absolutely together, and Wesley Wickens is trying to go around the outside of Ryan Cooper. The Lincolnshire man keeps the Sussex racer at bay for now, but Ryan Cooper in number 11 is really feeling the pressure now from the number 51 entry of Wesley Wickens. They charge out of the Joker. Wesley gets that longer route done this time through. That leaves Ryan with a comfortable lead as it stands, but Wesley's had the Joker already. We know that Ryan Cooper out front will have to go into that longer route. His 13-year-old son Oscar is out in the junior competition this weekend, so the Cooper family really enjoying their rallycross this year. Ryan works with the Air Force. He's been out in Cyprus for a number of years. That's been away from rallycross competition as a result, but he's a welcome returning face to Lydden Hill this weekend. But he's got that bright orange K-Seal sponsored car of Wesley Wickens beginning to close in on him. The Joker lap still needs to be played as well for Ryan, and the Bell rallycross car is coming under increasing pressure now from Wesley Wickens. Wickens knew the old Lydden layout very well indeed from racing on dirt rally. He's an expert sim racer, was Wesley, before he moved across into real world competition, and he's just improved and improved over more and more years in the car. That's what it's all about. The seat time is crucial, and Wesley Wickens has got quicker and quicker each time we've seen him. Cooper is his next victim, as Warren Salter at the back of the pack continuing on his way in third, but Cooper with the advantage through the right-hander of North Bend Hairpin for now. They're about to start their last lap, and Ryan will need to get that Joker lap ticked off before the end of this one. He stays to the normal line for now in number 11 ahead of Wickens, who's looking closer and closer each time they come past the commentary box and start their final lap. Still, Lynn Llewellyn's car stranded on the infield. That's a great shame, because Lynn has had good results so far this year. He's had a second place finish at Blyton, a third place at the opening round at Blyton as well, but hasn't been on the top, hasn't been on the podium since then. So Wesley Wickens, meanwhile, who's now chasing down Ryan Cooper, has won the last 3 meetings. So we know that Wesley's rapid, and Ryan Cooper is getting a real first-hand example of that here at Lydden today, because Cooper is just coming under more and more pressure from Wickens behind, and now finally the Joker lap is played. Cooper disappears. Wesley Wickens is gift wrapped the race lead, and he takes the win. It's a comfortable drive for Wesley. He wins in number 57. A good drive from Wes. Cooper is into second, and third will be Warren Salter. This car was on its roof at Pembrey a few weeks ago, so it's been reshelled, a lot of work, and Salter's Law sponsored car gets to the flag. The lawyer from Kent takes the checkered, and Warren will just be pleased to get to the finish in one piece there, getting the experience in the car, more and more seat time, and Warren Salter gets to the finish on his hastily rebuilt 777 entry. Wesley Wickens wins the penultimate race before we break for lunch then, and we now move on to the production division for their second race of the day. It was a big healthy grid of production BTRDA runners in the earlier race, and we look forward to more of the same in Q2. BTRDA production onto the line, and we have a mixed grid for the BTRDA series. Production 1600cc 16 valve class and we have a more powerful 1600 to 2 litre category. That is where Alex Fletcher fits in. He's in the more powerful division, the 1600cc to 2 litre in his Honda Civic number 1. Alongside him is Finn Vore, and Finn is in the less powerful 1600 16 valve division. So it all just work out nicely on track. There's good close racing between the classes, and we'll see how they get on in this last Q2 race. Will Noon's on the outside of row 1 in 187. Row 2, Neil Brooks in number 3 and Mark Henry in 100. Mark in the unique to Rallycross Alfa Romeo 147. On row 3, Charlie Maroney in the ex-Harry Vulcard Citroen Saxo, the former British Touring Car Championship driver, used to race this car in BTRDA Championships. Alongside him is 22-year-old from Tenham, Ted Shepherd in number 45, nephew of British Rallycross, European Rallycross legend Will Gollop, the 1992 European Rallycross champion, is Ted's uncle and has had a look at the car and offered his expert advice for Ted, who's a second-generation rallycrosser, Dad Martin, having raced in the category in previous decades, and great to have Ted out on circuit for his first season in the sport. Alongside him is the number 998 of Andy Harris from Reading in his ex-Will Layton Suzuki Swift, a very neatly turned out car. Sadly, Neil Brooks is heading back to the paddock early in the TBM car. He's got a drama in the Renault, so sadly Neil is out in the TBM Tom Brooks Motorsport entry. And on the back row will be a newcomer to the series this weekend, the number 28 of Declan King. Lynn Llewellyn's car is recovered from Chessons. Neil Brooks is trundling back to the paddock, sadly, after his dramas, but we still have a colourful field of 1600cc production entries and the more powerful production 1600cc to 2 litre. So the two classes combine, they merge into one, and although they may be fighting for individual class honours, they will want to win the race outright as well. And Finn Vore in 94, the 19-year-old from Hampshire, is a top young driver it's seen this year. He has produced some very good performances, had an event win, and he should go quickly in what looks like a very rapid lightweight Citroen Saxo. We look to the timing line then. Ready to race is on, and our last race before lunch about to go green. We're away. Finn Vore gets a good start from the middle of row 1, but Will Noon has had a better getaway in the Renault Clio. Down into Talladega they come. It's Alex Fletcher in the Loughborough College prepared Weir Tool sponsored Honda Civic Type R, which leads. Ted Shepherd's having a far better run of it this time through in the SRRX car. He is up ahead of Will Noon now. So Ted Shepherd, he will have the bit between his teeth after the dramas in race 1. He got all out of shape through Talladega on the loose section in race 1, lap 1, and wasn't able to show his true potential. So Ted will be hoping for a better run here. Alex Fletcher, though, the reigning BTRDA Rallycross champion, holds the lead over the Finn Vore Citroen Saxo, and then we find this real duel between the French brands. It's Renault versus Citroen as they come down Hairy Hill. Will Noon on the inside line. Shepherd says, no, you're not coming through there, and he shuts the door in the Citroen C2 VTS as Charlie Maroney takes the joker in his Saxo. Mark Henry's onto the normal line as well, but the race lead is on between Alex Fletcher, Vore and Shepherd. Shepherd's like a new man in this one. He is right at the sharp end of the field, and Finn Vore's trying to get right to the top of it as well because he is challenging Alex Fletcher. The plucky little Citroen Saxo is hard on the brakes through the devil's elbow, and he's made the move. The 19-year-old's up the inside of an excellent move. That's one of the best of the day. And Finn Vore, who last drove the car at Pembrey, but he's driven a Porsche 944 at Silverstone since then. He's had all sorts of seat time, and he's now got the lead. And Finn Vore leads through the North Bend hairpin. Ted Shepherd and Will Noon having a good fight, but Fletcher's trying to come back at Vore, and Vore goes joker this time through. So that leaves Fletcher on the normal line, Will Noon and Shepherd following through first, second, third and fourth. Back out onto the normal line is the orange Saxo of Vore, but it is Fletcher with the advantage over Noon. Vore gets all out of shape through Talladega. He's really pushing on in that little Saxo. It's very well prepared. It looks super lightweight and bounces around all over the place. But Fletcher in the more powerful Civic is at the head of the field with the 182 Clio, the car which is also in the up to 2 litre class. The little hot hatch Clio is working nicely, and it's the fastest car on circuit. Will Noon is the quickest car out there, and he's in second in the pale blue Clio. So do watch for Noon in the Renault Clio 182 as they come down Hairy Hill. The title rivals in the 1600cc category are Shepherd and Vore, so they'll be keeping an eye out for each other. Shepherd in the Citroen C2. Will Noon comes out to the Joker, and he's going to try and come out behind or ahead of Vore. He's just behind the Saxo. He's in a Citroen Saxo sandwich because the ex-Harry Volkard car of Charlie Maroney is right at the top end of the field now as well. But over the jump for the final time goes the field, and Finn Vore is going to lose what looks like the class lead potentially to Shepherd in this one. Shepherd's up ahead of him for now. Vore is second in class, third overall, but do not discount the more powerful Renault Clio behind as Shepherd and Vore go up into North Bend hairpin side by side. Shepherd on the outside line, and there's a change for the class lead because Vore's up the inside. The Citroen Saxo against the C2 as they come down Hairy Hill for what is now the final time. Shepherd has to go Joker, so too does Fletcher. So Fletcher's going to come back out on track with the race lead. He takes the win. Fletcher wins for the Loughborough College squad. Second is Vore, third for Noon, fourth is Maroney, and Ted Shepherd dropped down to fifth. A change for sixth and seventh at the line. Harris up ahead of Mark Henry, and our last finisher will be Declan King in his Suzuki Swift Sport, the new car to him for this weekend. But that was good, close action from the BTRDA MOT Group and MRF Tyres sponsored production category. But the reigning BTRDA champion shows his class again. Just has a little bit too much power for the other 1600cc class runners, and he does get the better of his fellow class rival, Will Noon. Good stuff from the production squad. He'll be back out for more later on. That does bring us into lunch break, and we'll be back with Q3 fairly soon. And I hope you enjoy your lunch and get around the paddock. As ever, it's open here at Lydden. We'll be back with more track action with Q3, which will be kick-started by the juniors after the lunch break. Welcome back to Lydden Hill. Hope you enjoyed your lunch if you are trackside, and we are about to get going with Q3, our final round of qualifiers here at the 2-wheel drive Superprix for 2025, a combination of the Five Nations British Rallycross Championship and the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross Series as well. It produced some very good racing through Q1 and Q2, a couple of dramas as well, but we're going to kickstart Q3 with the junior category. Everything we've seen race this morning will race again, and then we'll be into the semi-finals and finals. Hayden Harris is on pole, Elliot Fuster alongside Jimmy Jenkins, Aston Brown and Phoebe Kate are your 5 starters for our 4-lap Q3 race. Kickstart the afternoon session. We're green and go, and it's the Micra, the only Micra in the field which gets the best initial getaway. Jimmy Jenkins away from the line. He's going to try and chop across the nose of his rivals. They charge down into the Chesson sequence. A little bit of argy-bargy between Jenkins and Harris as they go through the loose section for the first time. Jenkins with a dent in the door. Harris is still there, side by side. They're going to be brave as they go up over the tabletop, side by side, and Jenkins holds on. So it's the Micra ahead of the Swift, but it's the championship leader, Elliot Fuster, who has the overall lead as it stands. He exits Devil's Elbow and climbs his way up the power-sapping hairy hill. On the brakes for the right-hander at the top of the hill. The gradient up there can help with braking as the drivers turn into the right-hander. Phoebe Cake's in the thick of it as well. She's returning to junior competition, having raced in the Rally X Nordic Series this season. She's coming under pressure from Aston Brown as they turn through paddock. They are locked together and Brown makes the move. That's a good move by Aston Brown then in number 57, up ahead of Phoebe Cake, but it's still Elliot Fuster who's won the last 3 events. He's been a real star of the junior competition. The 17-year-old from Pontefract up over the tabletop with the very neatly turned out 707 car, 707 car underneath him. Jenkins in the Micra behind, and Phoebe Cake and Aston Brown at the rear of the pack have swapped positions again, so they're having a good little fight out of our view. But Fuster in 707 out at round the North Bend hairpin for the second time, and his main arch rival in the championship, Hayden Harris, there in 3rd place in the blue with the yellow flashes. Is another neatly turned out, these closely controlled junior races, and the race leaders into the Joker. So Elliot Fuster chased on by Harris into the Joker lap they go. That leaves Jimmy Jenkins as our new race leader, but Jimmy in the Micra still yet to do the Joker lap. Someone on that last tour hit the tyre bale through the Talladega banking, so that will be a 5-second penalty for whoever fell foul of hitting a tyre stack. But up over the tabletop goes Jenkins with the dented Micra, but it's still working very effectively indeed. He's got that longer route still to do, so he really needs a mistake here from Fuster to enable Jenkins to keep hold of the race lead once the Joker laps are played out. We're on the penultimate tour here. We have 1.5 miles left to go of the Lydden Hill Rallycross circuit, and it's still Jenkins from Fuster, the top 2, and this time Jenkins does go hard on the brakes into the Joker. That's a tricky little braking zone, hard on the turn right to the left. That's almost hit the barriers, did Jenkins. He was really risking it there on the edge of the Joker lap section. He's come out though ahead of Hayden Harris, and Hayden's second in the championship to Jenkins, who rotates the car smartly through the Talladega turn. The circuit staff during the lunch break were hard at work repairing and improving the surface through the banking of Talladega. That's a sharp turn and very bumpy indeed. Some holes building in the loose sections. Drivers have been getting caught out over the course of the weekend, but the Lydden Hill crew have been out on track ensuring it is as smooth as possible, and it's been a smooth drive so far for Elliot Fuster. Jenkins had a good run as well. He's still second. He's in 3rd place for Hayden Harris. So they come down into paddock for the final time. It's going to be Elliot Fuster, the championship leader, who will come through the chicane up to the checker flag under the new Lydden Hill gantry. It's a win then for the championship leader. Fuster wins. 2nd for Jenkins. 3rd will be the Hayden Harris entry. Aston Brown 4th, and our final finisher, Phoebe Cake, in 6-3-1. So well done to the juniors. That was good close action. Remember, they are the youngest drivers in this field. There was no Oscar Cooper in that one, unfortunately. So Oscar was a non-starter, the youngest driver in the category at 13 years of age. So hopefully Oscar will be out for the final later this afternoon. That was a good drive from Elliot Fuster in his Dayglow green and white number 707. The Lydden Hill crowd showing their appreciation as Elliot waves to them around North Bend Hairpin. That must be one of the best feelings in Rallycross, waving to the crowd on the slow down lap. And Elliot has done just that. More junior action now, and it is the IRX Junior Minis, which have been good throughout the morning. Race 2 was a little bit disrupted. We lost a couple, sadly, but race 1 set the tone. That was a very good encounter from these 1.6 litre closely controlled IRX Junior Minis. And on pole position, it is number 6. That's the double champion in this category. And Hoy has been the man to beat in the IRX Juniors. Logan Hoy in number 6. Alongside him is the number 130 of Cody Mann in the runner-up in last year's series. On the outside of row 1 is number 22 of Hugo Thomas Lunham. Row 2, we find the similar yellow livery of 119, Mark Keegan. Number 11 is Ailish Sexton. She was 4th in the championship last winter, so she's very quick and should go well in the multicoloured number 11 entry. And on the back row, the more simple colours, the silver 53 of Dean Deasy, and the last starter, 109, is the 109 entry at the very back of actually Liam McManus. Liam McManus is there. A little bit of creeping though on the start, and that may have seen timing being broken. Yes, someone's crept, and if you are found guilty of jumping the start, then a double joker lap board is going to be brought your way. So our last starter, Liam McManus. Leah was quick in Q1. Unfortunately in Q2 she picked up a puncher on the front left. I don't think she had noticed very quickly, because she came back round to the paddock on 3 tyres and was about going back to the start line on 3 tyres and was hoping to restart, but unfortunately for her the car was not in a fit state, so she returned to the paddock and had to wait for Q3. This is their last qualifier of the day, and this category is really proving popular in Ireland. Mondello Park, the historic Mondello Park, which has hosted European Rallycross Championship events in the past, and these young teenagers are the next generation of Rallycross competition. Derek Tohill, the man to beat in Irish Rallycross for many a season, but the supercar grid's really grown in Ireland in recent years, and look forward to the start of the IRX season come October, runs through the winter. So this is a rare away day for the teenagers, and we are almost set to go racing. We are set to go racing. Thumbs up from the start line, Marshall, and it will be Logan Hoy, who is your pre-race favourite in number 6. All of these closely controlled 1.6 litre Coopers. And we're away. It's a good start from Hugo Lumen on the outside of row 1 in the 22. But Cody Mann in the middle of row 1 is trying to show his nose around the outside of Logan Hoy as they charge down into Talladega. They all get a little bit tail happy through the right hand, a bit loose on the Talladega dirt. And Mann is almost side by side with Hoy as they come up over the tabletop for the first time. But it is the double champion who's showing his class again. Gets a bit out of shape though on the run to the elbow. Oh, well held, Logan. That was a great save. He was pointing towards the paddock bend rather than the devil's elbow, but he held it, and these youngsters are really learning quickly. What a great environment for them to go wheel to wheel, and they go more wheel to wheel action because Mann's up the inside of Logan Hoy through the right-hander at North Bend Hairpin. Hoy is just about recovered after his dramas at the devil's elbow, and Mann says thank you very much and dives up the inside line. He didn't need to be asked twice. He was right there on that inside, but he's gone joker. So 130 of Mann goes into the joker route. These minis really bouncing around more and more as the day goes on, it seems. They're getting very, very loose at parts of the circuit. And again, going down into Talladega, and there's headbutting the tyre stack. That's Leah McManus in 199. She has hit the tyres going through the right-hander of Talladega, starting from the back row. She'd gained 5 places in 1 lap Leah is really charging along nicely, but after striking the tyre stack was already on the floor though, so maybe the officials will look kindly on that and not send a 5-second penalty her way. We'll have to find out and leave that one to the officials, but it is Logan Hoy who is your race leader, and after that wild moment for Liam McManus in 1:99, that's opened the door for Hoy to stretch his legs out front. Into the joker lap this time goes the number 22, that's Hugo Thomas Lunan, and behind him the similar yellow colours of 119, that's Mark Keegan. But the race leader with a comfortable margin now of 2.6 seconds is Logan Hoy up over the tabletop. The minis getting a little bit of air as they go over the jump, chased on by Liam McManus. Keep an eye on the Cody Marn car in 130. He's got the eyes on the front where the front lights would have been. Keep an eye on that one because he is quick, and we know that Cody's already taken the joker on the first lap. So the race leader of Logan Hoy out of the North Bend hairpin has still got that longer route to do. He's going to do it now. So if you hit the barriers through this section, might be getting a 5-second penalty, but he's keeping it neat and tidy. Exits the joker, gets it back onto the tarmac and powers away. This is good stuff from Logan as he starts his final lap. They have now a 2.4 second gap, and there is a change for second spot, is that third, because McManus is still second, but a change for third spot. Up into third positions come Lunam ahead of Marn. So Marn must be struggling somewhat. His pace isn't as it was in the earlier part. He's only been doing 55-second laps. Marn is quicker than that, so we'd expect to see the runner-up from last year's championship at the head of the order as the meeting goes on. But these IRX Junior Minis for the Cooper class, built between 2001 and 2006, always great to have a new rallycross category here at the home of the sport, and it's been brilliant to see the IRX Minis making their trip across. Their last Q3 race is going to go the way of Logan Hoy in number 6. There's action behind because the number 22 is going to try and take second spot away. That's Lunam, does get second spot away from McManus at the line. Marn finishes 4th. 5th is Keegan. Deasy is in 6th ahead of what will be our final finisher, and that's Elise Sexton. So Elise struggled in that one after a decent start. She drops down into 7th. So 7 starters and 7 finishers for the Irish Minis that time round, and that was good racing from the group. The final will be one to watch later on, and who will get the bragging rights of being the first Irish junior to win at the home of Rallycross. They only set foot on the track this morning for practice at 9 AM, so they're doing really well, getting a lot of seat time and a lot of experience. But it's Logan Hoy in the Cluner and FPS sponsored car who takes the win as we move quickly on to the cross cars, which will be our next track action as Q3 continues here at Lydden. Cross cars on circuit again, and it's James Black who will be our pole sitter. Stephen Jones alongside in 19. 119 is Buckinghamshire's Teddy McPherson, junior front runner from the Five Nations Championship. He settles down to the outside of row 1. And unlike Max Weatherly, it's been a day to not one he would be remembering so far. Number 7 Weatherly starts from row 2, so he's onto the second row of the grid alongside fellow Kent racer Carl Jarvis in 644. On the back row we find the number 420 Kevin Sharkey, number 3 Matt Cake, who'll be hoping for a good finish in this one, and our final starter Connor McCarthy in the speed car 1 from Ireland. Ready to race like it's on. A full grid of cross cars. And we're away. Stephen Jones gets left on the line, and the RX 150 is a little bit of pushing off the line. Jones doesn't get away at all well, and Max Weatherly's definitely one to watch in this one because he's up from row 2 and he's mixing it already. But it's James Black, the newcomer, the Kent racer from Hawley, who leads the way on his Rallycross debut. He's got the reigning champion breathing down his neck though as they hit the curb and go into the Devil's Elbow for the first time. It's Black from Weatherly. Third place is Teddy McPherson. Fourth position at the minute is Kevin Sharkey, but it is James Black who's leading, or is it? Weatherly dives up the inside, a dive bomb move from Max, and he's through. Maximum attack from Weatherly, and he's made it through. James Black drops down into second then. Third, 119 of McPherson. They charge into paddock, they split one way or the other. Sharkey into the longer Joker route, chased on by McCarthy in the bright orange, but it's Max Weatherly with that bold move through the hairpin, who's now the race leader. James Black's got the 154 car working again after its steering issues in Q2. He is right in the thick of the action here in Q3 for the cross cars, and he's got Teddy McPherson right on his tail. Black's in the older of the Live entries. He's in a TN5 chassis, but McPherson's trying everything at this, and Jones is getting involved as well. Stephen Jones has joined the party. He's in the 1000cc RX 150 buggy against these 850cc cross cars. So he's got more power, but the cross cars are more nimble, and Jones just goes Joker this time, chased by Teddy McPherson. So McPherson into the Joker, chasing on to Jones. They merge back out along with the Irish contingent. That includes Conor McCarthy and Kevin Sharkey. The Sharky's trying to go around the outside in his speed car Wonder as they charge through and up over the jump. Sharkey in the 420. Jones ahead. There's a 3-car train. Jones, Sharkey and McPherson through the Devil's Elbow. So it's not a single make class. You can have different chassis. They run the Yamaha 850 engines, but apart from that, the chassis are different. You can see the different shapes and sizes of these cross cars, and produces a varied looking field, and Max Weatherly is at the head of it, and he's darting his way through the Joker lap, chased on by the 54 of James Black, who's been a real star today. They're on to their final lap, and Weatherly is ahead of Black with Jones third. Sharkey is under increasing pressure now from 119 of Teddy McPherson. McPherson, who switched across from a Swift to a cross car, and he wants to take a position away from the Irishman up ahead of him. Into Devil's Elbow they come. It's Sharkey with the advantage for holding on to fourth place at the minute, but McPherson wants to take that spot away. They climb Hairy Hill while Max Weatherly's already making his descent. They climb out of North Bend Hairpin. This is the final lap. The checker flag is being made ready. Weatherly's going to win this one. We'll have to make a note of his time because Weatherly's time will be the one they'll be looking to beat in the next one. James Black drops down into fourth with Black at the line. Stephen Jones came up into second. Sharkey was third. Black is fourth. McPherson fifth. McCarthy sixth. Matt Cake, and our last finisher will be Carl Jarvis in Darren Scott's Live TN5. So it is a time of 3 minutes 12.430 from Max Weatherly. He set the best lap of a 45.9. No one else was in the 46s. So that gives you an idea of the pace of Max. That was maximum attack from Weatherly, and the Faversham-based rally instructor sets the early benchmark. After a difficult Q1 and a difficult Q2, the former Swift Sport champion is now showing his class, and his time is the one this next batch will be looking to beat. Led by David Kane in 5.81, another top Irish racer in his speed car Wonder. He's in a new speed car Wonder R, so it's a revised version of the speed cars which we're seeing in the hands of the other Irish drivers, but still runs the Yamaha 850cc engine. He sits on pole. Ben Bartlett is alongside the former Carter turned rallycross driver. 29 of Liam McMullen on the outside in his red speed car. Row 2, Roberts Vittles in 126, the Latvian who won on his supercar debut back here in 2021. He's a rapid driver. See how Roberts gets on. 32 alongside is Stephen Burke, leading the BTRDA points in the cross-car division. And on the back row, 3 very handy drivers who have stepped up from one make rallycross competition. Brad Turner, the former BMW Mini star, Will Ovenden from Junior Swifts, and James Constantine, who's raced in all one make British Championships in the country, I think, Swifts, Juniors and Minis. Thumbs up from the start line marshal. Will they get near Max Wedley's time? 3 minutes 12.4. We're ready to race. David Kane, a little bit of creeping on the line. It's his fellow Irishman Liam McMullen who gets the best launch, but Ben Bartlett's going skywards as they charge down into Talladega for the first time. He's still connected to McMullen and he strikes the tyres. Oh, so what a shame for Ben Bartlett. He was literally a passenger running down into Talladega. The front wheels locked onto the drivers either side, and Bartlett had nowhere to go other than the tyre stack. Great shame for Ben, and he's parked the cross car in the infield, so we will be able to continue with this one. We are going to go green flag till the end, I think, because Bartlett's done well despite broken suspension. He's got his cross car out of harm's way, and it's David Kane who still leads. James Constantine is third, or is he? Because Roberts Vittles dives up the inside line. Vittles gets third place away from James Constantine. Will Ovenden goes joker, chased on by Bradley Turner in 61, but it is David Kane who is still your early leader at the end of the opening lap. Kane with the advantage over McMullen. It's an Irish 1-2, 2 Irishmen, a Latvian, and then the first of the Brits. You've got North Yorkshire's James Constantine in number 8 in 4th. Ben Bartlett's clambering out of his car at Devil's Elbow, so Bartlett's out on the spot, and he is pretty gutted as well. Bartlett out, sadly. The teenager walks away from his cross car. He managed to park it on the outside of the elbow, so he's got it out of the racing line, but there will be yellow flags down at the elbow for the rest of this race, I'm sure. David Kane, still your race leader. Stephen Burke goes joker. It's Roberts Vittles who's made a good ground on that last lap, climbing up into 3rd position. Constantine and Ovenden together, the former Swift Sport racers on track. James Constantine and Will Ovenden having a decent battle on circuit. Ovenden wants to get the better of his Yorkshire-based rival up over the tabletop. They're coming into a yellow flag zone. They've got to be careful through the elbow because the drivers need to be aware of Ben Bartlett's stricken entry on the outside of the elbow. David Kane's having no such trouble out front. He's still clear from McMullen with Vittles in the 126 car in 3rd, but Will Ovenden is having a great charge on the back of Constantine out of North Bend Hairpin. Kane's taking his joker, gets his longer route done. So too does McMullen, and so too does Vittles. Constantine does the same as well. So that opens up Will Ovenden to try and chase down the top 3. Ovenden now up into 4th position. But David Kane has been an absolute star today in the white with the blue and the purple flashes. Comes into the yellow flag zone. Still got that advantage. The checker flag is being made ready. And David Kane is clear of the pack. He's got McMullen behind, Vittles in 3rd, Ovenden 4th. Now 5th is currently Turner, but Kane is not looking in his mirrors. He doesn't need to. He's got a 2.2 second gap over the rest, but it's not all about positions at this stage of the event. It's about the overall times, and the one he's looking to beat is 3 minutes 12. Does he do it? Up to the line, and he smashes Max Wedley's time by 3 seconds. So David Kane is on an absolute mission today. He wins Q3 for the cross cars by 3 seconds from Max Wedley. David Kane wins a 3 minute 09.9 from the Irishman, and he is chuffed with that. He waves to his teammate Liam McMullen on the slowdown lap. Liam could only shadow his fellow speed car wonder racer around the Lydden Hill circuit. What a great drive from Kane. He wins and he sets a really good time. 3 minutes 09 is one of the best we've seen today. That was rapid from Kane. Sadly for Ben Bartlett, he's out on the spot, but Ben waving to the drivers as they go past. He seems okay. He'll be back out for more later on, I'm sure. Kane is the victor though, as the cross cars are dramatic again. Retros are next track action. Ben Bartlett's car will be recovered from the kitty litter at the Devil's Elbow, but our next race will be the Super Retro division, and it's the barn find Ford Escort Mark II of former Super National frontrunner Alan Tapscott, which starts in this Super Retro and BTRDA Classic race from pole, the AT Motors sponsored car. Next to him, another Devon racer, Steve Cousins, in his Renault 5, adding variety to the field in the works Renault colours. It really looks the part. On the outside of row 1, Steve Gaunt in number 49 in his Vauxhall Corsa. He's from the BTRDA division. See the BTRDA stickers on the door. He runs in the Clubman series, but the grids are being merged today, so we've got Super Retro and BTRDA Classic together. Steve Pascoe, 180. It's a good number for Steve because he's 80 years of age, and Steve, one of the most enthusiastic drivers out there. He wants to continue his rallycross competition as long as he can. Great to have Steve out on track. He'll be kept company on row 2 by Tom Edmonds in his neatly turned out Vauxhall Corsa, the number 24 car. The BTRDA rules are open for cars pre-1995. The British rules, the British Five Nations regulations, are pre-91. So that's how we're seeing more modern courses on the grid this weekend, at the only time at Lydden this season that we see a merging of the classes. The back row has a 4-time British Rallycross champion and a brand new driver to the Rallycross scene. So couldn't be more different between the two drivers on the rear of the pack. Pat Duran, another Devon racer in his Ford Escort Mark II, the duo sponsored car, and alongside Paul Quinnell in the Peugeot 205. Excellent field of retros. Ben Bartlett's car is being removed from the Devil's Elbow and will be shortly underway. Don't forget, there's no joker lap for the retros. They have a straight fight to the flag, so any moves need to be made on circuit, and it makes the start even more crucial. Maybe with a joker you might be able to make up for a dodgy start by getting a joker done early and finding clear air, but here it's a straight race to the flag. Old-fashioned rallycross rules before joker laps were ever thought of, and it will be Tapscott, Cousins and Gaunt who will be your front row starters. Duran's a lot more comfortable in the Mark II Escort now than he has been in previous seasons. The team fitted a new pedal box, changed the seating position, and Pat, with his tall frame, a lot more comfortable now in the Mark II Escort than he has been in previous years, but he'll be quite frustrated with how the day has gone so far. It hasn't gone the way of the circuit owner, who's done great things with this place since taking it over, and there's always improvements going on and off the circuit every time you come to Lydden. It's now Pat's turn though to go racing, and he'll be starting from the back row with Paul Quinnell in the Peugeot. Ready to race, will soon be showing on the lighting gantry because the thumbs up from the start line marshal. Look towards the lights. Green and go, and Pat Duran does get a good start from the third row. He's already making up place after place. Pat's on a mission. He needs to make up for his poor start to the weekend in Q1 and Q2. The early leader is Steve Cousins in the Renault 5. Steve, who's had so many rallycross cars to his name over previous years. He still owns the ex-Dan Rook Citroen AX, but he's driving the Renault 5 today, and he's got Pat Duran all over his tail as they turn through Devil's Elbow for the first time. Alan Tapscott right with them as they clamber up the hill. Paul Quinnell at the rear of the pack of the Peugeot, and Pat's making his move. Pat pounces through the North Bend hairpin, drifts slightly deep, but that doesn't matter. He's got the move done late on the brakes, and Pat will be enjoying this. He deserves a good race after the poor start he's had to the weekend. Cousins shows his nose. Steve's usually pretty feisty, so we won't discount Cousins in the number 50 car, and don't rule out Alan Tapscott. He's in third behind the Escort Mark II and the Renault 5. Alan Tapscott in the black bonneted Mark II Escort. He is one to watch, and he's trying to make a move on Cousins right around the outside on the approach to the jump. He can't do it. It's a Devon 1-2-3 with Pat leading Cousins, leading Tapscott, but Alan drops away from the rear of the Renault 5 and into the clutches now of the leading BTRDA runners. That's the Opel Corsa of Steve Gaunt. He's the best of the BTRDA class runners, or at least he was, because Thomas Edmonds has now come past. But Pat Duran in the Ford Escort is still your race leader. The Corsas are having their own little squabble at the mid-pack of the field. Gaunt and Edmonds, that's the fight for BTRDA honours in the middle of this order. But Pat Duran was 2 laps now from victory, and he needs a good time. Pat needs to get to this checker flag in one piece here, because he's had dramas in both Q1 and Q2, and he wants to get to this checkered without any trouble in the Ford Escort. The duo stickered car up over the tabletop, and now Alan Tapscott's coming again. Tapscott is having another go now at Steve Cousins in the Renault 5. Tapscott in the Ford Escort Mark II. He's got another Escort in build, has Alan, but he's concentrating on the barn find one for this weekend. A car he's driven for a couple of seasons. Had a drama in Blyton in the car last season, but he's having a decent run here and the 91 car this weekend. And Steve Cousins just able to scamper away a bit in a straight line in the Renault. Through the chicane they come for the final time, for the penultimate time in fact. It's Duran from Cousins and Tapscott. Tapscott is still right there, and he's going to try the wide line again. This is where you can make a move high and wide, but he's got all out of shape, and Alan's thrown a chance away, I think. Got a bit squirrely on the midpoint of Talladega, and Tapscott's going to lose ground, drops out of Steve Cousins' view, and Tapscott may just have to settle for 3rd place in this one. We're half a mile now from the end of the Five Nations Super Retro Q3 race 1, and Pat Duran looks set to put the early benchmark down here. He comes down Hairy Hill for the final time. Tapscott is trying again to get to the rear of Steve Cousins in the Renault, but it's going to be a win for Pat Duran then. He is the early pace setter in Q3, and it's a 3 minutes 28 from Pat. A 3:28.745 from Pat Duran. That is the same time as what Vince Bristow set this morning, and Vince won his race. So we know Pat set a decent enough benchmark there. Steve Pascoe's across the line in 5th, ahead of Paul Quinnell in his Peugeot 205 GTI. So Pat Duran back to winning ways on his home circuit, and he takes the applause and waves of the crowd through the Devil's Elbow. Pat sets the early benchmark, but the championship favourites are in the next batch. Charlie French and the rest. Here they come then, the next group of Super Retro runners, and Alan Crockett is going to join Charlie French on the front row. Alan, a 2nd generation rallycrosser. His dad Davey was a Vauxhall Nova Challenge star of the 90s, and he has been a long time rallycross driver in many different categories, but it's his turn of his son Alan, the Northern Ireland based dentist, from the middle of the front row. Charlie French is on pole position in Super Retro number 1 on the side, the 42 car of Charlie, the Martin Skanker tribute, who really looks the part. And don't rule out Stuart Emery, we know he's quick in 71 in the Volvo 242. Stuart's been getting quicker and quicker. Vince Bristow on row 2 in his BMW, alongside Nigel Davey in the V8 powered Triumph, fresh engine rebuild in that. And towards the back of the grid we find one of the longest serving rallycross cars in the paddock, the Dave Ewan Ford Fiesta. It's no normal Ford Fiesta, as a Mitsubishi power plant in the number 17 blue Ford. So to see how Dave can go, the Cumbrian-based farmer. Ray Morgan's alongside in the Leaders of Hastings Ford Escort. He's joined by Lee Wood on row 3. And on the back row, Andy Grant, ever present at Lydden. Great to have Andy in the Ford Escort. See how the former supercar star can do from the back row. A big grid of 5 Nations Super Retro runners about to go green. Green and go at 2-wheel drive Superprix, and Nigel Davey gets a good start from row 2 in the wedge-shaped sports car, but it's Alan Crockett then. Crockett this time who gets the early lead of Charlie French down into Talladega. Emery settles into third spot. There's all sorts of action further back with cars overlapping, but out front is Alan Crockett in 779 ahead of Charlie French in the Ford Escort. Into the Devil's Elbow come the leading trio. Emery's really put himself in the mix here of the leading contenders in Super Retro, and he hasn't got a turbo on the car yet. If he does try and find more power from the car, Emery could be an event winner in the not too distant future. But he's up there fighting it out with the best of the class as it stands. They come out of North Bend Hairpin and down Hairy Hill, and it is Alan Crockett who has the early advantage in the RXNI sticker car ahead of Charlie French, with Emery right on the tail. Bristow's in fourth spot, Dave Ewan fifth, a good scrap further back, Nigel Davey, Lee Wood and Ray Morgan. Charlie French is now closing in as Lee Wood tries to go around the outside of Nigel Davey through Talladega. That's for sixth position. So there's good duels all the way down the order in this retro category for pre-1991 Rallycross cars. A really great mix and no joker to split them. They are having a straight fight to the flag, and moves like Lee Wood just pulled around the outside of Talladega are excellent to see as the leaders close up. There's less than half a second between them now as Charlie French in the DHS Bathroom sponsored car turns through the right-hander at paddock. He's chasing on the Shell Oils 779 car of Alan Crockett. We have hit half distance, 2 miles left to go then. And what can Charlie French do? What has he got in the locker? This is the battle we have enjoyed throughout the season in the Super Retro division. They've shared the victories. Alan Crockett won the first 2 here at Lydden. Charlie French won the second 2 at Pembrokeshire. He's making a move. He makes a move at Devil's Elbow. And what a bold one that was. French up the inside, but Crockett's trying to fight back. They climb up Hairy Hill, but Charlie French in a flame-throwing Ford has made it through. And now Crockett's trying to fight back at North Bend Hairpin. They almost rub. They are almost touching through the tight right-hander. But that was a bold, brave move from Charlie French. He sent it up the inside over the jump, and French is through. So change from the lead for French in 42. Crockett drops into second. Emery now third. But that was an excellent move from French. There's no joker to split, so you had to get it done, and he did it. He launched up the inside at the elbow, but Crockett isn't out of this yet. Crockett's now coming back as they out over the jump. Emery's still there or thereabouts as well, but Alan Crockett's onto the grass. He's gone all out of shape over the jump, and Emery's through. Stuart Emery in the Volvo 242 into second, and now Charlie French is slowing, and Stuart Emery's right there. And we have 3 for the lead. The flame-throwing Ford is under pressure from the Volvo, and the local man from Faversham could win on home ground here. Stuart Emery could beat the championship contenders. They come down Hairy Hill, and look at Stuart. He's parking the Volvo on the inside line, trying to keep Charlie French at bay. They come through for the final few metres, and Stuart Emery's still leading. They come to the chicane, and Emery wins. Stuart Emery in the Volvo 242. Who would have thought that? Emery wins on his home circuit. French second, Crockett third, but Stuart Emery's pace has been super today, and with the dramas for French and Crockett, Stuart kept his nose clean. He comes through and wins, and they beat Pat Duran's time by 8 seconds. Stuart's chuffed with that. One of the friendliest blokes in the paddock has just gone and won on his home circuit. So well done to Stuart and the rest, Charlie French and everyone in the field. And it's Stuart Emery who wins by 0.3 of a second from Charlie French. Crockett third. Great stuff. We look further down the order. It was Lee Wood fourth, Vince Bristow fifth, Dave Ewan in sixth, Nigel Davey, Grant and Morgan your final finishers. And just as the field trundles back to the paddock, we are now into our next retro race. That was great action. Retro's on circuit next, and it's Tony Lynch who will be on pole position with the Peugeot 205. He's got Peter Christmas alongside in the Toyota Corolla. Dan Swalen's repaired the Ford, so he's out on circuit again in the Kent Movers sponsored car. Good to see Dan's back out on track. A car he's driven in circuit racing here at Lydden in the past, but concentrating on rallycross today. And on the back row, Simon Hart in 137, and Ian Halfhide is being on a row all to himself on row 3. A good grid of retro runners. We're missing, sadly, Terry Moore the weekend with the Mini, but we still have a strong field of the less powerful up to 1600cc division. No Joe Luke Eastwood, sadly, of his dramas in Q2. If you missed his spectacular role, you can see that on the British Rallycross social pages already shared up on there. So do have a look. Drew away, and Dan Swaden doesn't get a good start at all, and it's Tony Lynch versus Simon Hart versus Peter Christmas as they come down into Talladega for the first time. Lynchy with the early advantage, Simon Hart into second spot in 137. Christmas is in third in the Toyota, but it's Tony Lynch then who is doing the early leading in the Peugeot, the Wigan-based multiple British Rallycross class champion. He raced in the Swift Sports for a number of years in stock hatch and super modified. His old Ford KA, which he drove in the super modified championships, up for sale in Ireland now, so he's had so many cars to his name, has Tony Lynch, as he turns through the North Bend hairpin for the first time in his old stock hatch Peugeot 205, which he's brought back this season. Swaden's trying to make up for lost time at the start. He's now challenging the ex-rally car of Peter Christmas down into the paddock, and Christmas is keeping Swaden at bay for now. But Swaden is going to try and make a move on Christmas as they go into Talladega. Lynch still with that lead. Hart in second, and now Swaden, I'm sure he's definitely struggling with power issues in the 22, because he should be right at the very front of this field, but he's now unable to get past the newcomer. This is a good test session for Peter Christmas then in the Toyota. It really looks a very neat rallycross machine in the works Toyota colours, and we can see the Castrol sticker car coming under increasing pressure from Swaden now. Lynch gets still into top spot with Simon Hart behind in his tail happy Ford Escort Mark 1, the 137 car, the Haynes of Maidstone John Taylor replica down into paddock, the replica of the first European rallycross champion, as Simon Hart in the Taylor car across the timing line, with Lynch still your race leader in the Peugeot 205. Lynch was racing against the likes of Ash Simpson and Julian Godfrey in stock hatch for many seasons in this Peugeot, sold the car, concentrated on retro competition and super modified, and has now managed to buy that very Peugeot back. So he is out front, but who will be second? Because it's now an exclusive Ford Escort Mark 1 duel between the road legal Mark 1 of Simon Hart, still with its number plate on the rear, and the more powerful, more developed Mark 1 Escort of Dan Swaden up ahead. And Swaden does nip through, and now he may be able to win this, because Dan Swaden suddenly set the best lap of the race. The pace is coming back to the Kent Movers car. It's moving quite nicely, and the 52.741 is the best lap of the race anyone's set. We're on to the final lap, and Tony Lynch has got 1 mile left to hold on. This could be a grandstand finish now between the two of them. Lynch in the front-wheel drive French hot hatch against the rear-wheel drive Ford Escort Mark 1 of Dan Swaden, up over the tabletop for the final time, and Tony Lynch is going to have to try and make his Peugeot 205 as wide as possible, because Dan Swaden has got a new lease of life here. The Ford Escort Mark 1 is renewed. It seems to have repaired over the break between Q2 and Q3, and here he comes. He's left it late, but Dan Swaden gets the move done then in the Ford Escort, goes deep through the North Bend hairpin, but the youngster from Minster on the Isle of Sheppey is going to come down Hairy Hill for the final time, and he's going to take the lead away from Lynch. The checker flag is now in sight, and Dan Swaden in number 22 takes the win. Still seems down on power. The car isn't as it should be, but Dan Swaden wins. Lynch is second. Peter Christmas will be fourth in the Toyota. Third is Simon Hart. Ian Halfhide, final finisher. Good racing for the retros. Dan Swaden went from the back to the front, and he's pleased with his afternoon's work so far. He'll be back for the final later on. Next on track will be the Super Modifieds. David Bell is on pole position for our super modified Q3 race. This also includes the modified category for the less powerful cars, but it's the super modified runners at the front. David Bell on pole in 93. Paul Coney, the Dartford racer, former Nova Challenge star, in the middle of row 1 with Andy Hawks on the outside in the Hawks Fire car, previously driven by his brother Martin. James Avison in 201 is on row 2 with Richard Moore in the supercharged V8 powered Mercedes SLK. On the back row we find Kieran Curran in 117. Leanne Sedgwick, the Paddock Wood based former oval racer, former hot hatch runner. And on the back row, Ty Ratton in his Ford Fiesta, a car driven in many, many super modified events in the past by Mike Howlin, racing against the likes of Dave Bellaby, James Bird and the rest. Mike Howlin's Ford Fiesta then on the back of the field. Can it get to the checker in this one? Let's hope he can get there. Ty Ratton at the very back of the grid, but it'll be all eyes at the front. Coney versus the Minis, the battle to watch. Rich Moore. What about Rich Moore? He's blasting through from the second row, and the fast starting Mercedes gets a great getaway. Coney already hard on the power through Talladega. He's flung the Vauxhall Corsa around the outside of the Mercedes, and the sports car drops down into second spot. So it's the little Vauxhall Corsa which comes out on top after the first half of the lap, but it's Coney with the advantage over Moore. Second spot for the Mercedes, third for Martin Hawks. Ty Ratton's at the back of the pack in the Ford Fiesta as Paul Coney lifts that rear wheel through the right-hander of North Bend hairpin. He's always had super lightweight machines as Coney flings them around Lydden Hill circuit. He's always good to watch as he goes deep through paddock. Paul Coney's pushing on in number 20. 3 laps left to go, and it's still Rich Moore who's Coney's closest challenger, and it'll be interesting to keep an eye on the BMW V8 supercharged powered Mercedes, the self-engineered Merc of Richard Moore, which has always started quickly today, but as the race has worn on, he seems to have dropped away and his pace has dropped off, but he's holding his own at the minute, and he's in second spot ahead of the All 4 Mini running in 2-wheel drive specification of Andrew Hawks. So Moore is going along nicely in this middle part of the race, coming up to the end of the second lap, about to hit mid-distance. And Paul Coney's gone joker this time through, so pulled into the longer route. He's going to come back out still in the race lead, ahead of Rich Moore in the Mercedes SLK V8. Coney ahead of Moore, and then this fight for third because James Averson's bouncing his way into the rear bumper of Andy Hawks as they leap their way through Talladega. Coney and Moore continue on their fight, but Andy Hawks and James Averson are having a decent little duel for third and fourth positions. They're into the Devil's Elbow for the penultimate time. Hawks in the Hawks Fire car with Andy on the number plate, just in case you forget who it is out on track. He's driving his brother's car this weekend, and Andy is third on the road. Sadly, Kieran Curran is struggling around at the back of the field in his Opel Corsa. That's a great shame because it's a brilliant bit of kit, as Rich Moore this time goes joker, and he's going to try and come out ahead of Andy Hawks. You hear that V8 charge as he comes past the timing line. The V8 Merc is there in second spot still. So the Mercedes SLK V8 is having a decent run as Kieran Curran is in danger of being lapped here because Paul Coney's closing in through Devil's Elbow. Andy Hawks now onto the rear of Richard Moore, and that's the closest fight on circuit. Second and third positions. Who will be on top? It couldn't be more different cars. You've got the All 4 Mini against the self-built Mercedes SLK of Richard Moore. They pass Kieran Curran, who's sadly struggling in the Opel Corsa. Paul Coney's going to be the race winner in his very healthy Corsa, but second will go to Richard Moore, and that's a great drive from the number 2, bouncing across the timing line. Richard Moore with one of his best performances here at Lydden. He finishes second. Andy Hawks is third. James Averson fourth. Ty Ratton. That's encouraging for Ty. He's going to get to the flag in the ex-Mike Howling car, the number 33. Ratton gets there. David Bell was a long way adrift from the pack. He finishes in 6th spot. And Kieran Curran sadly a lap down. And we also lost Leanne Sedgwick. Leanne had a front left puncher on her number 144 car. So it's Paul Coney who wins Super Modified Q3. It's the BMW Minis, which will be our next track action. BMW Minis Q3 onto the timing line, and it's Wesley Wickens who sits on pole position on the Canterbury Straight with Ryan Cooper, the Lincolnshire based racer, alongside him. 2 local racers, the Sussex man Wes Wickens and Iwade's Warren Salter on the outside of row 1. This car was on its roof at Pembrey a few weeks ago. Warren's reshelled the car and it looks very smart indeed with its bright yellow flashes. Row 2, Lynn the Wedding from Wales in 611, and alongside him is Wesley's brother Russell Smith, the pole sitter. Wesley has built a second car, and we've got Smith on track in number 27. Ready to race. Q3 for the supercharged minis is go, and it's Ryan Cooper who gets the best of the launches from the middle of row 1. He hasn't been at Lydden for a good few years, but the former British Drift Championship competitor has the early lead. But Lynn Llewellyn is really trying to make up for a difficult first start to the meeting this morning. The car ground to a halt in Q2, and Lynn Llewellyn in 611 is having a decent run here, trying to make a move on Ryan Cooper in number 11. But it's Cooper in the Bell car which has the lead. Russell Smith and Warren Salter change positions for 4th and 5th, but it's a real fight on for the lead because Wesley Wickens is locking up, trying to get the inside move on Lynn Llewellyn in the ex-Tom Constantine car through the right-hander. They go side by side down Harry Hill. They almost touch on the exit, and Wesley Wickens is trying to make a move on Lynn Llewellyn coming down into paddock. Lynn goes Joker this time through, so Llewellyn in the 611 car into the longer route, and now Wesley Wickens is now right on the tail of Ryan Cooper as they come into Talladega. The leaders are absolutely together, and Wesley Wickens and Cooper are side by side. A wing mirror has gone flying off Cooper's car, and Wesley Wickens is going really high. He's on a very, very wide line there. Wesley Wickens is heading towards Canterbury as that far around away from the apex at Talladega, and that's opened the door for Lynn Llewellyn, and Llewellyn's already done the Joker. So the bright yellow with the checker flag roof. Lynn Llewellyn is now closing in on Wesley Wickens, and that mistake from Wes just shows you how costly one mistake in a short-lived rallycross race is. You only get 4 laps. You really don't want to make a mistake in that, and it looks like he might be in more drama because Wesley Wickens is out of this one. Is that a puncher on the front? Maybe, I don't know. He's been passed by his brother, so his brother Smith comes through. That's Russell Smith in number 27. Well, 27 is through up into 3rd place, and Wesley Wickens is dropping down the order. He's been passed now by Warren Salter, and Wesley is now right at the back of the pack, having got that Joker. There is a front left puncher on Wesley Wickens' car, so Wesley's got a front left gone flat, so that's why he is out of contention in this one. And now it's all our attention on the fight for the lead because we are on to the penultimate lap, and Ryan Cooper's going to have to try and do the Joker lap fairly soon because Lynn Llewellyn, the Welsh driver in 611, is the fastest mini on circuit at 50.7. Warren Salter's car's ground to a halt on the infield at Talladega, and this time round Ryan Cooper goes Joker. So Cooper goes into the longer route. He's minus a wing mirror on the mini, but that won't be putting him off too much as he comes out onto this final lap and it's Lydden Hill with the advantage over Cooper. Into the last mile of the Lydden Hill circuit they go. There's 8 tenths between them, so barring a mistake from the Wedding, this should be Lydden Hill's race, and he'll bounce back nicely after the dramas in Q2. Into the Devil's Elbow they turn, and Ryan Cooper, the Royal Air Force worker by trade, he's chasing in on Lydden Hill, but the bright yellow 611 car has had a lot of good speed in this one. It's the quickest car on track of 50.1. Wesley Wickens and Warren Salter are having their own race further back with 2 damaged cars, but Lydden Hill is going to come through Paddock Bend, over the bumps, through the chicane, and wins. The Wedding wins Q3 for the BMW Minis, the BTRDA Bone Street Autos Limited and MRF Tyres sponsored class. Third on the road is Smith. Salter and Wickens will be our last finishers, a long way adrift in 4th and 5th. But that's the BMW Minis complete for Q3. Next track action. Once Wesley Wickens drags his car around the circuit, I think he's going to try and almost get back to the checker flag on 3 inflated tyres. Here is Wesley, just to try and get a finish. On the Case-Hill sponsored car, the championship leader hasn't gone all his own way in that Q3 race. And it looks like he may be heading back to the paddock early. Yeah, Wickens into the paddock. Then the Minis are heading off circuit, and our next action will be our last Q3 race for the BTRDA production runners. Our last Q3 race of the 2025 two-wheel drive Superprix, blending the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross and the Five Nations British Rallycross Championship. It's the BTRDA series which takes centre stage here, and Alex Fletcher, the reigning overall BTRDA Rallycross champion, who comes down onto pole in number 1. Alongside is Finn Vore, and Finn has been busy racing a Porsche at Silverstone in the gap between events. He was racing a Porsche 944 on at Silverstone, and what a great experience that was for racing in aid of CALM, the campaign against living miserably charity, and the Hampshire racer has proven very handy in not just circuit racing in the Porsche, but also in the Saxo we see here today. Alongside him, Will Noon in 187, the Renault Clio. He's in the more powerful up to 2 litre category, along with the Honda Civic. Row 2 is an all 1600cc affair, because we've got Charlie Maroney in the ex-Harry Volkard Citroen Saxo, and Ted Shepherd in his number 45 SRX Citroen C2. Row 3, Andy Harris, Mark Henry, and our final starter is the Swift and its debut for Declan King. A very colourful, busy grid of production BTRDA runners is green and go, and Finn Vore, the 19-year-old, gets the best of the starts, but Alex Fletcher in that more powerful Honda should be able to keep the lead. That pesky little Saxo will not let the Civic get away though, and it's bouncing its way around the outside, and Finn Vor's trying to grab the lead. He's done it. Finn Vor then, in his first start here at Lydden, in that lightweight little Saxo, has got the lead. Will Noon strikes the tyres. He's lost the bumper. That'll be a 5-second penalty you can add to that as well, Will. So sadly for Noon, that's a great shame. Not a brilliant start, but he's just lost the bumper. So Will has shed a bit of bodywork, but is still continuing, and he's currently in 6th position. So Noon still continues on his way, but the little front-wheel drive Saxo of Finn Vor is pulling clear of the more powerful Civic behind it. It's a great little duel between the different classes, and the overall production championship leader, Alex Fletcher, is now pushed back into 2nd spot by Vor. Ted Shepherd's having a good run in 3rd position in the Citroen C2. The ex-Harry Volkard Citroen Saxo of Charlie Maroney still 4th. He's under pressure from the mechanic Mark Henry, the MOT tester in his Alfa Romeo. As they come up over the jump for the 2nd time, Vor kisses the curb on the approach to the Devil's Elbow. That Citroen Saxo looks very light under braking. He's really throwing this car around. It's been a great drive. It reminds me of Dan Rook's arrival on the Rallycross scene, where he was throwing a Citroen AX around against more powerful cars and showing the way. And Finn Vor has got that same sort of feel. He's a brand newcomer to the sport this year, done 1 year of autograss, and he's now coming under pressure though from the reigning champion, because Alex Fletcher's going Joker, and the Weira Tools with Loughborough College stickered Honda Civic Type R is into the longer route, and that's now opened the door for the title rivals in the 16 valve category, and that's Ted Shepherd and Finn Vor to go wheel to wheel. Ted's just posted a good 52-second lap. That's quicker than what Finn Vor did ahead of him. So Ted Shepherd now is the one to keep an eye on in the purple and the black colours. He's closing in on the race leader, and that bright orange Saxo is going to have a Citroen C2 looming ever larger in its mirrors fairly shortly, because Ted Shepherd, the 22-year-old from Tenham, is closing in on the race leading Citroen Saxo of Finn Vor. Shepherd's got the lead in the points, but only just. It's very close between the two of them, and Shepherd needs a good result here to keep his championship bid alive, but so too does Vor. It's really on a knife edge between the two of them, and they both go into the Joker together. The championship leaders are following every other move here. They are absolutely locked together, and it's an 8-wheeled Citroen as it comes across the timing line. Saxo leading C2, Vor versus Shepherd, and these two young from the Rallycross scene are going to switch positions, because Shepherd's up the inside and Ted's through. That's a move his uncle would have been proud of up the inside at Talladega. Uncle will be watching on, I'm sure, because Ted Shepherd's got the move done, and the nephew of the 1992 European Rallycross champion is coming under more pressure, because here comes Finn Vor. Vor's been to the door of Shepherd, and now Will Noon's getting involved. This is a great duel between the 16 valve class. Shepherd doesn't want to give him any room, and Vor's on the outside line, and here comes Noon. Noon's joining in as well. It's 3 French hatchbacks battling it out. We've got 2 Citroens and the Renault joining in as well. But this is a brilliant duel between the BTRDA front runners in the production category. We're going to get the checker flag this time through. Alex Fletcher wins, but he'll be second. It's Shepherd from Maroney, from Vor and Noon. What a brilliant race. Last couple of laps there. Excellent action between the production runners. Mark Henry comes across the line in 6th. Andy Harris is 7th. The Reading-based racer is 7th. And our newcomer to the Rallycross scene, Declan King, on his debut is 8th. But that was great racing, and that shows you don't need much horsepower here in Rallycross competition. The production entry-level class, 2 of those stars in that race are into their first season of Rallycross. Ted Shepherd, the wheelwright from Tenham, and Finn Vor, the 19-year-old from Hampshire, both in their new first seasons. They'll both be absolutely buzzing. They've both done Peter Gwynn Motorsport Suzuki Swift Rallycross courses here at Lydden, where you can get some tuition and spend half a day in a car learning your way around this circuit. They both got the bug on one of those days. Do have a look on the details for those, because they're great ways of getting new people into the sport, and Ted Shepherd and Finn Vor are 2 excellent examples of that. But it is a familiar face out front. Alex Fletcher wins in the reigning champion in the Honda Civic. There will now be a slight break before we get ready for the finals, because that was our last Q3 race of the day. We'll be into the semi-finals as our next track action. The dummy grid is currently empty, so do head into the paddock if you can, and once we get a restart time, I'll let you know when our semi-finals will be getting underway. we are building up to the first semi-final then of the two-wheel drive Superprix for 2025, and we have such a big cross-car entry, a record entry for the championship here in Britain, that we've got 2 semi-finals for the class. There's no automatic progression to the final in this category. It is very hard fought, and on pole position will be David Kane from Ireland in his speed car Wonder R, the new chassis that he drove at Pembrey and won at Pembrey in South Wales a few weeks ago, looking to do the double and win again here at the home of the sport. He lines up on pole position in 5.81. Next door to him, and hoping to keep the car on all 4 wheels this time, is Ben Bartlett. He was a passenger in the Q3 race on the run down to the first corner and had nowhere to go other than striking the tyres. On the outside, it's been a fairly quiet day for Stanis Roberts-Vittels, but he's never driven a cross car before. He's driven a 125cc cross car mini buggy for under 12s when he was very young, but now in his early 20s, Roberts-Vittels is learning his way in a full-blown cross car, and do not rule him out because he is very rapid indeed, and it might be he quietly makes his way up the order here today. Row 2, we have Stephen Burke in 32, the only BTRDA runner in the category in the Suzuki 650cc. The other cars around him all 850. 119 of Teddy McPherson in one of the TN11s from Live's operation. And on the back row, Stephen Jones in the 1000cc RX150 buggy. James Constantine in another of the Lives. And it is on the back row, Carl Jarvis from Paddock Wood. Ready to race, top 4 progress then. This is where positions really do count. And we're away. David Kane glances to his left, but he doesn't need to because he's already got the lead away off the line. Roberts-Vittels is going to try and fight his way into the top of the order. He started 3rd. He's trying to take 2nd away from Ben Bartlett, but he can't. So it's Bartlett, the former junior Rallycross front runner, chased on by Roberts-Vittels, the ex-Latvian, British and European Super 1600 champion, not the full European series, but he's won so many classes in Super 1600 competition in the past, and he's now finding his feet very quickly in cross cars. Through the right-hander of North Bend they come for the first time, and Bartlett and Vittels is the closest fight at the minute. Vittels is trying to show his nose in the 126 as they charge down into Paddock. A rapid right-hander. Just look at the speed of the cross cars as they flick through that ever-daunting right-hander at the bottom of Hairy Hill. And it's Bartlett who's closest challenger to Kane, but he's got his work cut out because Vittels is right there with him as they come past the flags for the second time of asking, and Kane's already stretching his legs out front. He has been the man to beat, but his main lead of the championship, one of the arch rivals in the series, Max Weatherly, has had a very difficult day so far. It's not gone his way. It started to come together in Q3 for Max Weatherly, but David Kane still beat his time by 3 seconds. So we know that the man leading this semi-final, which is running over 5 laps for the cross cars, is the man to beat. He is the final favourite coming into the latter stages of this two-wheel drive Superprix for 2025. Teddy McPherson's having a very good run. He's running in 4th at the minute, and as it stands would be going through to the final because the top 4 progress from this cross car semi-final number 1. We're on to lap 3 of 5, and Roberts-Vittels is looking more and more racy now on the rear of Ben Bartlett. This is a good workout for both of them here. Vittels trying to work out where to make his move. Bartlett going defensive, but it might not be defensive enough because up at North Bend Hairpin there's been a change behind David Kane, and Roberts-Vittels is through. He passes Ben Bartlett. That was a bold move on the inside line for Roberts-Vittels, and the 126 car from Latvia gets the move done. That's good stuff from the young charger, former British Rallycross Supercar front runner. Ben Bartlett goes joker in response, chased on by Teddy McPherson as James Constantine and Stephen Burke continue their duel at the bottom end of the top 6. They're fighting over 5th and 6th place. Stephen Jones 7th. Carl Jarvis is in 8th in Darren Scott's cross car, but that looks like his weekend will be ending here, sadly. He's a long way off the back of the pack. Meanwhile, James Constantine and Stephen Burke still having a good fight between themselves for 5th and 6th. It will mean little really because once the jokers are played, they may stay there, and that won't be good enough to get through to the final, but we'll find out because we're on to the penultimate lap now, lap 4 of 5, about to start the final tour here at Lydden Hill. And Teddy McPherson is currently in that all-important top 4. He's holding his own in the 2WD car. He's out over the timing line and still in that all-important 4th place. James Constantine goes joker this time. So Constantine's gone to his longer route, and Ben Bartlett still in 3rd. High jump for Ben at a harsh landing. That's a heavy landing. See the mud flap flapping around on the rear of the Mygale. That was a large jump for Bartlett. We're into the final half a mile though, and it looks like David Kane is going to charge through to victory here. He comes down into paddock. He's got his joker lap left to do. So too has Roberts Vittles. They've left it late. Ben Bartlett's going to be on the normal line on the inside, but David Kane wins. Vittles is 2nd. Bartlett is in 3rd in the 44 car. 4th, Teddy McPherson. That was a good drive from Teddy, the former junior front runner and current junior front runner in the Five Nations Suzuki Swifts. Missing out on the final, Stephen Burke in the Yakar Cross, the 32 entry, the only Suzuki engined car out there. James Constantine in 6th. Stephen Jones in the only RX 150. He finishes in 7th, holding his own against the more nimble cross cars around him. And our last finisher will be former Renault Megane super modified racer Carl Jarvis. The paddock wood-based racer comes up to the timing line in a car he's borrowed from Darren Scott for this weekend. Darren unable to drive the car due to a back injury, sadly. So hopefully we'll see Darren Scott back out here at Lydden in November, driving something at the end of the season, because a top Kent racer he is. It's cross car semi-final 1 in the books though, and the top 4 to progress. So David Kane, Roberts Vittles, Ben Bartlett and Teddy McPherson. Semi-final number 2 are already coming out onto the start line, and again the top 4 drivers get through. Max Weatherly, be a lot of attention on the TTS Motorsport stickered number 7 car, because Max has had a difficult weekend so far, but it did begin to come together for him in Q3. Can he continue that form into this all-important semi-final, where any mistake will be costly? On to pole position though, in the red, number 29 is Liam McMullen, one of the many Irish contenders here this weekend, alongside Will Ovenden, the younger of Tristan Ovenden's 2 boys. Tom racing in the JCW Mini Challenge, supporting the British Touring cars and really in with a fight for the championship. And Will Ovenden sticking with the Rallycross split surface route and has gone very well indeed on his graduation to cross car. Max Weatherly on the outside in number 7. What can the Faversham man do? On row 2 we find Brad Turner in 61. With 54, James Black. He's been a very encouraging so far, his debut for James, the young Kent racer who switched across from Minis. 420, Kevin Sharkey, who had a big incident at Pembrey at the last round. And alongside him, we have the bright orange colours with Matt Cake there as well, Connor McCarthy. Big grid of cross cars, semi-final number 2. We're away. Brad Turner gets the best of the starts from the middle of the 2nd row, and Brad's going to try and come right through the middle of them. He does it. Bradley Turner, he's come from the 2nd row into top spot. That was an electric getaway from the Yeovil man. He charges up into top position. Liam McMullen drops into 2nd, then the pole sitter Will Ovenden 3rd, and Max Weatherly's a long way down the order, the championship leader. This is not good for Max. He's got a healthy lead in the championship. He's won 4 events, but this is not going to help his points haul as the leaders go up into North Bend. We have a change of lead because McMullen's got the lead away from Turner. McMullen now is leading the field. The Irishman's up ahead of the 2 Brits behind him. Turner 2nd, Ovenden 3rd, and it's McMullen now as your early race leader at the end of lap 1. Ovenden challenging the race leader as Turner, Black and McCarthy all go into the longer route. But it is Will Ovenden who's now onto the tail of the race leader, Liam McMullen, who started on pole in the Speed Car Wonder. And as they come up over the tabletop, Ovenden wheelies his way over the jump his family built and into the left-hander. And there's a change for 3rd because Max Weatherly is up the inside. He's made a move on Kevin Sharkey in the 420. So Sharkey in the freshly rebuilt cross car after it rolled spectacularly at Pembrey in South Wales when the wheel came off Max Weatherly's car. Sharkey had nowhere to go but over the top of the wheel and launched into a barrel roll. So Sharkey was out on the spot in that day, but now he's right in the thick of this one. it's McMullen who still leads. We are on lap 3 of 5 now, so these semi-finals stretched by 1 lap to give the drivers a little bit more track time in this crucial part of the weekend. But these 850cc motorbike engine little pocket rockets are charging their way around Lydden Hill circuit. They're lapping in just 45 seconds. They are very quick indeed. And these large motorbike engines are charging these cars along very smartly indeed. As up into North Bend Hairpin goes McMullen. Then when will he take his Joker lap? That's the question now, because the top 3 are yet to disappear into the longer route. Max Wedley's going to have to get the hammer down if he wants to get into that top 4, and he goes Joker this time. If he wants to stay in the top 4, that is, he's going Joker this time through. Brad Turner comes up the inside, and it's going to be side by side between the 2 Live cars, and Brad Turner's on the inside. The 2 teammates are wheel to wheel through the right-hander of Talladega, as James Black and Kevin Sharkey continue their duel. Another big pop of wheelie from Will Ovenden as he lifts the front of the Diggersim car up over the tabletop, and Ovenden's looking very quick indeed. He's closing in on the race leader at the top of the hill. Still McMullen with the advantage, but Ovenden on his home circuit, he knows this track better than the driver up ahead of him. He knows all the tricks, all the bumps, and where to put the car and where not to, and Ovenden is right with the race leader, and they're following each other. So Ovenden is wanting to pressurise the leader here. He wants to force a mistake on circuit. They come out ahead of Max Weatherly and Brad Turner. So those 4 drivers should all be progressing to the final, but in which order? And we have 1 lap left to decide that, and Ovenden wants to be on the front row for the final. He wants to dislodge McMullen from top spot, but Max Weatherly can't be discounted either, because Weatherly's right there with Ovenden. This is great stuff between the leading quartet in this cross car semi-final number 2. They clamber up Hairy Hill for the final time. Hard on the brakes for the right-hander. They kiss the curb on the inside, and McMullen is leading the Brits through the right-hander, and they tumble down Hairy Hill for the final time. No Joker laps to worry about. They're all going to file through Paddock as one for the final time. 4 cross cars together, and the 4 progressing to the final are McMullen, Ovenden, Weatherly and Turner. As close as that. Weatherly's the fastest man on circuit with a 45.8, but missing out on the final are Sharkey, Black, McCarthy and Matt Cake, who had a quiet day in his Live TN5. Great stuff from the cross cars, and that was only the semi-finals. We've got the final to come. The fastest drivers of the weekend all thrown together. That will be later this afternoon. But Liam McMullen's chuffed with that, waving to the crowd and the marshals on the slowdown lap. And brilliant stuff again from the healthiest cross car grid we've ever seen in Britain. Super Retros on track next. They're the only category to have a semi-final like the cross cars. Everything else will be going straight into finals. So there will be no Joker for the Super Retros, and they will be out on circuit next with Charlie French leading the pack. semi-final number 1 for the 5 Nations British Rallycross Championship Super Retro Division. Cars over 1600 cc, pre-1991, and it produces a very varied field. Charlie French on to pole position, and the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club prepared Martin Skanker Tribute. Very nicely turned out car, and Charlie the quickest driver of the group, so he gets the privilege of taking to the tarmac here at Lydden. Alongside him is an Opel Kadett reminiscent of the car campaigned by Barry Lee in the late 1970s. That's Alan Crockett, the Ballymena-based dentist from Northern Ireland. He starts from P2. Next door is Cumbrian farmer Dave Ewan. He's got a Mitsubishi badge on the front of the Ford, and that's because it's a Mitsubishi-powered Ford Fiesta, only in Rallycross, really. Great to have the variety. Steve Cousins on row 2 in his Renault 5, the ex-Phil Collard car. And on the back row, we find Ray Morgan, the Hastings-based garage owner. Son works in Formula 1 with the Alpine Formula 1 team. And we'll see how Ray goes himself here alongside Steve Pascoe in the Sierra. No joker lap, 5 laps ahead of us. Top 4 go through, and the fight is really on between the 2 leading contenders in the championship, and it's a better start again from Crockett. So Crockett just is able to edge clear of French in that crucial start. The start's always so important in a Rallycross race, and Crockett just seems to have the edge over his title rival as Crockett and French continue their duel. We've seen some tremendous scraps between the two of them so far today and so far this season at Lydden and at Pembrey. They've only had 4 rounds so far. They've shared the wins between them. Who will come out on top and take the edge in terms of victories? We don't know, because look how close they are on circuit. They're absolutely together, as Ray Morgan and Cousins are likewise just as close. Coming down Hairy Hill, Cousins in the Renault 5, but this is the fight for the front. The Opel against the Ford, and Charlie French is always rapid around the outside at Talladega. That's very brave indeed. You can definitely get 2 cars around there because it's very wide now on the loose surface, but French is running out of room surely. Surely he's out of room. Yes, he's up on the grass. He's onto the banking, and he loses ground. It was a bold attempt from Charlie. He's a top sprinter where he doesn't have to worry about cars around him. He concentrates on the clock and tries to set as quick times as he can, but he tried to make a move there on his arch championship rival Alan Crockett, the 2nd generation rallycrosser out front. He's watched his dad Davey be so successful in the sport over previous decades. It's now Alan who's taking the limelight in the Kadett as Dave Ewan gets sideways through a North Bend hairpin in the Ford Fiesta. They come through the chicane. Ray Morgan in 114 in the Ford Escort, the ex-Mark Lloyd car, and he's trying to make a move on Steve Cousins. Ray Morgan in 114 is going to try and go right around the outside of Cousins as they come down into Talladega. This is a good stuff from Ray, and he's got the move done then. So Ray, who's had a very difficult season so far, has only finished 1 final. He's got a hastily repaired Ford after big contact at both Lydden and at Pembrey, but great to see Ray having a far better run this time through in 114. But the leaders are still close together through North Bend hairpin as well, because we have 2 races in one here really. The top 2 have scampered away, and it's the top 2 in the series. The Kadett of Crockett against the Ford of French. Through the paddock turn they come into the chicane. 2 laps left to go, 2 miles then to settle this. Who will come out on top between French and Crockett? They are absolutely together at the top of the Retro Rallycross standings. They're on 74 points apiece. Their nearest rival is Vince Bristow on 52. So these two really are the class of the field, and they're showing here at Lydden again this afternoon why they are sitting at the top of the table. French rides the curb through Devil's Elbow. They clamber up Hairy Hill into North Bend. Flames again out to the back of the Ford Escort, and Crockett's got the lead as it stands, but can French pick his pocket here? Down Hairy Hill for the penultimate time. Into Paddock Bend they come. Now we know Charlie likes to get a slingshot through here and launch it around the outside at Talladega, and he's going to try and do the same again. Charlie's high and wide. Crockett's quite wise to that. Puts the car on the middle. That can't leave any gap for French to try and nip through, and Crockett now is about half a mile from victory. They go up over the tabletop for the final time then. They'll both be through to the final as it stands, but the higher up you finish here, the higher up you start in the final. And Charlie French is absolutely laying the power down here, sideways out of Devil's Elbow. They're into North Bend Hairpin for the final time then. And would it be the Northern Irishman or the local racer from East Sussex who comes out on top? They come down into paddock, and French is running out of track here. It looks like Crockett's going to do it into the chicane for the final time. French is shadowing in his every move, but Crockett wins. Great stuff from the Super Retros, and again that was only the semi-final. Third will be Ray Morgan, but who'll be fourth? And this is crucial because this is a spot in the final at stake, and Dave Ewan is going to try and keep Steve Cousins at bay. They come down into the chicane, and Dave Ewan has done it. He gets past Steve Cousins on the final lap, and he promotes himself into the Super Retro final, and he's chuffed with that. Dave's already got the door open on the car. He's delighted to get through to the final. Dave Ewan will be on the grid for the Super Retros. Steve Pascoe is our final finisher in 6th, but Crockett versus French, the duel of the 2025 Super Retro season, is continuing at pace, and it's Crockett who gets the edge on the Escort in this one. Great stuff again from the Super Retros, and we look forward to more of the same because the next grid of cars is already coming out onto circuit. It's non-stop stuff here as we work up to the 6 p.m. curfew, and don't forget there'll be a podium and trophy celebrations in the paddock at the end of the meeting, so if you don't need to shoot off at the end of the day, do come into the paddock and see the drivers collect up their trophies. Stuart Emery then will start semi-final number 2 on pole position. He has been a star so far today in the Castrol Petter Solberg liveried Volvo. Solberg started out in rallycross racing and had a Castrol Volvo just like this. And Petter approved of the livery for Stuart, and Emery has quite happily put the colours on the car. Vince Bristow alongside. He's third in the championship coming into this weekend in the BMW. Lee Wood, the former champion in treble 3, the Burton Performance stickered car. He starts from the outside of row 1. Row 2 is an all Ford Escort Mark II, all Devon affair, because we have Alan Tapscott in the AT Motors Ford Escort Mark II, alongside Andy Grant, who still owns the ex-Will Gollop Andrew Jordan Ford Focus, which Andy is very proud to have in his ownership. He's also added to his collection this very smart Ford Escort Mark II. Joining the field at the back is a driver we can't discount, Pat Duran at the back in number 46. Difficult day for Pat so far. Can he find the pace to get into the top quartet here? 4 progress, 2 miss out, 5 laps of action ahead of us. We're ready to race. We're green and go, and Pat Duran does get a good start from the back row. He's already up past Alan Tapscott. Pat's charging. He's already up past half the field. He's into second place already. Pat is suddenly finding good speed, and he's up fighting with Lee Wood through Talladega. Stuart Emery still got the lead though, and the Volvo's a tricky car to pass. A little bit of contact between Duran and Wood as they approach the Talladega jump. They both get away with it, but Duran has promoted himself up into 3rd position. Lee Wood went deep into the Devil's Elbow and has lost a bit of ground. Duran's going to try and challenge Lee Wood as they go up into North Bend Hairpin because Emery has got the lead, but Duran's trying to take second away from Wood, and he's sideways at that as well. Duran side by side with Wood, and Duran leaves 211 thick black lines down Hairy Hill. He just about keeps hold of it. That Escort has some power, that's for sure, and he loses what was second place. He held second for a brief moment, but the former champion Lee Wood back into second spot. Ford Escort Mark II, second, third and fourth, joined by the BMW of Vince Bristow. The 3 Series is going along strongly in number 97, currently 5th, but Vince needs to find a spot as Stuart Emery is slowing. Oh, and a great shame. Stuart Emery, the race leader, has pulled off to the side of the road, out of shot. Emery in 71 is off at the side of the road. He's slowed over the jump, and sadly he is out. What a great day it's been so far for Stuart, but that's not how he wanted to end it. The 71 car off at the side of the road, and that promotes Lee Wood as our now race leader, and Alan Tapscott knows that a spot in the final is now at stake because he's trying to challenge Vince Bristow as they come down Hairy Hill into Paddock Bend. Tapscott in 91, Bristow in 97. They're very close indeed as they come through the chicane in this 5 Nations British Rallycross Championship Super Retro semi-final, and Vince Bristow's trying to get a place away from Andy Grant, and he does so. Bristow bounces his way around the outside of Grant, gets the move done. Vince up into third spot now. So Bristow's third, Duran second, Lee Wood still leading. And now it's the two Devon racers who started together on track who are fighting it out for the final spot in the final. Tapscott and Grant. Lee Wood still your leader in the treble 3 car. Duran's in a comfortable second. Bristow third, but the one to watch is the duel behind, because for fourth and fifth, Grant versus Tapscott, and Bristow's also involved in that as well, because Andy Grant's trying to challenge the BMW as they come into paddock. 2 laps left to go. It's still the race leading Ford Escort Mark II of Lee Wood, which holds sway out front. Duran still second, and then look for Tapscott and Grant. Tapscott's going to try and go around the outside of his fellow Devon racer, trying to take that spot away to get into the final. He's running out of time. He's in a dangerous 5th spot at the minute, because that will be his race run if he stays where he is, into a devil's elbow. They come out of the left-hander and up Harry Hill for the penultimate time, and Lee Wood's already exiting North Bend. He's had a good drive here following the issues for Stuart Emery in the Volvo 242, but into paddock for the penultimate turn comes Lee Wood, bouncing his way across in 333. Duran still in a comfortable second. Bristow third in the race, third in the championship. He's having a strong season, is Vince, but who will be fourth? And Tapscott is going to try and take that spot away from Andy Grant. They go into the loose section for the final time, and Tapscott is right around the outside of Grant, and he's done it actually, out of sight. Alan Tapscott's done the move. He's got the move done on Andy Grant, and Grant's dropped down into 5th. So it's still Duran second, Bristow in third. Tapscott's made his way up into 4th position with a good move around the outside of Talladega. And now we look like we have an idea of who will be getting into the final. Grant's coming back at Tapscott at the rear of the pack. Duran's not able to challenge Lee Wood, and Wood's going to come through paddock for the final time. Checker flag is ready. Lee Wood wins in 333. Duran is in second, getting through to the final. Bristow third, Tapscott fourth, and Andy Grant is 5th. So Andy just misses out on a place in the final. Looked like he would get there, but he is out. And so too, sadly, Stuart Emery in the Volvo. Stuart a non-finisher. But Lee Wood wins, and we are beginning to get the grid together now for the retros. Wood will be on the front row with Alan Crockett, and we look forward to a thrilling Super Retro finale, which will come towards the end of the day. Next on track will be the up to 1600cc retros, so the less powerful 1600cc category, and it's the first final of the day. So the first final of the 2-wheel drive Superprix will be our next race, and it will be a 5-lap encounter for the 5 Nations British Rallycross Championship retro class. we're ready with the finals then. The first of the finals at the 2-wheel drive Superprix for 2025 here at Lydden Hill, and it's going to be the retro up to 1600cc category, which kick-starts our final chapter of the day. Sadly, Joe Luke Eastwood was out after rolling his Metro at Paddock. Good news is that Joe is all fine apart from a stiff neck. It was a pretty big roll, and the mighty Metro is due to be back out at November's British Rallycross Championship finale. Car has been assessed, parts were being ordered this week, and the team hopes to get the car back out. It's Norman Auchin's old Metro from Rallycross in the 80s and 90s. So his period history from Joe Luke Eastwood's Metro sadly went up in a pretty large roll at Paddock, but the Joe's okay and the car should be back out in November. That leaves us with a 5-car grid. Tony Lynch in number 14 alongside Dan Swayland, who seems to be struggling with power in the Ford Escort Mark 1. On the outside is Peter Christmas, the newcomer in this glorified test session for him, the former drag racer in his Toyota Corolla. And on the back row, Simon Hart and Ian Halfhide. That is the grid. It's a busy one at that, and we are ready to go. First final of the day at the 2-wheel drive Superprix. How will Swayland's Escort get on? Because it seems to be struggling with something, but it's got away okay from the start line, and he's leading quite handsomely down into the first turn. So Dan Swayland looks to be back to his winning ways, it seems. A long way still to go because we have 5 laps ahead of us. No joker lap for the retro runners. Tony Lynch behind in his old Peugeot 205, which came up for sale at the beginning of the year and has been re-prepared with the help of Jamie McBain's team to get it up to the current standards needed for the pre-1991 retro category we are seeing here today. But it is the Kent Movers sticker car of number 22, Dan Swayland, who's still planning that move up in category next year. Simon Hart, a big drift around North Bend Hairpin for the Essex-based Ford racer. He's sliding his Mark 1 through the right-hander of North Bend Hairpin. Ian Halfhide behind in the 226 Peugeot 205, a driver who's returned to Rallycross this year after many decades away. Ian's now into his mid-70s, but wants to get back out in the car. He used to race in Rallycross so long ago. He competed when Snetterton was in use, so there's a lot of experience for Ian Halfhide, and he's now back, drawn into the sport by this retro category, which really is a theme in Rallycross at the minute. The success of the Legends Festivals, the Lydden Legend Festival returning here next July, the Lowiak event, which is so large now, as Ian Halfhide sadly has had a half spin out of shot through the Devil's Elbow, but the race leaders are already coming down into Paddock, and it's Dan Swayland, Simon Hart exiting North Bend Hairpin still in third, but it's been a good drive so far from Swayland. The less developed Ford Escort of Simon Hart behind, the road legal Ford Escort, the Haynes of Maidstone sticker car of its number plate on the rear. Tony Lynch still in second, but he can't live with the more developed Ford Escort Mark 1 of Swayland up ahead. Lynchy up towards the jump and over the big tabletop that was put in for the Nitro Rallycross back in 2022. It has sort of fitted into the Lydden landscape a little better now. It doesn't stand out as much as it did when it was first put in. It's bedded itself in, and drivers have got used to the jump over recent seasons. Haven't seen too many car breakages either. No real incidents over the jump so far today, as Lynch through the right-hander at the top of North Bend Hairpin, still with Simon Hart there or thereabouts, but it's a good drive so far from Lynchy. Behind them, 4th and 5th is close between Ian Halfhide and Peter Christmas. That's Christmas in the Toyota and Halfhide in the Peugeot, a similar Peugeot to that being driven by Lynchy, and Halfhide in the 226 car after his half spin going through Devil's Elbow is now challenging Peter Christmas. This is a test session for Peter. He's a drag racer normally. He did motocross to start his career. He went drag racing and still competes at Santa Pod in the Nostalgia Superstock class. He started drag racing in a Mark 1 Cortina Estate with a V8 Chevrolet engine. He then switched to a Mitsubishi, and he's now in a Dodge on the straight line, quarter of a mile at Santa Pod, but he fancied to go at Rallycross. After watching the sport for 40 years, he knows Ian Halfhide off track, and when Ian got back into Rallycross, Peter thought, well, I'll give it a go as well. And the two of them are now having a good duel on track as they go up into North Bend Hairpin. Simon Hart still in third spot in the Ford Escort Mark 1, but this fight for fourth and fifth is continuing at the back of the pack because Christmas and Halfhide are still locked together for the final positions. Lynchy on his own in second spot, Christmas and Halfhide together coming through the chicane, while Lynchy's already on the other half of the circuit going into the Devil's Elbow into North Bend Hairpin. The checker flag is being made ready, and Dan Swayland is not far at all now from victory. The youngster from the Isle of Sheppey is not far to travel for the Lydden local, and he's going to take another win. He's backed it right off. I'm sure he's not been on full speed this weekend. He's nursing the car to the line. Dan Swayland wins. It's another victory for the championship leader. That Tony Lynch will be second in his Peugeot 205, the Wigan racer, ahead of Simon Hart. But who will be fourth and fifth? The two friends off circuit are now fighting it out off it, on it, and it's Ian Halfhide and Peter Christmas who are together on track. The Toyota and the Peugeot coming down Harry Hill for the final time, and it looks like Ian Halfhide's going to be able to do it. We're side by side with his friendly rival before the chicane, and he takes fourth place away. So Halfhide finishes fourth, Christmas is in fifth, and our first winner has been crowned then at the two-wheel drive Superprix for 2025, and that is Dan Swayland, the young retro racer in his mid-20s. He's been very quick indeed since stepping into retro rallycross scene, and the Kent Movers car chalks up another win at home with his local circuit. He's pretty chuffed with that. We'll see if Dan can step up to Super Retro next year. Next cars coming down onto the start line already are the BTRDA Juniors, the British Junior Championship. We are due to have a Superprix Junior Super Final at the end of the day. So a Super Final just for the juniors is due to come at the end of the day, and that will be a mixture of the BTRDA Swifts and Micras and the Minis from Ireland. The top 5 from each category will qualify for the 10-car Super Final, and that will be our last race of the day. Anything could happen there when we mix the Irish and the British teenagers together onto circuit, and it'll be a 6-lap final right at the end of the meeting. So do hang around if you're trackside and you are looking forward to this first junior final. We've got the British final, the Irish final, and then we'll be combining the grid. Our first port of call though is going to be the BTRDA Juniors, and it is Elliot Fuster, the championship leader, who starts on pole position, the 17-year-old from Pontefract, who had a good result here at Lydden Hill last season. He's had 3 wins on the bounce in the category and comes into this weekend with the series lead over Hayden Harris, who sits alongside another 17-year-old, Jimmy Jeekins on the outside in 754. We have onto the second row, Brown in 57, Cake in 631, and on the back row, great to see back out on track, Oscar Cooper in 42. But we're away with the junior final, and who will come out on top in this one? It's Fuster versus Harris, the two championship rivals together down into Talladega, but Jimmy Jeekins is getting him elbows out as well in the Micra. Side by side on the run up towards the tabletop for the first time, but it's Fuster who has the lead over Harris, and they're in championship order as it stands, with Fuster leading his title rival through the Devil's Elbow. Jimmy Jeekins is showing some good speed at the third spot as it stands, but Fuster with the lead. Aston Brown is our 4th place runner. He's in the black number 57 car as they go round the North Bend hairpin for the first time, but it is going to be Elliot Fuster who's stretching clear, and Aston Brown's trying to make a move on Jimmy Jeekins. The BTRDA juniors are side by side, and Jeekins diverts left. He goes into the longer route. The little Nissan Micra is followed by Phoebe Cake and Oscar Cooper. Oscar just 13 years of age, and he's the youngest driver in the category at the back of the field, but great to see Oscar getting his first drive here at Lydden, and he'll only get quicker because these junior drivers, once they've done 1 year of competition, they get faster and faster each time they're on track. Fuster with the advantage, still the treble 9 car behind of Hayden Harris. These 3 closely controlled Suzuki Swifts are locked together through and up Hairy Hill for the second time, but Fuster, who's had a long spell of victories in the category. With his multicoloured Swift, is leading Hayden Harris in the 999 car, and the 57 still of Aston Brown. Don't rule out behind Jimmy Jeekins in the only Micra in the category, and they'll be looking to finish in the top 5 even if they can't get on the podium, because then they get another race when they come through to the super final at the end of the day. So there's another incentive for the juniors, and that's what it's all about, getting as much seat time as these youngsters can get out on circuit. The more you're on track, the more you're going to learn, and once these drivers have completed 1 year of competition, they're always moving their way up the order as the rest of the season progresses. Hayden Harris and the rest in the Five Nations Juniors will be back here in November, the 8th and 9th, for the British Rallycross Championship finale under the floodlights on Saturday and daylight on Sunday. That will be a weekend to look forward to. We'll have more junior competition that weekend. But it's Elliot Fuster who's coming out of the North Bend hairpin with the advantage as it stands. We are going to hit the halfway mark in this one. 6 laps for the junior Swifts, or for the BTRDA juniors. And Fuster in 707, the Thompson and Son sponsored car with the advantage. Aston Brown, the AB Racing stickered black entry, the blue flashes. He comes out of the Joker with 4th place now to his name. But Elliot Fuster's made a bit of a mistake going through Talladega that time. All of that dust was caused by a race leader. He got a bit out wide onto the loose or dirty bit of the track around the outside of Talladega, and as we've seen so far today, if you do that you can lose a hatful of time. Fuster seemed to get away with it, carried his momentum okay, but Hayden Harris behind is closer than you would expect on the last tour round. Phoebe Cake holding her own in 5th spot ahead of Oscar Cooper at the back of the pack in 42, the ROC stickered car, but our race leaders are coming down into the Joker lap section. Fuster's going to get his longer route done this time in the 707 car. Comes back out behind Harris, who's got to do that longer route himself. 2 laps to go. Jimmy Jenkins has got the Joker sorted very early on. He's now making his way quietly up the order here. Jenkins in the Micra. It's not got the loudest livery of all, but it's a pretty effective little rallycross car, and the only non-Swift in the field is right there in the thick of it in 3rd place. Our race leader Hayden Harris in the 999 car, the Reading resident, out of a Devil's Elbow, chased by Elliot Fuster in the 707. Elliot's already got the Joker lap done, don't forget. So the 999 car with the checker flag design is going to have to disappear into that longer route. Hayden Harris coming down Hairy Hill as they're about to begin their final lap. Onto the white hatchings goes Harris and into the Joker. So he's going to lose time this time through, but will he re-emerge ahead of Jeekins? It'll be close. Jeekins is going to try and take 2nd away from Harris, and he's going to do it. So the Micra splits the Swifts, and Jimmy Jeekins, who's come into this championship round behind Hayden Harris in the points, is going to boost his championship ambitions here and try and move up that order, because Hayden Harris has now dropped down into 3rd spot, and Hayden won't be happy of that, because the main issue for him is that Elliot Fuster, the 17-year-old from Pontefract out ahead, is already the championship leader, and with a Nissan Micra between them, that's only going to help Fuster's championship cause. They go through North Bend hairpin for what is the final time. They will be due out later on again, though, for the junior super final. First time we've seen one of those at Lydden. But it's Elliot Fuster who will win the full championship point scoring round. He comes through Paddock Bend for the final time, and our second winner of the day is going to be Fuster in 707. Elliot wins. 2nd is Jimmy Jeekins. 3rd for Hayden Harris. 4th is Aston Brown in 57. And our final couple of finishers, Phoebe Cake in 631. Phoebe finding her feet again in 2-wheel drive, having spent the majority of the season racing in Europe in the Rally X Championship. And our final finisher, the youngest driver out there, getting a finish under his belt in the final, is Oscar Cooper. And the 13-year-old will only get quicker as his rallycross career progresses. We'll see how his dad gets on in the minis later on this afternoon. But the youngest drivers in the paddock produce a good close race, and Elliot Fuster and the top 5 finishers will be ready to go for the super final for the juniors at the end of the day. Before we get to that, though, it'll be the IRX juniors for their final, and the next race on track will be the 13 to 17-year-olds from the One Make Minis. a one-off non-championship round for the Irish Junior Rallycross Championship, and Logan Hoy starts on pole in number 6. Alongside him is the 199 car of Leah McManus. She's been quick so far today. On the outside of row number 1 with the eyes where the light should be is Cody Mann in 130, and very neatly turned out 130 car. Number 22, Hugo Thomas Lunham, starts from the second row with the number 11, the fast starting Adish Sexton, who went well in Q1 but has had not much luck in the final couple of races. On the back row will be our final starters, 119 of Mark Keegan and 53 Dean Deasy. Closely controlled one-make Mini Coopers built between 2001 and 2006. You get 15 or so of these over the Irish Sea at Mondello Park. We've got 7 on show today, and they've put on some great racing so far. How will they go in their final? We're about to find out, because it's a good start from Mann from the outside of row 1, and our pole sitter and double champion Logan Hoy hasn't got away at all well. He's dropped down into 3rd, maybe 4th. So there's a change in the order from the front row, and right from the outside, Cody Mann has had a brilliant getaway here as Logan Hoy loses more ground, and he's coming under danger, under pressure from the bright yellow machines, the number 22 and the 119. So Logan Hoy is dropping down the order here. He's got his work cut out in this 6th lap final for the Irish Junior Rallycross Championship. Hoy's back up into 4th, but do keep an eye on the red car with the white roof, the FPS sponsor car, because we should see Hoy coming back up the order. But that's a very messy first part of the lap for him, far from optimal as he goes into the Joker just to try and shake off and find some traffic, find some clear air here, get out of the traffic. It's still Cody Mann who leads, runner-up in the championship last season, and these 1.6 litre BMW Minis purely built for the 13 to 17 year olds of the Irish Junior Rallycross Championship, and they've been a really good addition to the 2WD Superprix this weekend. No points on offer here. Their championship doesn't start until the winter time, and autumn and winter through in the Ireland Championship in Mondello Park. So this is a good training ground for them just to get some seat time at a different circuit. And who wouldn't want to race at the home of the sport? Cody Mann is enjoying it more than anyone at the minute because he's coming through North Bend Hairpin with the race lead, and this is good stuff from Mann out front. He is pulling clear of the second place car of 109. Behind them, the number 22, that's Hugo Thomas Lunham, who goes into the Joker lap this time, but still Mann who leads, 199 into second spot now. Liam McManus chased on by Logan Hoy, and Hoy, who was the pre-event favourite after being a double winner in this category, he is really on the back foot here in the final half of the race. We have 4 laps left to go, and the FPS car in 3rd position. Next target is the 199 of Liam McManus up ahead, and he might be able to challenge here coming out of Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill. It's an 8-wheeled Mini as it climbs into North Bend Hairpin. Hard on the brakes for the right-hander. They clip the curbs through past the Lydden Hill sign and hard on the power on the exit. They can run wide on those white hatchings if they like, and they do so coming down into paddock to try and open up the corner into paddock through the right-hander, and McManus goes Joker this time, so that opens up the door for Hoy to try now and challenge the race leader up ahead of him. The fastest driver on circuit is now Logan Hoy with a 52.0. That's a second quicker than the lap time posted by Cody Mann up ahead of him. So Logan Hoy is the quickest driver on circuit in second spot, and the race leader Mann will begin to feel the pressure before the end of this one. We've still got a couple of laps left to run. We're on lap 4 of 6. 199 of McManus now down into 4th position, chasing Lunham in a number 3 car. But Mann and Hoy may begin to close up as this one continues. Through North Bend Hairpin they come again. They tumble down into paddock. Hoy all on the white hatchings, turning into paddock. Got a nice approach to the right-hander, trying to open up the corner as much as he can, bouncing through the chicane. We're on to the penultimate tour then. The penultimate lap here of the Irish Juniors for their first away day here at Lydden Hill. Hopefully it'll become an annual fixture for the championship. Maybe they could add a championship round to the November finale, because that's when their season runs through the winter. Maybe we could get a point scoring round and get the whole field over here. They've been really good little taste for the 7 starters we've had, so seeing more and more of these Irish minis here at Lydden would be a great thing to add to the British Rallycross package. We've seen 5 Nations senior minis and they're running here in the BTRDA as well. It's always a good car, it's a good learning ground, and it produces good close racing, and we might see a good close finish here because Marn goes into the Joker in 1.30. We're about to begin the final lap, and Hoy's going to try and come through, bouncing his way in number 6. They'll begin their final tour. Hoy grabs the lead away then, but he's got that longer route to do, so he needs to find a good lap here on this final mile of Lydden Hill circuit. Hoy's car seems to be the one that bounces around more than most. They're going past the flags for the final time. Logan's the fastest driver on circuit, the only pilot in the 51-second bracket, so he is very rapid indeed. Cody Marn will know, or should know, that the race leader needs to go into that longer route. They come up Hairy Hill for the final time, and the number 6 FPS sticker car, which had a difficult start, lost ground through the early part of the first lap, but has really got his head down as Logan over the remainder of the race, and he's going to come down Hairy Hill. He did do that joke on lap 1, in fact, didn't he? So he did it so early, he doesn't need to do it now, and he's going to come through, and he's grabbed the lead away then. So Marn is going to drop down into second, and it is going to be Hoy who wins. He got that joker done so long ago, completely forgot he'd done it. Hoy wins in just half a second ahead of Marn. Great stuff from Hoy. He got that joker done once he completed that messy first lap, and after dropping down the order in the early stages, Hoy has been able to come through and win. So half a second clear of Marn in 1.30. Great stuff then from the Irish juniors. We've enjoyed seeing them throughout the day, and there'll be more to come because the top 5 from the Irish Championship will be out for their finale with the British juniors at the end of the day. The 2WD Superprix finale will come as our last race of the meeting. Apologies for missing Hoy's joker. He did it so early, I'd forgotten. But Logan Hoy wins, and that's why he's a double champion. We're moving on to senior BMW Minis as our next race, and that will be the British Championship, the BTRDA series. 4 starters. We've lost Warren Salter, sadly, from the order, but it'll be a good race, I'm sure, between the championship contenders. Wesley Wickens in number 51, the former esports racer from East Sussex, starts in the K-Seal car. Lynn Llewellyn, 611, alongside the Welsh driver of the checker flag roof. And on the outside, Ryan Cooper from Lincolnshire, returning to Lydden Hill after many seasons away. Just seen his son Oscar complete his first meeting in the junior category. So we'll see how Ryan goes, and they're joined by Russell Smith in the BMW Mini at the back, 27, Wesley Wickens' brother. So family affair here for the BMW Minis. 6 laps ahead of us, we're away. Ryan Cooper gets a good start from the outside of row 1. They charge down into Talladega. There's a little bit of bumping and boring as they go into the first corner, but it's Wesley Wickens who keeps the lead away. Ryan Cooper into second spot. He got up ahead of Lynn Llewellyn. They pass the flags for the first time, and up over the tabletop they go. It's going to be the race leading Wesley Wickens with the early advantage through the left-hander of the Devil's Elbow, and up Hairy Hill they climb. Now, these are 1.6 litre supercharged versions of the Minis, so a bit more power than we saw for the juniors, which we've just enjoyed from the Irish Championship. And they are pretty quick indeed. We're always good close racing. Sadly now 4 starters after Warren Salters had mechanical woes with his reshelled Mini after dramas at Pembrey in the last round. Out of the Joker for the first time in his Rallycross debut comes Russell Smith in number 27, the older brother of Wesley Wickens, who's raced leading this one through the Talladega. On the Chestons Drift section they go, as up over the tabletop for the second time. Wickens is a long way, a huge jump from Lynn Llewellyn. Lynn was launching the Mini The two-wheel drive Mini got some huge air miles there, jumping over the tabletop, heavy landing, but has got away with it, and really trying to chase down our race-leading Wesley Wickens entry out of North Bend Hairpin, the 4 runners turn. Michael Amling was due to be entered this weekend, but he is not here in the final or in the meeting at all. Warren Salter missing out on the final. But it is these supercharged, closely controlled 1.6 litre minis which are on circuit right now, and it's going to be a change. No change for third and fourth, because Russell Smith is too far back to challenge Ryan Cooper in the number 11 car. So that does leave our race leader still being Wesley Wickens, the younger of the two brothers. The brothers are bookending this race, but it's Wesley who's got the better of his younger brother for now, and we'll see how Smith improves over the coming rounds. He should be competing at Knock Hill, the final round of the BTRDA BMW Mini Championship, the final round of the BTRDA Series up in Scotland in October, but it's their turn here at Lydden today, the one and only visit for the BTRDA Rallycross Championship to the home of Rallycross this season. Wesley Wickens, as he flicks through the bumps, they hit the halfway marker. 3 miles left to go then of the BMW Mini BTRDA final, sponsored by Bone Street Autos this series, and it's Wesley Wickens who's been the man to beat so far this season. He's had multiple victories, he's the championship leader by quite some margin, and Wesley Wickens in the number 51 car is enjoying his turn here at Lydden in the K-Seal sticker car. Ryan Cooper in number 11 into third position in the orange roof on his Bell Rallycross Mini, and our fourth place runner still Russell Smith at the back of that train, but it's Wesley Wickens who's having a decent run coming into the Joker section now. Wickens gets the Joker lap completed through the switch of the Joker section. Don't want to hit the bollards there because that'll be a 5-second penalty, and you can't allow for that in a tight Rallycross race. Lynn Llewellyn second. He's the fastest driver on circuit now. So Llewellyn, fastest driver on track, a 49.0. That's 9/10 quicker than the race leader. So Llewellyn has definitely got the pace, but Wickens has the positional advantage at the minute, and it's been a really strong drive from Wickens in number 51 as it stands, going up into a North Bend hairpin for the penultimate time. He's already got that longer route sorted. Coming down Hairy Hill, it's been a good drive from a man who joined the BMW Mini category and is right at the back of the field, failed to ever finish a race. The car was a nightmare reliability wise. He always struggled to get to the finish, but has persevered, has lightened the car, worked on the machine off track to improve it, has competed in a number of the Lydden Rally sprints here to get more and more seat time, a new initiative launched by Lydden Hill this season. The rally sprint format, if you haven't seen it, it's worth popping along to. You see the cars side by side around the new rally sprint course, which uses the cut through on the run up Hairy Hill, which Wesley Wickens is about to pass now, and the rally and rallycross cars run side by side around the circuit. They've proven a good testing time for rallycross drivers, and Wesley Wickens is one of a number of those, including Steve Hill and others who have taken part in the rally sprints in recent months, and Wesley Wickens is using all of that mileage and has put it to very good effect. He comes down Hairy Hill for the final time. We've lost Lynn Llewellyn, it seems, from the order, and Wesley Wickens wins the BMW Mini BTRDA final. A comfortable drive for the championship leader. Second will be Ryan Cooper, a Lincolnshire racer, gets to the finish, and our third place finisher, joining his brother on the podium, will be Russell Smith in the Mini. That's been a good drive from the newcomer, gets to the checkered flag, and it'll be a first and third spot for the family. They get a double podium. Sadly, Lynn Llewellyn, a non-finisher. BMW Minis are complete, and our next track action will be the BTRDA Classic category. So we'll see the Classics out on circuit next before we build up to the remaining finals, which will include Super Retros and the rest. So this is the BTRDA Classic category final for pre-1995 cars. We are seeing some drivers competing in both Super Retro and the BTRDA Clubmans this weekend, and that's why we're seeing Vince Bristow, Dave Ewan and Nigel Davey out on track for the BTRDA category as well as the Super Retros. Bristow on pole in the BMW, Dave Ewan in the Mitsubishi powered Ford, the ex-Jamie Lee car, the directly motorsport prepared Triumph V8 of Nigel Davey from Cornwall, freshly rebuilt engine for Nigel, Thomas Edmonds and Steve Gaunt in the similar Vauxhall Corsa start on row 2. And row 3, how will Tony Lynch go against the Corsas and the rest? 6 laps ahead of us then for the BTRDA Classic Rallycross category. First time we've seen them all together on circuit. They've been racing alongside the Retros so far today, but it looks like we might have a jump start. Someone may have crept forward off the line. No joker lap for the Classic category. It is running over 6 laps though, so we need to just see who's been creeping forward. Dave Ewan has attracted the attention of the marshals. He's got a Mitsubishi badge on the front of the Ford Fiesta. Gives you a clue as to the power plant under the bonnet, and we'll see how Dave goes. The long-time rallycrosser started in stock hatch, as so many drivers did back in the early 2000s. Thumbs up then from the start line marshal, and no one's been pushed back a row, so the officials are all happy that no one's jumped the start. Ready to race light is on. And the BTRDA Clubman's Classic final is go, and the wedge-shaped sports car, the Triumph of Nigel Davey, blasts into the lead, and we would look forward to seeing how Davey goes. John Cross has had a difficult day, barely seen him in the Lancia Strata, so sadly John would have been mixing it with this group, but it leaves the Triumph of Nigel Davey to be the one catching the attention and catching some air as it jumps over the tabletop for the first time. It's the Cornishman leading the man from Hastings in East Sussex, Vince Bristow in second spot, Dave Ewan is third, and Tony Lynch at the rear of the pack with Tom Edmonds, but up into North Bend for the first time, and the directly motorsport prepared Triumph TR7 with the V8 engine is leading the field. Out of the North Bend they come, and down Hairy Hill. It's good fights further down the order, the Corsa and the 205, the front wheel drive brigade at the back of the pack, but it's the rear driven cars which are out front with 5 laps to go. Davey and Bristow, with Dave Ewan holding his own in third. It's been a good drive so far this weekend from Dave. He's into the final of the Super Retros, and he's having a good drive here in the final for the BTRDA Classic category. So the only real difference between this and the Super Retro and Retro divisions is the age cut-off point for the cars. You can have categories like cars running up to 1995 in age, and the Retro class for pre-91. So we do see more modern-ish cars in this BTRDA Classic machine category, and it's Davey who leads them for the end of the second lap, going down into Paddock Bend, where we saw the unfortunate Joe Luke Eastwood end his event on his roof a few hours ago. And with 4 laps left to go, this is still anyone's guess, because Vince Bristow is a widely old campaigner, and we will see him, I'm sure, challenge and make a move on Nigel Davey at any given opportunity. Vince always tail happy, but he seems to be keeping it more in check here. He's lost a little bit of ground over the jump through the approach to the tabletop, and Dave Ewan is now challenging him. So the farmer from Cumbria now is beginning to challenge the garage owner from Hastings as they climb up Hairy Hill into North Bend Hairpin. It's still the Cornwall racer who leads the way, Nigel Davey, who started his retro rallycross career. Well, a big slide from Dave Ewan, meanwhile, coming out of North Bend Hairpin, but Davey started in 2020 season in a Peugeot 205, but switched across to the Triumph TR7, and a spin for Dave Ewan. And where's he going now? The Lakeland Pipe sticker car is off at the side of the road. Great shame for Dave after a very strong day. Hopefully he'll be back out for the Super Retro final at the towards the end of the meeting. Dave Ewan with a spin
in the Ford, but the fight for the lead is well and truly on, because Nigel Davey now versus Vince Bristow. We have on to lap 4 of 6, and Bristow is breathing down the neck now of Davey for first and second positions. The former rally man, or still a regular rally man in fact, Bristow, he rallies a Ford Escort Mark 1 Mexico, competes at Brands Hatch stages and similar events. He's a very handy driver, is Vince, and a great character off circuit as well, and he's trying to challenge Bristow, Davey as they come into the chicane section. 2 laps left to go. Where will Vince pick his move? They come into the loose section, and Bristow's going to try and go right around the outside then. Bristow on the outside line in 97. There's a long way round there. He might be able to do it. Gets a bit tail happy on the exit and just loses ground. So again, that Triumph is able to just edge away. Bristow's trying everything here, and while he's doing that, Tom Edmonds is catching up as well. The little Vauxhall Corsa is holding its own in 3rd spot, so don't rule out the orange and black Vauxhall Corsa of Edmonds. He's the fastest car on circuit. He's just posted a 49.853, so Tom Edmonds in the Vauxhall Corsa behind is one you cannot discount from this one. We have lap and a bit to go, and Nigel Davies got a more comfortable lead now over Bristow than he's ever had. This is the last lap, and Bristow needs to find something in the locker here if he's going to challenge Davey out front into Talladega for the final time. What a great drive it's been from Edmonds. He's gone even quicker. He's just done a 49.7. So Edmonds is really closing in here, but Bristow's not done yet either. And Bristow's coming onto the rear of Nigel Davey into Devil's Elbow for the final time. What can the BMW do here of the Triumph TR7 V8 up ahead of him? Davey stretches his legs in a straight line up into North Bend Hairpin. This is the final lap now, and Bristow may have just left it too late. The power of that V8 coming into its own down Hairy Hill, and Edmonds is still there with Bristow as well. A great drive from the plucky little Corsa in 3rd spot. As they come up to the timing line, it's going to be Nigel Davey then on his first Rallycross event of the season. He takes the win. That'll be a happy trip back down to Cornwall tonight for Nigel. He takes the victory in the Triumph. 2nd spot for Bristow, 3rd for Edmonds in 24. A really good drive from Edmonds. He just kept his nose clean, climbed through the order. Gaunt was 4th, Lynch 5th, and Dave Ewan did get to the flag in 6th. So brilliant stuff from the BTRDA Classics, the pre-1995 category. Produced some good racing. Again, as the first time today, we've seen them all thrown in together. And Nigel Davey is chuffed with his victory. He's enjoyed that. Waited a while to get out in the car after a rebuild of the engine took longer than planned. But it's been rebuilt by its original engine builder when it was in the hands of John Sampson. And we can now see Nigel Davey making very good use of the Triumph here at Lydden. Cross cars are next. Could be one of the highlights of the day, because the single seat little pocket rockets have been excellent, and the biggest grid we have seen so far this season in the history of the category is here at Lydden today. From 17 we're down to 8. The fastest 8 in the Motorsport UK cross car category are coming down onto the Canterbury Straight, and it's David Kane who's been the fastest of all so far today in 5.81, who settles on to pole in his Yamaha powered speed car wonder. Kane from Ireland alongside fellow Irishman in the number 29 in the hands of Liam McMullen, and on the outside it's Latvian, the 126 of Roberts of Vittles, a Super 1600 champion, a star of RX2E here at Lydden Hill in previous years. He's won twice at Riga in Latvia in the Rally X series this year in a RX2 car, and now he's getting his first taste of cross cars. 2nd row, the Digger Sim car of Will Ovendam and Ben Bartlett, the former junior rivals, always seem to be locked together, and they are together on circuit again. The teenagers should mix it with the older drivers around them. And on the back row, Max Wedley, the championship leader in number 7, 119 of Teddy McPherson, and Brad Turner in 61. Who's your money on? Will Weatherly be able to bounce back from a difficult day and get on the podium from the back row? We're ready to race. Crosscars are away, and these 850cc pocket rockets blast away from the Canterbury Straight, and David Kane's already got the lead going down into Talladega. The pole sitter holds the advantage as the fight for second, third, fourth and fifth is anyone's guess. Max Weatherly looks like he's going out, well, that Brad Turner might have been going out wide in the distance, but it's Liam McMullen who's the closest challenger to Kane in these early stages. But the brand new chassis for David Kane, he only used it at Pembrey at the previous round, has proved very effective indeed here at Lydden Hill today, and David Kane's got the lead, but there's a train of cross cars behind him. Kane's got the advantage, but look at this fight for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. It's anyone's guess. There's a throw a blanket over 7 or so cross cars. Brilliant stuff as they charge down Hairy Hill for the first time. Ovenden goes Joker this time through. Liam McMullen and Ben Bartlett are very close indeed as they come down into Talladega for the second time. McMullen ahead of Bartlett for now, with Roberts Vittles there or thereabouts as well, so don't rule out the Latvian in fourth position as they charge up over the tabletop. David Kane sprinted clear, and Max Weatherly's made a mistake. Weatherly, a very rare mistake then from the number 7 of Max. He gets all sideways on the exit of the jump. Don't know if something failed or that was just a driver error. And there's a fight up at the top of the hill because Roberts Vittles, the Latvian, charges up the inside of Ben Bartlett. So a change for third. Roberts Vittles is there. Will Ovenden and Brad Turner as that mixing it with also Teddy McPherson, but the fight for second is well and truly on because Roberts Vittles has been clambering up the order here. Ben Bartlett's gone Joker. He comes back out behind Will Ovenden as the leaders come into Chessons. David Kane's a long way clear of the pack already. He's up over the tabletop. It's Roberts Vittles in second spot. Third for Liam McMullen, up over the tabletop. A huge landing for McMullen. That was a heavy landing on the exit of the jump as Max Weatherly is still trying to clamber up the order from his lowly positions as Kane comes out of North Bend Hairpin with the advantage. Will Ovenden and Bartlett fourth and fifth as it stands, but no one's stopping David Kane. He is a long way clear now. Fastest driver on circuit, 3 seconds clear of the rest. The best duel on track is one between Will Ovenden and Ben Bartlett. Ovenden in the Digger Sim car and Bartlett in the BR racing the blue and yellow colours behind. Kane up over the tabletop with that lead, but that fight we're concentrating on is the 4th and 5th place battle between Ovenden and Bartlett. Ovenden got his Joker lap done early, so he's now clear of that longer route. He can get his head down and he wants to get a podium here on his home circuit up into North Bend Hairpin. Kane's already disappearing the other side of the hill. He's a long way clear. Already starting the trip back to Ireland, it seems. David Kane, he's that way, that far ahead of the pack as Joker action is played with Liam McMullen going into the longer route. So that will promote now Will Ovenden into the top 3. 2 laps left to go, and Will Ovenden has got third place to his name ahead of Ben Bartlett in 4th position. Still the leader is David Kane. Roberts Vittles currently in 2nd spot. Ovenden and Bartlett are continuing their duel. That will be for the final podium position. Bartlett's done his Joker. Ovenden's done his as well. Kane out front has got no such worries really. He's such a long way clear. Roberts Vittles can't live with the Irishman at the minute, but it's been a good debut in the cross-car category for Vittles. Kane's into the Joker this time through. Roberts Vittles sticks to the normal line. The Kane's back out with the advantage as Will Ovenden and the number 44 of Ben Bartlett continue to circulate closely. Last lap board is shown, and Ben Bartlett's going to try and dislodge Will Ovenden here over the final 3/4 of a mile. Up over the tabletop goes Vittles. He's still second. And Ben Bartlett's now challenging Ovenden as they go up into the Devil's Elbow for the final time. Will is wise to that and keeps his crosscar stuck in the middle of the circuit. He's going to be aware of a lunge from Bartlett up into North Bend. And Bartlett's trying to make a move in North Bend up the inside, but can't get it done there. So it's still going to be Ovenden from Bartlett, it seems. Kane into the final corner. Vittles is going to take the Joker this time through. Kane wins. He'll be second though. Ovenden and Bartlett on the normal line. Vittles on the Joker lap run. They charge across the line, and it's Ovenden Will Ovenden gets second place away from Vittles at the flag. Vittles left his joker until the last, and Will Ovenden charges through and just beats Vittles by less than a tenth. Vittles third, Bartlett misses out on a podium and finishes fourth, but the win goes to David Kane from Ireland in his speed car Wonder. Will Ovenden, the teenager from Addisham, a shorter trip home for him tonight, back up the A2 with a trophy in hand. Will Ovenden is second, beats Roberts Vittles into third. Roberts third, and he's going to celebrate his podium with a couple of donuts on the run back to the paddock. So Roberts Vittles third, Bartlett fourth, Liam McMullen was fifth, Turner sixth, Weatherly seventh. A quiet day for Weatherly, but still celebrating seventh place as if he's won. Weatherly seventh and McPherson in eighth. That's how they finish in the cross-car finale. Good close racing as ever from the category, and the last lap joker from Roberts Vittles just dropped him down behind Will Ovenden at the end. Production final time now, and we've had a good battle between the whole field really so far today. It's been good racing. Everyone's been involved in a scrap or two, and it's Alex Fletcher, the reigning BTRDA overall champion, who starts on pole in number 1. Finn Vore is alongside in 94, the 19-year-old from Hampshire. Will Noon 187 on the outside of row 1 in his Renault Clio 182, the 2-litre car, and up to 2-litre class. Ted Shepherd, the 22-year-old from Tenham, starts from row 2 on his first Rallycross season, alongside Charlie Maroney, the far more experienced of the two, on the second row. And on the final grid is Mark Henry in his Alfa Romeo 147, Andy Harris in 998, and another Swift, that's a newcomer to the class, Declan King, on his first start in the category. Will the Saxo and the C2 be able to take the fight to the more powerful Clio and Honda? We're about to find out, because 6 laps of action is ahead of us for the production BTRDA Championship final. Ready to race light is on. We're green and go, and it's a good start from Finn Vore in the middle of the front row in 94. Ted Shepherd has had an equally good getaway from the second row. Mark Henry tried to show his nose up the inside but couldn't get through on the run down into Talladega. Ted Shepherd's on the inside of Vore, and he's going to be able to do it. The two championship rivals go side by side. There's drama behind. Charlie Maroney getting all out of shape, so too does Andy Harris, but it's Finn Vore who settles into second spot. Ted Shepherd gets all out of shape on the approach to the elbow. He's caught it, but he's lost a position in the meantime. So Ted Shepherd drops down into 4th position, falling behind Will Noon in the Renault Clio. That leaves Alex Fletcher as our race leader. It's the orange Saxo of Vore in second spot. Third for the Renault Clio of Will Noon. Has any of the drivers going to joker this time through? Yes. Mark Henry and Charlie Maroney go into the joker lap section this time, as Alex Fletcher continues on his way. Will Noon is challenging Finn Vore into the Talladega turn up the inside. There's a little bit of contact between the two hot hatches as they turn through the loose section. They're not in the same class, but you want to win overall. You want to get on the overall top 3 if you can, and Finn Vore in the little Saxo is keeping the Renault Clio at bay for now. It got a little bit close through the the right-hander of Talladega, and as they clamber up Harry Hill, Charlie Maroney is on the back of Mark Henry in the Alfa. Sadly, Neil Brooks' day finished early in the Renault Clio. We haven't seen Neil Brooks since Q1, unfortunately, so the local racer is a spectator in this one, but it does leave us with still a strong field of production runners, and Will Noon's gone deep into the joker. That may have cost him a bit of time, because Ted Shepherd has had a better run through the joker section, and the number 45 car is going along nicely. The SRX entry bouncing its way through the loose section. Shepherd is holding his own in 4th, having done that joker. So to have Mark Henry and co at the towards the back of the pack, and that leaves us just with the two leaders, Alex Fletcher and Finn Vore, who are yet to go into the longer route. So the two leading cars, the Honda Civic Type R and the Citroen Saxo VTS, still need to go into the Joker lap before the end of this 6-lap race. We're on lap 3 of 6. They still have plenty of time. You won't be in danger of picking up a penalty for forgetting it yet, because they've got many laps to still pick their moment and choose when to do it, but that's going to be pretty crucial as to who comes out on top. Finn Vore in 94, bouncing his way through the chicane, chased it on by Will Noon and Ted Shepherd. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Will Noon. So Will Noon in the Renault Clio, the pale blue 182 Clio, is the quickest car on track. So do watch for Noon in the 187 car. He jumps over the tabletop. He's got the fastest lap to his name. Shepherd's just posted his best lap of the race as well, behind a 51.8. But both drivers in third and fourth are lapping quickly. Can they begin to reel in the top two ahead? And they've both got to do the Joker still. So Finn Vore is in danger of dropping behind Will Noon when the Joker laps are played out. Ted Shepherd seems to have lost a little bit of ground maybe on this lap. He's fallen possibly into the clutches of the Citroen Saxo behind of Charlie Maroney. Shepherd in 45, still fourth, but Finn Vore is coming under pressure now from Will Noon in the Renault Clio. They go through past the flags with 2 laps to go. Up over the tabletop, they're on their penultimate tour now, and the Renault Clio of Will Noon is closing in on Vore. Another fastest lap of the race from the Clio man. So Will Noon is going along very smartly indeed here, and he's closing in on Finn Vore up ahead. Vore's had 1 year of autograss experience under his belt, but it's his first start in rallycross competition this year, his first season in the class. He's doing well in the championship, but he hasn't raced here before, and he goes Joker this time. So Vore's into the longer route, and he goes deep, and he makes a mistake behind Alex Fletcher. So Finn Vore has made a mistake in the Joker. He's cut the chicane, and there's a change for the lead because Will Noon comes out ahead of Fletcher. We knew Noon was lapping quickly, and Fletcher now has dropped behind Noon on the circuit, and we might have a change behind because the production up to 1600cc category is very close. I wonder if the officials will look at Finn Vore's Joker lap, because he didn't get through the Joker as he would have hoped, as Ted Shepherd and Charlie Maroney go door to door through the Devil's Elbow. Maroney and Shepherd are side by side, and Shepherd gets forced out wide. Fletcher, meanwhile, is back up the inside of Noon. It's all kicking off on the final lap in the production finale. They're coming down into paddock for the last time of asking, and Alex Fletcher, the reigning BTRDA champion, has got the move done on Will Noon on the final lap. Fletcher's going to win. Fletcher wins. Will Noon is in second, and Ted Shepherd's going to try and challenge Maroney up to the line, but he can't do it. He's just rubbing bumpers over the line. It's a win for Fletcher. Second for Noon, third for Vore. That may be looked at though after the Joker lap where he missed half of the Joker section. Maroney fourth, Shepherd fifth, Henry is sixth in the Alpha, seventh was Harris in the Swift, and eighth is Declan King in the Suzuki Swift. It's another win though for the reigning BTRDA champion. The Weira Tools and Loughborough College stickered car is run by Motorsport students, so the team do really well. The college students preparing the car turn out a very neat Honda Civic indeed, and Alex Fletcher is a very effective peddler behind the wheel. So great to see Fletcher get another win. Will Noon gave it his all, fastest on circuit, but just couldn't get the top spot away from Fletcher. Still a good chunk of racing here to go today at Lydden Hill. We have the super modified final out next, followed by the Super Retros, and then we'll have the Junior Final. So we have 3 races still to go here this afternoon, and lots of action to unravel, I'm sure. Paul Coney, the long-time front-running rallycrosser from Dartford on his home circuit. Always great to have Coney back here at Lydden in the Harry Hockley Motorsport-built Vauxhall Corsa. The purple flashes, the purple wheels, and Coney comes down onto pole in number 20. David Bell will be alongside in 93. Andy Hawkes on the outside of row 1, but the one to keep a beady eye on will be Rich Moore in the BMW V8 powered Mercedes, the self-engineered, self-built car of Rich Moore, starts very quickly indeed. Can he sustain that pace across the course of the race? It's a longer one at that as well. It'll be 6 laps, so a long time to go between now and the checkered. Alongside Rich will be Kieran Curran, the 2014 BTRDA overall champion. Has struggled with a car issue so far today, but the rapid Irishman will be hoping that that's been solved and the lightweight Opel Corsa can fly around this 1 mile circuit. We'll see how he goes. And on the back row, James Avison in the black Honda Civic, Leanne Sedgwick in the BMW Mini, and our final starter is teenager Ty Ratton from Essex in the Hesketh coloured Ford Fiesta, the former Mike Howling car, which has done many laps here at Lydden, but none before today with Ty at the wheel. So Ty learning his way in this 8-car field for the super modified final. 3 races still to go. Super Retros and Junior Super Final will follow, but we are ready to go with the 6th lap BTRDA Super Modified Final. Watch for the Mercedes from row 2. We're away, and Rich Moore gets the hammer down very quickly indeed in number 2 and blasts into the lead. So Rich Moore then into top spot, but watch for Paul Coney. He likes to send it around the outside if he can, and he's doing just that. Paul Coney around the outside of Moore in the early stages. Kieran Curran's looking a lot more racy this time. He goes side by side with Martin Hawks up over the tabletop for the first time of asking. Gets a little bit out of shape, but holds on to the line. Andy Hawks, in third in driving his brother Martin's car. Is Andy in 3rd spot, 4th for Kieran Curran, 5th James Avison. But Paul Coney's doing the early leading in this one. The local man on his home circuit has got the better of Rich Moore in the early stages. Can Moore hold on to 2nd? That would be a great result for the Mercedes man who's built the car himself, and a very talented engineer to be able to do that, because it is a great looking car. Mercedes SLK sports cars have found a home in super modified over the years, as Kieran Curran takes his joker in the Opel Corsa. We've seen Dave Bellaby win super finals outright in a 2-wheel drive super modified car in the past, so we know that sports cars are very effective in this super modified 2-wheel drive category. And Rich Moore is trying to keep the large BMW Mini behind as James Avison gets all out of shape in 2.01 through the gravel and grass on the exit of the Devil's Elbow. Avison drops down behind Kieran Curran, who's already taken that Joker Lap route. So Curran has got the Joker Lap sorted, and the Opel Corsa in the bright yellow is one you cannot keep your eyes off really, because Curran is quick, and we know that he will be up the sharp end if the car allows him to be. Across the timing line they come. Coney out front with the lead, but up into 2nd spots now is still more. That fight for 3rd is on, because Hawks and Curran are together coming out of the up towards the jump. There's contact, there's more contact, and Curran's into the tyre stack, and Avison's going to benefit from that as well. But or is he? He gets all out of shape on the approach to the elbow. Avison goes grass tracking and loses ground. So it's very close between Hawks and Curran on that run up towards the jump, but they both seem to get away with it, and Curran's now going to try and go around the outside of Hawks at North Bend, and he's done it. So Kieran Curran now with that early joker. 1-2 watch. Paul Coney gets his longer route done this time through, so Coney's into the joker. When will Rich Moore decide to do it? Kieran Curran's already completed his longer route, and he's now up ahead of Andy Hawks in the All-4 Mini. The All-4 Mini that's running as a 2-wheel drive spec to be able to compete in this class, and Kieran Curran is really pushing on. He can sense that 2nd place is a possibility into the Devil's Elbow. Hard on the brakes through the left-hander and up Hairy Hill they go. We're on lap 4 of 6. It's still the Former Nova Challenge star Paul Coney out front, but Rich Moore is having a good run in 2nd spot, and he's going to go joker now. So will Rich Moore be able to hold on to 2nd? He'll certainly hope so. Kieran Curran is going to be the man who will challenge him, but Rich Moore powers across the timing line past the commentary box, comes back out ahead of Curran, and Kieran Curran is dropped down. It is still 3rd, but Rich Moore is just that little bit too far away. 2 laps left to go. Can the Irishman in 3rd place take the second place away from Rich Moore in the Mercedes? That will be the question to answer before the end of this one, as James Averson and Andy Hawkes are close for 4th and 5th positions. Averson's had a tricky race, a couple of dramas on the approach to the elbow, but he's still there, challenging the rear of Andy Hawkes' All 4 Mini as the field comes through North Bend Hairpin. Curran with looked like a bit of understeer on the course as he turned through, but he's still got good pace as the last lap board is shown. Coney is on to his final tour then, less than a mile to go for the local man on his home circuit. James Averson's all out of shape, trying to keep in touch with Andy Hawkes, as Kieran Curran's just not able to challenge, it seems, the second place car of Moore. His pace just hasn't been as strong as we would have expected from earlier in the day. He's definitely had a mechanical issue with the car, and he's now maybe falling into the clutches now of Andy Hawkes and James Averson, because James Averson and Hawkes are closing as Paul Coney comes down Harry Hill for the final time. It's been a real dominant display from the local man. There's no Fredling, no Bleasdale brothers to fight with in Super Modified today, but you have to beat what's in front of you, and Paul Coney's done just that. But who will be third? Kieran Curran's trying to keep third away from Andy Hawkes in the sick Opel Corsa. Is struggling with something, and Hawkes nips through and takes the podium away. Hawkes gets the podium off the current Corsa right at the end. A change for third. It's Coney who wins. Moore is in second. Third for Hawkes at the end. Curran drops to fourth in what was a limping Corsa. It wasn't on its usual speed. Fifth for fifth for Averson. Sixth place for Sedgwick, Ratton, Bell, and they were the final finishers. So 2 races left to go, and it will be the Super Retros out next for their final race of the day. It should be one of the best between Crockett and French. Pick your winner out of those two. They'll be on circuit shortly for the Super Retro finale. Super Retro final time then, and it's the dentist from Northern Ireland, Alan Crockett, who's been a star so far today, so all season as well for Alan in the 779 car, a double winner in 2025. Can he do the same again here? He won both rounds at Lydden at Easter. He knows this place very well indeed. He knows that the Opel dealer team sticker car is rapid. He starts on pole. Lee Wood is sandwiched between the championship contenders because Charlie French qualifies third for this one. The Tuesday night Rallycross Club prepared Martin Skanker tribute. Charlie French starts in third. Pat Duran and Ray Morgan, an all Ford Escort row 2, but it's the Mark III of Ray Morgan alongside the Mark II of Pat Duran. There will be a bit of track furniture to return to its place before the grid is let loose. One of the circuit markers went flying in the last race. And on the row 3 in this one, making up the grid, Vince Bristow, who's been very busy indeed. Double duty for Vince, racing in the BTRDA and the Five Nations. Dave Ewan in 17. And our last starter, Alan Tapscott. Ever present Alan, great to have him in the paddock. Never won a super national event in all the years he competed in the class, but is enjoying his retro racing. And Alan is great to have on the retro Rallycross field. Great grid, and more cars hopefully be out in November. We've got Barry Stewart's Porsche having an engine rebuild. James Harrold's Volkswagen Beetle hasn't been out this season, so hopefully we'll get that car out again in the latter part of the year. Lee Wood's building an MG Metro 6R4, which will run in 2-wheel drive spec, so a 6R4 of sorts, but that would be great to have on the grid. There are plenty of top cars, which we'll see out on track, I'm sure, in the remainder of the year. Gary Simpson's BMW and many others. But it's an excellent grid ahead of us, and it's minus Stuart Emery. Honourable mention for Stuart after his excellent day. He's had a top drive throughout the day before mechanical issues struck in the semi-finals. But who will come out on top in this one? We'll have a new championship leader by the end of it, because Crockett and French are level on points, 74 points apiece. Vince Bristow third, Alan Tapscott's fourth in the championship coming in, Stuart Emery fifth, Pat Duran sixth, Steve Cousins seventh, and Ray Morgan, having only finished one final so far this season, in eighth. But what can Ray do from the middle of the grid? He's in the thick of it here, starting from row 2 in P5. We are ready to go. Crockett versus French is going to be the fight to watch, but they've got Lee Wood to contend with in the middle of them as well. Ready to race. 5 laps of action is go, and Charlie French gets a good start alongside Crockett, but Adam will use his positional advantage to hold sway down into Talladega for the first time. They go door to door through the right-hander. Pat Duran's trying to break up the championship contenders here, because he's looking up the inside as they go through Talladega and up over the jump. But no, it's the two rivals out front continuing their duel, which we've seen throughout 2025. French, with that classic style of his, he flicks the car from right to left, and he's trying to make a move already. Charlie French then up Harry Hill into North Bend Hairpin for the first time. This is a 5-lap final, so there's still time to make a move, but French is getting a move on here and challenging the Northern Irishman out front. They come down Harry Hill for the first time, and it's that familiar pattern of Crockett leading French, but Pat Duran's having his best race of the day, and he's right there in the thick of it in third position. French trying to go right around the outside. There's contact between the two of them. Contact between French and Crockett as they charge down into Talladega for the second time. They both get away with it, but there's a bit of argy-bargy as they turn through the loose, and Duran's closed up now on the top two. They both get away with the contact, but French is now sending up the inside of the elbow, and Charlie French has made his move. French gets through, and Crockett is demoted to second. So Charlie French then, the East Sussex star with flames throwing out the back of the Escort, gets the move done. Crockett comes back at him. We've got 4 laps of this still to go. The 5-lap final is well and truly alive here in the Super Retro category, and French wants to take that points lead in the championship. There's yellow flags at the elbow because Alan Tapscott's ground to a halt, sadly, in his Mark II Escort. But we have 3 laps left to go of this one, and it's Charlie French with the fastest lap of the race to his name, who bounces his way into Talladega ahead of Crockett. Duran in third. It's 4th place for Lee Wood. 5th is Ray Morgan. That's a good drive from Ray after the troubles he's had in 2025, as Charlie French in the 42 car rides the curb through the Devil's Elbow up Harry Hill. Alan Tapscott's now a spectator on the banking as the field blasts past him going up Harry Hill. Morgan in the Mark III ex-Mark Lloyd car, he's still holding his own, but the fight out front is still not dead, because although French has found a couple more car lengths, Crockett is still there, and we know that the dentist from Northern Ireland can chew up the opposition whenever he likes, and French is going to come under pressure now, I'm sure, over the final couple of laps, because flames throw from the back of the car, and Crockett is right there in the RXNI Opel. Pat Duran third, 4th still for Lee Wood, the former champion. He's chased by another former champion, the winner of the John Button Memorial Trophy, Ray Morgan, the top driver in 5th, but still Charlie French being shadowed every move by Crockett in the Opel. They climb up Harry Hill. Vince Bristow's on his own in 6th place. Dave Ewan in 7th in the Ford, but the two leaders onto the final section of the circuit. They're going to be starting their last lap this time through, and Charlie French is in the pound seat here. He is a mile and a bit from getting the championship lead away from Alan Crockett in the 779 car. It's been a great duel between the two of them all weekend long, but it looks like the experienced Rallycross mechanic and engineer Charlie French in the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club will come out on top up over the tabletop. Flames again belch out the back of the car through the left-hander. He flicks the car through the turn and he climbs up Harry Hill. Pat Duran will be pleased with his pace here in third. Just can't live with Crockett and French out front. But the race leader, last year's champion, he's got SR1 on the car, Super Retro 1, like classic GB1 style numbering system for Charlie French. He comes into paddock and he's going to take the championship lead here. checker flag is ready, and Charlie French wins, and he's delighted. He punches the air as he comes across the timing line, and Alan Crockett's slowing, and this could be crucial for the championship because Pat Duran is now second, and Lee Wood is third, and Alan Crockett's only fourth. Oh, what a shame for the RXNI driver. He drops to fourth. Oh, what happened on the last lap there for Alan, but he had a car issue in the final few metres. Was slow through paddock, and the field pounced, and that's a great shame for Alan. He doesn't get a podium after being the main man all day long. The pole sitter doesn't get a podium finish. That's unlucky for Alan. He deserved a trophy to take back to Northern Ireland tonight. Dave Ewan's going to give the Ford Fiesta one more slide through paddock. He gets to the checker flag and finishes in 7th spot. But the Super Retro final is won by Charlie French in the Martin Skanker Zaxby tribute. He takes the win, and great action behind and throughout the Super Retro final. They head back to the paddock. They'll be back here in November. November the 8th and 9th is the finale of the British Rallycross Championship, and it will feature a bumper Super Retro grid. So do make sure, if you haven't got that date in your diary already, that it is put in that diary now, because that's going to be a good weekend on the 8th and 9th. Floodlit Rallycross on the Saturday night, and then on the Sunday it'll be Daylight Rallycross to decide the 2025 champions. Our final race of the day, though, it's been a jam-packed day of two-wheel drive competition. Thanks to everyone who's made it possible off circuit, from the Lydden crews to the marshals to everyone behind the scenes, and the drivers for turning out. To 85 car grid, 85 car field in the paddock this weekend. That's really healthy, and that doesn't include supercars, don't forget. So good to see British Rallycross in a healthy light with the combination of the BTRDA and the Five Nations British Rallycross Championship this year. It's made sense, and it's produced big paddocks, and we've really enjoyed the running of the 2025 two-wheel drive Superprix. The last race of the day, once Alan Tapscott's Ford Escort is recovered from Hairy Hill, will be the super final for the juniors. We're not having a super final for the super modified cars this year. It's for the juniors, and they've produced great racing all day long. It's on pole, reigning champion from the Irish Series, Logan Hoy, has out-qualified the Brits, and the 1.6 litre Mini is up against the 1.3 litre Swift of Hayden Harris alongside. Hayden getting himself warmed up in the 999 car. Alongside is Cody Mann in 130. Cody, who did a lot of the leading in the Mini final before Logan Hoy came through and grabbed the lead away. Second, onto the second row of the grid, we'll find Aston Brown, who's been there or thereabouts also all throughout the day in his number 57 entry. Alongside is the number 22. That's Hugo Thomas Lunham in his Irish Mini. The back row, we find Oscar Cooper, who's made it into the super final. Good to see what Oscar can do. 13 years of age for the Rock Racing car. Brian and Oscar Cooper, that's what it stands for, the father and son racing team. See how Oscar can go. And alongside him on the back row will be the 199, the Motorworks car of Liam McManus. And our final starter, 119 of Mark Keegan. 8 cars rather than the 10 we predicted earlier, but still a good healthy grid for the junior super final. Coming up towards the curfew, but still plenty of time before 6 p.m, and we'll be ready to go with that last race of the day, the penultimate rallycross event of the season here at Lydden Hill. Lord of Lydden still to come, big bike event at the end of October, always a popular feature of any Lydden Hill motorsport season, so do head to that if you have no plans that weekend. Get that in the diary as well, because the Lord of Lydden and the sidecar burn up will be here at the end of October before the Rallycross takes centre stage on November the 8th and the 9th. We'll have the return of the supercars that weekend. They've been busy racing at Loiac last weekend in France, where the supercar category starred amongst the French series, but we'll be ready to go once Alan Tapscott's car is recovered from the Devil's Elbow, and the super final for the juniors, which will be run over 6 laps, will be our last race of the day. Alan Tapscott's car is being removed then by the Lydden recovery crews, and Alan will be back here at the end of the season, I'm sure. But it's the Irish and the British juniors which will round out our two-wheel drive Superprix for 2025. Great to see how strong the Irish Junior Championship is going, and to join it with the British for this one-off race. No points on offer, but more seat time, more close action, I'm sure, and interesting to see how they compare. 1.6 litre BMW Mini, the Cooper from 2001 to 2006, against the 1.3 litre Suzuki Swift from the BTRDA juniors. So it's going to be an interesting mix-up between the two different categories. The Irish outnumber the Brits here on the grid, but who will come out on top? Logan Hoy will be your pre-race favourite in number 6. We have 6 laps ahead of us. Hayden Harris still doing his warm-ups in the 999 car. He's ready to blast away from the line. We get ready to race. 6 laps of action ahead of us for the junior final. Oh, was there a bit of creeping on the line there? I think there was. And the camera's beginning to zoom in slightly on who we think is the culprit, the number 6 of Logan Hoy. This could make it interesting because he is the fastest driver out there, and double Joker lap board is now coming the way of the double Irish champion. So that's thrown a spanner into the works. The fire protection specialist FPS sponsored car is going to have to disappear into the Joker lap, not once but twice. So it's become doubly harder now for the reigning champion in the class. The Cluna Contracts sponsored entry. We'll see how Logan Hoy goes from the front row. Double Joker laps pointed in the direction of him though, just to make doubly sure. And we get, for the second time, thumbs up from the start line marshal Paul Fowler. And we are almost ready to go with the super final for the juniors. 6 laps ahead of us, and we are ready to go racing. Swifts versus Minis. Who will come out on top here? Should be the Minis, I suspect, but Hayden Harris will hold his own, I'm sure, in treble 9. We're away and go. The last race of the two-wheel drive Superprix for 2025, and it was a great start from the outside by the Cody Mahan in the outside of row 1. He gets an excellent getaway and challenges down into Talladega for the first time, Logan Hoy. And Logan Hoy has got that double Joker to do. So this is really going to mix things up, I'm sure. Mahan will be aware of that. The whole field will be aware that the dreaded double Joker lap board was shown to the pole sitter. The fastest driver in the field will have to disappear into that longer route twice before the end of this 6-lap race. So we will really find out who is quickest in this. Will Hoy be able to deal with that penalty and come out on top? We'll find out shortly, because Hayden Harris is best of the Brits so far. He's got Aston Brown behind him as they come down Hairy Hill and into the paddock bend turn for the first time. No one's opted for the Joker this time. Number 57 of Brown holding his own in 4th spot, challenging Hayden Harris now, and he's trying to make a move on Harris going into the loose section of the Talladega. Brown on the inside line, Harris in the 999, and Harris is now coming under a lot of pressure from Aston Brown. Elliot Fuster's elected to sit out this super final with no championship points on offer. No point risking the car, I guess, if you're a championship leader and want to keep the Swift in one piece, ready for the next round at Knock Hill. But it's been a good opportunity for these drivers to get out on track and get a few more laps under their belts. And it's still Logan Hoy who's the fastest driver on track, but has got to get that double Joker done. When will he decide to go? He's going to stick to the normal line for now then, so he's still sticking to that normal route. The second place car of Cody Mann is in still second for now in 130, as the number 22 opts for the Joker lap this time through. That's Lunam in the bright yellow colours. Comes out ahead of the 199 of Leia McManus as the fight between the Swifts is on, because Aston Brown's onto the rear bumper now of the third place car of Hayden Harris. Hayden is keeping Brown at bay for now as they come up over the tabletop. It's an 8-wheeled Swift again. The close junior action is continuing here at Lydden Hill into the early evening as we continue this last race of the day, and Aston Brown is right on the tail of Harris. You could put nothing between them, and Brown dives up the inside, locks up, gets the move done. Little bit of knock in between the two. Wing mirror peels back, but Harris and Brown are still side by side. Neither of them are giving in. This is great close racing between the two of them, but Harris goes into the longer route. Logan Hoy's got his first Joker lap done. So Logan Hoy now has got the Joker lap sorted. He's the fastest driver on circuit, a 51.5, but he'll have to disappear again before this race is done. Logan Hoy into second spot behind Cody Mahon, the top two in the Irish Championship from 2024-25 season, and there's a mistake from Mahon at the Devil's Elbow. Mahon's gone deep out of view. Mahon's going to lose the lead on circuit to Logan Hoy as they climb up Hairy Hill into North Bend Hairpin, and it's the leading lights from Ireland who are side by side going through North Bend. Logan Hoy's got one of the Joker laps done. He's still got one to go as the 130 comes down Hairy Hill and opts for the Joker this time. So Cody Mahon gets his Joker done, but where's he going? Cody Mahon disappears into the gravel, and that's a great shame. Mahon goes deep into the gravel at paddock, and that's thrown any chance away because Logan Hoy has now got to do the Joker lap again, but the margin is very big between the two of them now, and Logan would have seen his championship rival from last season disappear into the gravel at paddock. It was a unique Joker lap from Mahon in second, and that's now put him into the clutches of Lunham in third. Fourth is Brown, fifth McNamara, sixth Harris, seventh Keegan, as the field filter their way through Devil's Elbow. We're on to the penultimate lap now, and Logan Hoy has just got to remember he needs to do one more Joker. So that's the crucial thing, and he's going to do it now. So Logan Hoy then, with the extra Joker lap penalty, it's not going to bother him at all. He brushes that off with no trouble. Hoy through the chicane, back onto the timing line. He's a country mile clear of the rest now. We're on to the last lap, and it's Cody Mahon in 130. He's still in second. Third for Lunham. The best of the Brits is Brown in fourth. Aston Brown has made his way up into fourth position now, ahead of Liam McManus in the number 199 car, as the field go up over the tabletop for the final time. And it looks like Logan Hoy is going to illustrate again why he is the driver to beat in the Junior Irish Championship. He's a star of circuit racing as well, and as he comes through North Bend Hairpin for what is now the final time. The junior from Ireland have been excellent today. It's been a great showing from the category, and hopefully you'll see more of them here at Lydden in future years. Through the right-hander at paddock they come for the final time, and it'd be Logan Hoy then who wins. The double champion wins again. Logan Hoy takes victory. The last race of the day goes the way of Logan. Cody Mahon is second, Lunham is third, Brown fourth, McManus is fifth, Harris finishes in sixth spot. Oh, well, should have been sixth spot. Harris is retired, actually, sadly. So Hayden Harris retires from the super final. Sixth went to Keegan. Seventh will be Oscar Cooper, and Oscar, the 13-year-old from Lincolnshire, gets to the line and gets another finish under his belt. He'll be learning even more across the course of the season. Sadly, a retirement for Hayden Harris. But that does round out the 2025 two-wheel drive Superprix at Lydden Hill, and Logan Hoy's our last winner of the day. The action has been frantic throughout. We have more than 85 cars in the paddock, so thanks to everyone who made the event possible. As the Irish contenders head back to the paddock, the podium celebrations will be starting in about 20 minutes or so time in the paddock. So if you don't need to shoot off, please join us there. Thanks to everyone who made the event possible, from the medics and marshals and volunteers behind the scenes who get the event together and get it running, the drivers for turning out in a two-wheel drive Superprix, and most importantly, all of you spectators for watching trackside and tuning in at home. Hope you've enjoyed the action, and that's the penultimate event of Lydden Hill season completed. We'll be back here on November 8th and 9th for the fireworks finale, so hope to see you there.